All right, hello, everyone. Welcome back to Ekasala Unfiltered. I'm your host, Zach Ekasala. We're back with Lord of the Rings. So, for those of you who didn't tune in last week, or maybe you did, but I got pretty sick during the last stream, unfortunately, uh, and that was really frustrating because I couldn't even speak really. I couldn't get any any uh um any of my points across really. It was pretty bad. So I thought, you know what, instead of trying to force my way through, I would just stream again the following week. So here I am. So yeah, I guess I'll do a little bit of a preamble while I wait for people to come in. Hello, Mr. Luke Park. Luke Park Cinema. Mr. Luke Park Cinema is in the chat. Loyal viewer. Um, So there were some things that I got wrong last time, actually, that I wanted to go over. So I continuously called this the extended editions in the extended editions, the definitive editions, and some people in my comment section on, I believe it was TikTok actually, they were pointing out that um, it's not technically it was weird. They were saying that technically it wasn't the director's vision because it wasn't Peter Jackson's vision because he went in and added more material for the films for the fans specifically. And so I thought about it, and he apparently Peter Jackson also considers the theatrical editions to be the definitive editions. And I believe in the death of the artist rule, which is that what an artist or author or director or whatever says about their work after the fact, after the work, doesn't matter. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. Are you kidding? If I'm watching, I don't know, if I'm watching like uh, The Godfather, right, and then Coppola comes out and he says this is actually a movie about someone taking a crap on their lawn, I'm gonna well, that's not true. Obviously, are you gonna believe him just because he says it? No. So, uh, my point is that even though he considers them not the extended editions not definitive, um I guess definitive is kind of vague. Like what does that even mean? Definitive to who? To you? To the audience? Like legally definitive? I don't know. But the extended editions are still better whether he thinks so or not. Because we lose so much information that's imperative to understanding the characters. I mean, you can still understand the characters in the theatrical edition. However, they're they're almost like different characters without that information, especially Boromir, which we'll get into with the Fellowship of the Ring. If without the a lot of the extended edition stuff that we see with Boromir, his character is totally different. He's way different. He's way more heroic in the extended edition. In the theatrical, he's like a jerk and almost a villain. But if you watch the full extended, he's much more of a hero and much more tragic, I would say. So I wanted to clear that up because I said that it was his. I think I conflated that Peter Jackson also considered these the definitive editions. So I just want to make sure that I'm not lying to you people out there. You know what I'm saying? Um, but anyways, I'm gonna jump back into where I was last time, or a little before, because I don't want to start from the beginning because that was like 2 hours and I got some pretty good points across. So if you really want to hear what I had to think about the first 53, 54 minutes of the film, just go back and watch the other stream. But we're going to dive into um, where I left off. So where we left off was where Merry, Pippin, Frodo, and Sam have run into each other in the cornfield, and they're running away from Farmer Maggot because Merry and Pippin have been stealing. So sorry, 1 second. Um, and they run and they fall down this cliff and they tumble into the road. And if you remember, Gandalf specifically told Frodo not to go onto the road no matter what because the spies of the enemy will be well aware of him when he's on the road. So they're on the road, and that's when they come pretty much. Our hobbits come pretty much face to face with the ring wraiths. I'm not gonna talk about Deadpool and Wolverine instead, Grog. Go watch someone else then, man. Maybe someday, maybe later. I don't know. I feel like I never saw that movie. Um, anywho. So this is our first encounter with the ring wraith, or between our protagonist and the ring wraith, and he's terrifying. They're terrifying. You could honestly make like a horror movie out of them. To be honest, they're terrifying, and they're so efficient and scary compared to a lot of villains we get today, and they're taken very seriously. Again, another point that I had uh, last stream with uh, bro is willingly missing out on peak cinema. Okay, look. Maybe I'll check it out later, man. I'll check it out. I'll check it out at some point. Um, but compared to Marvel movies and stuff we see now, where they are like allergic to taking themselves seriously. These films are Lord of the Rings takes itself very seriously, and so the fan base takes it pretty seriously. But if you watch like a Marvel movie, a modern or a new modern Marvel movie, like not 2012 or anything, but the phase 4 or 5, they cannot take themselves seriously. They're always cracking jokes. They're always making their villains look incompetent or silly or just like a bunch of losers. Here, in films like these, you actually have villains who are competent, they're scary, and they're taken seriously, so they're actually frightening. Um, so let me just start playing it. Hopefully, I won't get copyright struck if I let this play. Here we go. I don't think I will. Hopefully. So yeah, with being in the presence of the ring wraith, Frodo is tempted to put the ring on because of how evil the ring is and how it's manipulating him. It's like the start of how the ring makes you addictive to it and kind of influences your behavior. And so then, luckily, Merry throws away his stolen food, and that distracts the ring wraith, who runs off into the woods, and then that gives them a chance to escape. And Frodo ponders on the strength of the ring and how it affected him and almost caused them to get caught, because that's pretty terrifying. He basically had no control over putting it on until Sam stopped it from happening. So now, Merry and Pippin are sort of a part of the gang now. Well, I guess willingly. They're helping Frodo, so they're not really sure what they're getting into here with the whole ring and everything, which is pretty terrifying. So yeah, it's now nighttime, which this again the time jumps in this film are kind of confusing. Like, how long have they been running through the woods? In the books, everything is really long. It's all very drawn out, which is fine for a book. And in the movies, they have to. It's basically a battle against the books to make sure everything is coherent and also kept in movie length. I mean, these films, like I've said, are like 4 hours long, it is pretty long. Which means they have to cut a lot, and the time jumps are they're I think it flows well, but it also makes you question, like, how long are they doing this? Like, how long have they been running through the woods? So then they encounter the ring wraiths. They found the little hobbits, and luckily the hobbits are so small that they kind of can juke out the horses and all that. Which is, I would say, pretty realistic. I feel like some haters might be like, oh, well, why can't they just catch them immediately because they're on horses? And it's like, well, the hobbits are also like or 4 foot at the most, and they're pretty fast, and you can't reach down and grab them like a regular man or anything like that. And again, you see kind of how terrifying they are. And they're real. They're not CGI. Like, think about it. In a film, if these were made now, they would be like CGI, and it would be CGI slop. They actually have real horses and real riders, and they're actually in costume, which is very nice, and it makes it feel much more grounded. So luckily, our main characters escape. They get away from the ring wraiths. And yeah, they're headed towards the Prancing Pony. And so, for a little recap, if you haven't seen the films or if you don't remember, Gandalf told Frodo to meet him at the Prancing Pony Inn in Bree, and that's where they'd meet up for the next stage of their adventure. And obviously, we know that Gandalf is preoccupied with Mr. Saruman, who has betrayed him. Oh, I love this part also. He has like the guy at the head of Bree, the gate has like a little person. Uh, I don't know what you call it, door hole, I guess, for hobbits. That's pretty cool. A lesser film would have forgotten that hobbits are like normal in this world, and which would not have included that. So yeah, we're introduced to Bree, which is kind of like it's kind of like we're being introduced to the world of men, sort of, I guess. So it's there's way more men here. There are hobbits, but there's less of them. It's kind of like Wild West of Lord of the Rings, you might say. And Peter Jackson has a little cameo here in a second. Right there he is with the carrot. Bro needs to be eating more carrots because he's a little hefty. He's a little hefty, I must say. CGI horses. There aren't CGI horses. That's what I'm saying. There aren't any. What do you mean? They do CGI stuff like that. Watch any Marvel movie. It's all CGI. Anything now is CGI, or so CGI heavy that you can barely tell what is real and what's not. Not in a good way. Like you can barely tell if the real stuff is real. Unfortunately, so yeah, our hobbits get to they get to the inn, and unfortunately, Gandalf isn't here, and obviously they don't know that Saruman has done anything bad to him or anything like that. So Frodo's a bit he doesn't know what to do really. So they kind of just chill in this inn, and he's lying about his identity as well, calling himself Underhill because again, everyone knows about Baggins and that he has the ring. And at this point, Sauron's forces are kind of they're everywhere, and they're not all just the ring wraiths. It's you only see the ring wraiths in the films, but in the books, I'm pretty sure in the books, and it's also insinuated here that anyone and everyone could be a spy. So you got to be pretty careful. So now, yeah, our little hobbits are now in the world of men, which is pretty interesting to see them kind of have to deal with this more rough environment compared to the Shire, which is it's like the Shire is basically peaceful mode on Minecraft, and this is like hardcore survival. They're entering a hardcore survival by going here. Oh yeah, they don't know what pints are either because they're so small. So they're getting pints, which is like triple what they should be drinking probably. So that's kind of fun. Fun little world building stuff. Again, that a lesser film would have forgotten about probably. And we're introduced to Strider, aka Aragorn, aka the heir to Gondor, the king, the supposed to be king. And he's played by Viggo Mortensen. And actually, fun fact, Viggo Mortensen was a very, very last minute choice for Aragorn. It was going to be someone younger. I can't remember his name, but last minute Peter Jackson wanted someone new, and I'm pretty sure that Viggo Mortensen was hired. He was hired like a few weeks before they started production. He and the only one of the major reasons that he said yes is because his son said you got to play Aragorn. You can't not do this role. And then like that week or something, he took up the role, and then a week later he flew to New Zealand, and he hadn't even read the script. Like he just got thrown into Lord of the Rings, which is pretty crazy. So here we see Frodo getting tempted by the ring again, and people are noticing. And hears, he's broken out of his trance because Pippin is so drunk and he's spilling the beans about who he is, that he's Frodo Baggins, and he's explaining his whole history. And then we get this famous shot of Frodo falling in the ring. He throws the ring, not drops, and it lands on his finger, which you can say it's a little contrived. Like, it is contrived. Like, how does it land? How does it land on his finger? But you can argue that since the ring does kind of have a mind of its own, that it is sort of sentient, that it willed that to happen. That's kind of a stretch. I don't really buy it. I think that Peter Jackson just wanted to have a cool shot of the ring landing on his finger. But it's not so contrived that it damages the plot or anything like that. Like if it saved his life from something in the last second from that happening, then yeah, I'd have an issue with it. But it doesn't do that. So he sees the Eye of Sauron, and this is the first time that Frodo puts on the ring. So he's seeing all the evil of Sauron, and this also alerts the Ringwraiths to where he is. And I'm gonna pause here for a split second because an issue that I do have here that is never brought up is, so how come I don't understand why Bilbo doesn't see this, or if he's just ignoring it. Does Bilbo not ever see? Because Bilbo uses the ring, like, and he has used it throughout the years. So the question is, um, I'm sure you know this, but since you have a suit on and the Patriot symbols, yes, okay, I forgot to address that. This is a pre-Super Bowl weekend stream, so, and I'm a big Patriots fan since I'm from New England. So go Patriots! They're finally back in the Super Bowl, and we're gonna crush the Seahawks. I guarantee it. It's gonna happen. So yeah, that's on purpose. That's why I look like a sports host. Hence the red shirt and the blue tie. Thank you for noticing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Um, it'll be back to normal next week. But yeah, I thought it'd be fun to do a little Super Bowl theme or Patriots theme, I guess. Um, what was I saying? Yeah. So a gripe I do have is how come does Bilbo not see Sauron when he puts on the ring at the party when he disappears? Does that not happen? Seahawks, bro, don't say that about the Seahawks. They're not gonna win. The Patriots have to win, okay, buddy? The Patriots have to win. I bet a lot. No, I didn't bet any money, but they gotta win. Um, Despite Tom Brady, they gotta prove that they can win without Tom Brady. Okay. Anyways, um, get this guy out of here. Yeah, come on, Luke. What are you doing, man? Don't make me ban you for being a Seahawks fan. Are you a Seahawks fan or are you Chiefs fan? If you guys are anyone who's into football, tell me who you're rooting for. I'm curious. I know we got at least two, including myself, two Patriots fans here. The right choice, the right people. Everyone else is wrong, by the way. If you don't like the Patriots, you're just wrong. Sorry, it's true. It's the facts. We only speak facts here on this podcast or this show. Uh, Bring back 2014. Not gonna lie, I don't understand what that means. I'm sorry. I'm not like the biggest sports fan, okay? I like the Patriots, but I'm not like an avid football watcher. Uh, so yeah, I just don't like that it's not explained in the movie why Bilbo doesn't see Sauron or why suddenly Sauron is can. It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make sense, and I think it's a little bit of a problem that they should have addressed. But hence, I mean, they didn't address it, which is it is an issue. It's a flaw. It's a little flaw. Game over. Hell no! Get this guy out of here. Uh, because if Bilbo, here's the thing: if Bilbo did see, I think it would have been cool if he did see Sauron. And again, maybe this is a problem with the books. I can't remember. The last time I read the books, I was in like fourth grade. But he doesn't see them in the films. But imagine if Bilbo, you know, leading up to the party, he used the ring for whatever reason. Maybe he's hiding from the Sackville Bagginses, right? Who were demonstrated that they want to take his wealth when he dies, and they're mad that he's not dead yet. So imagine that they're trying to get into his house or something, or he's around, and he puts on the ring to disappear, as he does, and he sees Sauron, or he sees it's darker, or there's something despicable about when he puts it on then compared to the last few times he's put it on, and that causes him to be disturbed. And so we see, oh, there's something going on here. Like he's perturbed by by what the ring's doing. So something's up, and then that leads into when Gandalf comes and Gandalf realizes the ring is Sauron's ring and blah 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 blah. It just would have made a little more sense because Bilbo, like throughout the films, I mean, he's not in the Two Towers, but in this film and in Return of the King, he doesn't seem to be aware of anything to do with Sauron or Frodo's journey at all. He doesn't even maybe he's because in the last scene that he's in, he's really old and he's asking Frodo if he can see the ring. So maybe he's like bro's got dementia and he doesn't remember. I don't know, but it would have made sense to address it in some fashion. Peter Jackson, come on, man. No, he did a great job. It's a little I guess that's almost a nitpick. It's borderline nitpick. But let's continue here. Let's continue. So he takes the ring off, and Aragorn rushes Frodo up to his room where he reveals himself to Frodo. And Frodo's obviously terrified because they don't know any. They just know that he's like a ranger. They don't know if he's good or bad or he's with Sauron. Excuse me. Uh, and so the rest of our Hobbit gang runs up the stairs ready to fight Aragorn and save Frodo, which is great. I love this. I especially love that everyone comes with a weapon except for Sam, who's just ready to fight with his fists, which just shows how caring of a friend he is. He's like the bravest one of them all, which he is shown to be the bravest one of them all. And then this poor guy, this poor guy gets crushed because the ring wraiths are here, all of them, to find the hobbits. Oh, if you're from New England, why is it E? Oh, sorry, that's because it's short. It's like abbreviated for Ekasala Unfiltered. I'm still in the process of figuring out how everything's gonna look in the branding. I had a feeling that would be confusing. I might change it. I'll change it. I want to keep Ekasala Unfiltered, but I might change the logo, to something else. Because it's not supposed to be the European Union. I promise. So that might change. I don't want people to get confused, but I thought I'd test it for a bit just to see. But you've brought it up, so maybe I'll do a little brand change up maybe before next Friday. Anyways, so uh, shoot, did we miss the part that I wanted to talk about? Yes, we did. Hold on, let me rewind just a tad. Okay, so yeah, the ring wraiths. Aragorn is with the hobbits. I'm just gonna spoil it. I don't really care. If you I've been on YouTube and live stream since. Oh, really? Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that game freakness. Yeah, definitely. I just started. I'm hoping to keep it consistent. So, I would be down for any tips or tricks you have. I won't be offended. Anything at all. Any critiques, anything. Because I wanna optimize everything to the best I can so that it's smooth and so everyone can enjoy. So yeah, any tips, any ideas, suggestions, please send them my way. If you have Instagram or I guess Instagram, I'm on Instagram, so if you want to like direct message me there, if or anything like that, you feel free to. It's at ekasala.unfiltered. It's just the YouTube name. But yeah, thank you. Discord. I do have Discord, but I don't use it that much. But I can yeah, I can do Discord. I don't use it that much. I'm not very well versed with Discord. I know I should be because if you stream, you should be. But I do have Discord, so that can work too. Um, yeah, Discord. Yeah, I can make Discord work for you. That's for sure. Um, but yeah, if you don't want to share your info on live on stream, that's fine. Just if you do have Instagram or I think my email might be available on my channel. I'm not sure. I can't remember anymore. Shoot. Or if you want to put your Discord in the chat, I won't be offended. Or if you're not offended, if you why did I say that? Not offended. I won't. If you're not worried about doing that, I can just pull it up from there. I don't know if there's a way for you to direct message me through chat or not. But let me know. Let me know. Anyways, so our yeah, so we're kind of supposed to be tricked here that the hobbits are in their room, and this is when the ring wraiths come in and they basically just stab them to death, which is pretty brutal if you think about if they actually died here. That's so dark. They just stab them 100 times through the chest with their swords. This is brutal. Very brutal. But we were revealed that it's just a bunch of pillows under some blankets, so they're just pretend. It's a ploy. It's a ploy by Mr. Aragorn to save the hobbits and make the ring wraiths all mad. However, there is an issue here that I need to bring up. So I think it's clever that Aragorn did that, But it's also kind of ridiculous that the ring wraiths go into one room. They first of all somehow they found. People are gonna be mad. Lord of the Rings fans are gonna be mad at me, but I'm sorry. This doesn't make sense. They go in. Uh, they somehow know where the hobbit-sized rooms are because if we remember from earlier, the housekeeper, the sorry, not housekeeper, the innkeeper says they have hobbit-sized rooms. So somehow this guy knows where the ring wraiths know where the hobbit-sized rooms are, and they I'm gonna pause it. They know where they are. They go in, they stab them, and then after they stab them, they leave and they're mad, but they don't check the rest of the inn. I don't know. It's a little weird. I feel like they should be competent enough to check the whole place, right? I mean, they're pretty competent thus far. They're not shown to be dumb or anything like that, so they should have checked the whole place. They didn't, which is a little silly, and they leave. I guess an argument can be made that they think they fled. Like, oh, why would they stay here? They probably just set this up and then left, right? I mean, that's an argument. I guess it kind of holds up. I don't know. It doesn't, I don't buy it. I think they would have, for the one ring, the one thing that their master needs to take over the world, I think they would have searched the whole inn. If anyone has any arguments against that, let me know. I'm willing to hear it out. Uh, but yeah, I just think it's silly. I think it would have been way cooler if and better if Aragorn was leading them away. And so we cut back and I guess okay. You know what happened? You know what I bet happened? Because I don't remember how the books went with this scene. I mean, it's obviously not. They're not doing scenes directly from the book, so this could have been a creation of Peter Jackson. But here's what I think happened. I think that Peter or the writers or whoever it was imagining a cool scene where it was like a fake out, which we saw, where the hobbits are sleeping and the ring wraiths are in there and the audience is like, oh my god. And they stab them and then it's like, oh my god, did they kill the hobbits? I'm sure, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that that probably was the ideation behind that scene. And they didn't really they might have thought about like, oh well, why wouldn't they check the rest of the place? But maybe the cool factor of the fake out might have overridden the writing logic. Maybe that's my theory, because it is a cool little fake out if you haven't read the books or don't know. But it's also like well, there's still 3 hours of movie left or 2.5 hours of movie left, so I doubt that they all just got stabbed to death. There's no way. I mean, maybe, but I don't know. It's just a minor thing and minor issue I have. But the reason, and to bring that to take this critique and match it to the Stranger Things critiques I had, this is an issue with this film. I'm gonna just say that flat out. It is an issue, but the difference between an issue like this and then an issue like Stranger Things have is that with this issue you can, if like let's say you cut that out, or yeah, like you cut. How do I put this? It's not completely unreasonable to believe that the ring wraiths would leave, okay? It's not completely out of the question. And there are valid arguments that can be made for them leaving and not checking the whole place, right? Something like with the issues in Stranger Things, the new season, there's like no arguments for half of the problems. They're like so obscene, the issues, the writing and the logic issues, that you can't even go up to bat for them. And that's what separates good media like Lord of the Rings, that yeah, maybe there are minute small little flaws that you can argue exist, but there are at the very least there are counter arguments and counter claims to be made that can sort of work as fixes or almost fix the problem. Can't say that about Stranger Things, nor a lot of other big budget slop that we get shown. I just wanted to point that out because I know people might be like, oh, well, why aren't you being as harsh to Lord of the Rings? It's like, well, Lord of the Rings doesn't have as many crazy, insane problems. Sorry. Sorry that the writers knew what they were doing here and they didn't know what they were doing in the other show. Anyways, we can continue. I just wanted to bring that up. So yeah, Aragorn kind of gives the hobbits a breakdown of who the ringwraiths are, that they were once kings of men, They are the 9 men who got the rings from Sauron, and now they're basically enslaved to him. And something that isn't brought up in the films, which I think is a shame, is that the men were the only race to fall and pray to Sauron and become enslaved to him because of how weak they are or susceptible to greed they are. I don't believe the dwarves do, unless you watch Rings of Power, which I don't recommend. I think they go into that. Uh, and the elves don't either, because I believe Galadriel has, who we'll see later, has a ring, and I believe Elrond has a ring of power. Yes, and then there's another elf. Is it Celeborn? I think Celeborn has a ring, but they're not corrupted on like the men are. Uh, so yeah, now our main characters have joined with Aragorn, and Aragorn is taking them to Rivendell, to the House of Elrond, to meet the elves. Um, so that's their plan now. Let me take a look at my notes here. Uh, so yeah, we see there's some extended stuff here that got cut too. This scene wasn't extended, but you'll see them in a moment. Where they go into like in the marshes. It's just a little longer. This montage of them traveling, and okay, here's an here argue to fight against the arguments put by the theatrical release fans who say that these films are too long and that you can cut this stuff out. Sure, but seeing them struggle more or start to struggle more as they continue adventuring is important, because similarly to how I mentioned last stream with what's it called, with the Shire, and how it's important to sit in the world of the Shire. Here's the scene on screen. If you can see, they're in the marshes struggling to walk through it. But it's similar to the Shire, and how in the Shire it's important to sit there for so long to really take in the world and really take in what's the stakes, like what they have to lose. And it's similar here, because here you're seeing them have to fight and trudge through mud and struggle to travel where they haven't before. It's new territory, new terrain, totally new world for them, and it's important to have these moments. It does, even if it is a little bit of a long time. It's important to see them struggle and to see how what they're used to is getting the lines between what they're used to and what they have to deal with. Zach, you and I both know these movies are too long. They're not too long, I promise. I promise they're not too long. You gotta watch. You haven't even watched them. I know you haven't watched them. You told me. You gotta watch them all. I don't think that. No, they're not too long. And this is part of my argument. You need to have these moments. These don't need to be cut. They're important. They're character building. If I okay, here's what I'll tell you. If I come across a scene that and I look on it differently and I think that it should have been cut, I will admit that it should have been cut. I don't watch 4 hour sloth fests. Oh my. Okay, Mr. Rage Baiter. We got a Rage Baiter in chat. Mr. Rage Bait. How dare you call it slop? It's not slop. Hold on, let me rewind just a little bit. It's not slop. This movie's 3 hours and 48 minutes, by the way. Excuse me. So Lord of the Rings Extended is peak cinema. I don't care. Exactly. Thank you. It is peak cinema. It is peak cinema. It didn't. It's so good. You gotta watch Extended. I'm sorry. You got to. There's so much you lose, and I'm gonna get to it later. We haven't gotten that far in. Okay. You gotta give me a chance, man. And you gotta give Lord of the Rings Extended Edition a chance. Anyone in chat who hasn't seen it, you have to see it. Make time. I know you have time. All these people who scroll on TikTok for 10 hours can have. You look bored already? Okay. I could watch like 10 episodes of South Park in that time. That's okay, but what does that even mean? That's different. So, are you saying that? What does that even mean? Are you saying South Park is more valuable, or you get more value out of 10 South Park episodes than you would in one Lord of the Rings? These are some weird arguments I'm getting from you guys. How dare you say it? By the way, how dare you say you look bored already? I'm not bored. I've been smiling the whole time. Oh my. Okay, well, South Park is funnier, sure. I'll give you that. Zach, don't let me rage bait get to Bruh. Bruh, I'm calling out the rage baiters, man. Oh god, my nose is getting stuffy. This can't happen again. I promise it won't happen again. I won't get sick again on stream. Oh my god. This guy. If you go after the Patriots again, I swear to God. Why are you sticking up for the Seahawks, man? Are they paying you off? I don't understand. This guy's a plant. He's a Mossad agent. Mossad. He's a Seahawks Mossad agent in chat. I'm not bored. Have you even seen Lord of the Rings? I feel like you haven't, Mr. Park. Stay strong. Oh yeah. I won't get sick again. This won't happen again. I just like the better team. Oh, so you're a grifter, basically, is what you're saying. We got a grifter. Bro has no allegiance. He's paid off, just like I said. No allegiance. He's a grifter. Why would you admit that on stream in the public? You should review our classics. Oh my god! Do you have them? I don't think I have all of them. I would actually do that for fun. That would be beautiful. That would be so funny. Just go through stuff I've made. Or we've made, I get through the years. The elevator. Remember the elevator one? That was top tier. The Joker LUT. I'll never forget the Joker LUT. This is memory lane, Mr. Grog. That would be funny. There's a few short films I'd love to review. There's some things I'd love to put on the live stream that I can't, unfortunately. You have them? Can you send them to me? Or send me a file? I don't have them. That would be beautiful. Okay, I'm getting off track. What was I even talking about? Oh yeah, the extended stuff. Okay, look. I'm gonna give you my pitch for the extended editions again, and then I'm gonna continue to pitch it with evidence later on that we'll come across. But the point of the extended, yes, they're long, but if you enjoy, okay, here I'll give you a pass if you just don't like Lord of the Rings. If you don't like Lord of the Rings fundamentally, then yeah, don't watch the extended editions. I mean, you should give them a chance, but if you don't like Lord of the Rings for what it is, then sure, whatever, don't like the films. But if you are a fan of Lord of the Rings and you don't like the extended editions, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry. It makes zero sense. You're saying that you don't want more content, and you're saying you don't want more character work and more information about the characters that you like or the world that you like. That makes zero sense. But if you don't like Lord of the Rings, period, sure, whatever, I don't care. That's your own thing. It's that I have an issue with fans who don't like it. That makes no sense to me. It's ridiculous. You're a fake fan. You heard it here first, folks. If you don't like extended edition and you're a Lord of the Rings fan, then you're fake. Fake! Totally fake. Fraudulent fan. Come at me with your arguments. Agree. Yes. Come at me with your arguments. If you know someone who doesn't like who's a fan and doesn't like the extended, send them the link to the stream and I will debate them in chat. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, Gamer Freakness, I got your message. I will check it out after the stream if you're still here in chat. I don't know if you're still here, but I will look at your message after the stream. So in a few hours. Master debate. I am the master debater. That's a great reference. That's a great episode. Top tier episode. Bad timing for when it came out, unfortunately. That was a little bit awkward timing for when it came out. Right? But didn't it come out around the event? I'm not going to talk about it on stream in case of whatever. Everyone knows what I mean. Maybe it didn't. I don't remember. It came out pretty close. Okay, we're getting off topic. I got to get back into Lord of the Rings. Let's get back to where we were. So, let me rewind just a bit because we missed some stuff. So Aragorn's singing here, and when they're trying to sleep, how rude of him. And he's singing about a girl because there's some romance in Lord of the Rings, and we learn it's probably Arwen, who we'll see a little later. And again, this scene is cut. It's cut. We see a nice moment between Aragorn and himself that Frodo kind of accidentally wakes up to, and they have a little moment together, and we learn more about Aragorn, and we learn that he has a little bit of a love interest, and there's some kind of sadness there. Cut from this theatrical. We don't get to see that, and it's also foreshadowing for when Arwen shows up. It's because in the theatrical she just shows up out of nowhere. There's no hint that she'll show up. Uh, so there's that. Now we're with Saruman, and he's talking. He's communing with Mr. Sauron, and now he's getting orders to build an army for Mordor. And now, I always thought. Sorry, I'm gonna pause. I thought this was so funny when I was a kid. I mean, not like super funny, but I think it's funny that he talks to Sauron and then he just sits like he's really cold or like he's in timeout. I don't know. It's just funny. It's like, oh, it looks like he got reprimanded or something. Number one, Aaron and Aragorn screen time enthusiast. Okay. I'm gonna pause again. Their scenes are great. I don't like, and their scenes aren't even technically that important plot wise, but I think that their scenes are great. Liv Tyler's great. Viggo Mortensen's great. And I do think that their relationship is very much weakened by the lack of context and scenes that we lose by the having the theatrical edition. It's lost. It's important. We need it to understand people. It's so frustrating when people say that we don't. Again, if you want to argue, come at me. But anyways, let's get back to it. So yeah, Saruman is thinking about what he needs to do next, and that's when a bunch of orcs show up. And we see that Saruman has a bunch of orcs that I'm assuming came from Mordor, and they're helping him industrialize Isengard. Are my messages getting deleted? Some of my old messages are gone, so I'm not sure if you got them. Let me check real quick. Hold on. Brief intermission for a second. They did come through. They didn't get deleted. And again, I will, shoot, where did it go? I will take a look at your messages after the stream, but yes, they did come through. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. So, yeah, we see that Saruman is industrializing Isengard, which we are building up to probably some of the coolest sets, coolest miniatures, and coolest like shots and scenes ever. They're so cool. Like, look at this shot. This shot is awesome. We have Gandalf, and he's been beaten by Saruman, which happened last stream when we did it. Also, okay, I have to pause again. I'm sorry. Look how good this looks. Look how good they look. Are you kidding me? Bro cannot exist without his phone. Oh, shut up, you. You and Mr. Fortnite. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. You can't exist without Fortnite, buddy. Get a job, man. Get a job. That's right. I'm calling you out in public. Get a job. No, I'm kidding. I love you guys. I'm kidding. Sort of kidding. Anyways, look how good. I mean, I'll take down the shield for a second. Let's see. Fortnite is literally. I'm sorry, I can't get behind that. You can enjoy it, but I'll never be able to get behind Fortnite. I feel like it's ruined. I'm gonna have to do a video or a stream on that. It has ruined. I don't even play games much anymore, but Fortnite has ruined the gaming industry. It has ruined it. Everyone wants to be Fortnite ever since it got really successful. And like, when did it get really big? Wasn't it like 2017 or 2018? Oh my God, everyone wants to copy Fortnite. Tell me why. Okay, just a pause from Lord of the Rings. Tell me why we have to. Why am I hearing? I don't even play COD, but why do we have? I'd be careful about showing. I do have a problem with that. I've tried. So far, I've been able to beat the copyright by having like the little copyright shield thing. But whenever I take it down, I just take it down when I'm paused for like a second. But maybe, I might not do it just in case. But real quick, real pause, since gaming and Fortnite just came up. If anyone's out, just hear me out. Tell me why Why does COD have skins with like Snoop Dogg and all these celebrities? Why are celebrities getting put in all these games? Tell me why. I'll help you out when we chat later and get things going. Thank you. I appreciate it. You have no idea how grateful I am. That would be absolutely beautiful. Um, but tell me why we need celebrities to be in every video game. Why do we need to pay for a battle pass for every game? Broken. No, I have to get this out here. I have to get my feelings about this out here. Tell me why we need to pay a subscription to play a game after buying the game. I mean, I think Fortnite was free, but COD isn't free. COD is like $70. You're paying for that, and then you have to get a battle pass, and then you got to pay for celebrity skins. It's not even the game anymore. It's not. They've lost the plot. That's why I'm so happy that COD, I think it's COD 7, lost like hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Thank God. They've needed a loss for a while. They need a wake-up call. These people cannot be getting away with it anymore. They have to be held responsible financially. It's ridiculous. And if they were owned by Microsoft and they had that loss, boy, oh boy, would they be in trouble. What am I jealous of? Mr. Rage Baiter, you think you can get me? You think you can get me with the rage bait? It's called Fortnite. It's free. Oh yeah, it's free until your bank account is empty. I hate Microsoft sucks. All those corporations suck. You know what doesn't suck? What gaming company doesn't suck? Valve. Only gaming company that doesn't really suck, to my knowledge. I mean, obviously, okay, wait, let me preface that. Big gaming company or big corporation like that. I'm not saying like independent studios that make games are bad. Like shoot, what's it called? The studio that made No Man's Sky. Is it Hello Games? I don't remember. Not Hello Games. I don't remember what they're called. I'm sorry. They struggled for a long time with No Man's Sky. Fortnite is what stream. Oh my God, you're not even good at rage baiting anymore. What are you saying? Listen to yourself. Fortnite is what Steam wants to be. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Let's move away from gaming. I can't talk about this. I'll get down a rabbit hole. But real last note about gaming, why don't we have any good Lord of the Rings games? Why do we keep getting stuff like Lord of Ring Gollum? And yes, I'm calling it Lord of Ring Gollum because they actually mistyped the title in their little apology. I wouldn't say Valve is a gaming company, they just have it. That's true. No, you're right. That my mistake. Yeah, I meant not gaming company, but like I don't know what you'd even call yeah, I guess it's more of a platform for games, but game associated company because like how Microsoft is and like how Apple is. Why can't we get the companies that they're the only company that I know of in that sphere that take the L, buddy. Okay, your wallet took the L a long time ago with Fortnite, man. Just saying. But we need companies that actually listen to their constituents. Not just, and by constituents, I don't mean shareholders. I mean their fans, the brand lovers, the consumers. Because clearly, whoever they're listening to doesn't know what they're talking about. Because half of these people keep making Epic Games Store gives away 2 free games every week. You don't have to pay anything at all. That's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. But I still think Valve takes the cake. They have a great business model, and especially with the new. Is it called not the Steam machine? Is it called the Steam machine? Yes, the Steam machine. I'm hoping that that's not too good to be true because I feel like it might be. But we'll see. We'll see if it's truly multi. Yes, there's the Steam Deck, but they're coming out with a new one. It's the Steam machine or something. It's the box. It's like just the box game console that it's supposedly cross-platform with everything, and it works on iOS, Windows, and anything else allegedly, according to them. And it also has like a Oculus type thing with it, the Steam frame, I think, and it's supposed to be like a computer basically. So that could change the game for consoles and PC gamers as well. But we'll see. Anyways, I'll get back into Lord of the Rings because I've gone on a bit of a tangent here, And if I keep going on tangents, it'll be bad. Yeah, Steam Machine. Oh, slow mode. Oh, my bad. Yes, hold on 1 second, 1 second. That's a good point. Oh, shoot, that's not what I wanted to do. Yes. Let's see here. Bear with me, guys. I apologize. Shoot. Where is this? Can you tell me where that is? I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with this. Hold on. Bruh. No, you're good. Don't apologize. I'm just bad with the streaming still, or the setup. I don't like how YouTube OBS makes way more sense to me. Slow with fine. Yeah, I'm slow with that. Yes. Slow with technology. I'll fix it later. I'll do it next stream. It'll be fixed. But that yeah. I don't like how YouTube has their setup, and I hate editing on it. It sucks. Let me bring back okay, let's get back into Lord of the Rings. Back into Lord of the Rings. So Saruman is again, the orcs look insanely good. Look how real he looks. He's real. He is real. It's not CGI. That's why. So Saruman is taking Isengard, taking the trees and the nature, and he's having it ripped apart and burned for his war machine that he's starting for Sauron, because he is now I would say a slave to Sauron. I mean, he doesn't think he is, but it's here's another thing in the book. It's a bit more. Saruman is a little bit more interesting in the book because he doesn't actually want to work for Sauron. He wants to take over Sauron and like kind of usurp him. In this, it's not entirely. It doesn't seem like he wants to do that. It's not his goal here. I mean, maybe it is. You can maybe. I don't know. I don't think it is. I wouldn't say it is. It's never really said in the movies that he wants to take over from Sauron, but in the books he certainly doesn't. In the books he actually stops wearing the white cloak of Saruman and he wears like a multicolored quilt type gown, which sounds pretty cool. It's way different. It's way different. There's a lot of stuff in the books that they actually cut. That they cut. Oh my god, Avencio. Hello, Avencio. Sorry, I have to say hello. Hello, Mr. Avencio and Affairs to Remember crew. I hope you're having a good shift. I'm sorry I can't be there. That's beautiful. Thank you, Avencio. You should subscribe to the channel. Please. Please subscribe. It would be an honor if you were subscribed to the channel. That's amazing. I hope I can be entertaining for you at work. Anyways, sorry, let's get back to the Lord of the Rings. That's crazy. That's a little bit of an IRL craziness that just happened for those of you who don't know. So, Aragorn has taken the hobbits to Amon Hen. I'm probably butchering the name of how to say it. There's no way that he just said, "What do you mean books?" Does bro not know these are from books? Where has bro been living for his whole life? Oh my god, this guy. How? How do you not know this? I can't even begin to get into it with you about how you don't know how these came from books. That's absurd. Has he seen Lord of the Rings? Does he know what Lord of the Rings is? Does he even know what does he know? This guy, I'm not even gonna read that comment. Don't you dare bring that name up during a Lord of the Rings stream. How dare you? Get that guy out of here. He's not real. He's terrible. That's right. You know how I feel about that franchise. That terrible franchise. Ooh, people are gonna get mad. Don't like that. That disgusting franchise. Get that crap out of here, man. Get it out of here. Okay, let's get back to Lord of the Rings. So, uh, now Aragorn's gone off while the hobbits are sleeping. I'm assuming he's. I can't remember why he left, but he's like patrolling the area or whatnot. So our hobbits are left alone, and they're silly. Some of them, while Frodo's sleeping, Merry, Pippin, and Sam are cooking food at night with a bright fire, which is super silly. Again, there's not really so I'm consistent here, and you're not saying, "Oh, why are you mad at them for? Why aren't you mad at them for being dumb?" But you're mad at Stranger Things characters for being dumb. Okay, the difference between when characters make stupid mistakes in Stranger Things and here is that in Stranger Things season 5, they're making mistakes that they've made before. When are you gonna play? I'm never gonna play Fortnite live. Um, when they make mistakes in season 5 of Stranger Things, they're making mistakes that they've made before in the season. Like they're season, for lack of a better word, they are seasoned characters, and they're making mistakes that they've made like season 1 and season 2 or whatever, which is ridiculous. Here, our Hobbit characters they've never left the Shire ever. They've never done anything like this, and we're also shown. That is oh god, they're not just kids. They've been doing their shenanigans for like 5 years, and they still make the same mistakes. And I don't want to go into this. Isn't going to become a Stranger Things stream. You can watch my stream on that to get my opinions. Adventure's glued to the screen watching you. Hi, Avencio. Thank you for being a fan. I appreciate it. I miss you. I miss you so much. But anyways, let's continue. Let me continue. I'm getting distracted. This is yeah, the hobbits they've never left the Shire. They've never gone on an adventure, period. Like, and they're hungry. We even have there's foreshadowing for this earlier. I should have brought that up. But when they're traveling, they're trying to stop like in the middle of the day, and everyone's like, "What the hell, guys? We got to keep going." It's because they're hungry and they have like 10 meals a day. So it's set up that they're gonna probably do something stupid because they're so hungry. It's a flaw. It's a character flaw, and it only happens once because they learn from their mistakes and they don't do it again. So it's kind of cool, and it also makes sense that they make a mistake like this or have a lapse in judgment because they're so hungry and they're hobbits, and that's like how they operate. And again, they're not familiar with this new life, this new world. So now the ringwraiths are here because they've seen the fire and they've tracked them down, and we get this awesome little scene with the ringwraiths slowly encroaching upon our small little hobbit friends. It's very dramatic, and the music is great. I wish I could play some of the music. Unfortunately, that would certainly get me copyright struck. But the music is incredible. Howard Shore, top tier, top tier. I feel like his music rivals that of John Williams, but I can't say it's better. John Williams is incredible. So, yeah, they throw our hobbits to the side, and they get to Frodo, and Frodo does something kind of strange here, you might think, if you're a casual viewer. He pulls out the ring, and this one ringwraith, who we find out later to be the Witch King of Angmar, he's basically the leader of the ringwraiths. He notices the ring, and he encroaches upon Frodo, and he's holding a second little dagger. And Frodo puts on the ring, and we see the ringwraiths for who they really are. Talk about the sound design, it's really good. Talk about the Foley and all the sounds of the armor and swordplay. That's true. I will bring that up. The sound design in these movies are incredible. I'll pause for a second actually to touch on that. So I'm lucky enough to have a friend who is super good with sound design. That's his career. He lives and breathes sound design, and he does it like it's his profession at this point. So, living with someone, 'cause we used to live together, living with someone and watching someone work on sound design, you kind of like, you your ears adjust and learn based on watching how it actually works, and you're able to pick it up. If you're like an average, not average, I won't say average. If you just watch movies and you've never really been around sound design or like have learned about it, you're not gonna pick up on it. But the amount of sound design and work that has gone into these films is absolutely insane. The Ringwraith scream, which is horrifying, is actually a donkey sound effect that they pulled, and they severely altered it, obviously, and you can kind of hear it if you really listen to it. It's phenomenal. It is phenomenal. It's crazy. And I'm gonna go to another scene. This is from another movie, but so I'll talk about it there. But I want to bring it up now as well. So for a lot of the massive orc battles, or the massive battles where there's hundreds of thousands of orcs or tens of thousands of orcs, you hear them chanting, and it's pretty intimidating. It's pretty horrifying, and they actually went. Peter Jackson and his sound crew went to a stadium in New Zealand, and they I think it was, I can't remember what game it was, but they went to a game like before the game when everyone was there, and they got everyone in the stadium to chant the orc lines in Black speech, like the Mordor speech, and that's how they got the sounds for the orcs when they're marching upon Minas Tirith and Helm's Deep, which is insane. That's a lot of effort to go to organize before a game, or I think it was before a game, or organize that many people to go to a stadium and then record them chanting. That's pretty insane, and it paid off so well because it sounds real, because it is real. It's at least 50,000 people chanting lines from the book. That's pretty incredible. Whenever Frodo puts on the ring, the way. Wait, what? Whenever Frodo puts on the ring, the way it's like a complete. Oh, like the sound when it slips on? Is that what you mean? Whenever Frodo puts on the ring, the way it's like a completely different demanding. Is that a typo? What do you mean by demanding? And yeah, I gotta turn slow-mo off. I'm sorry that slow-mo is on. I can't figure it out how to do it while I'm live. No, it is crazy. The sound design is incredible, and I'll try to. It's harder to bring it up while I'm talking about it because I have to have it muted and everything because of copyright. But I will try to remember when to bring it up in the future. So yeah, we see all the. Let me scroll back just a bit. Yeah, we see how they actually look, and what they would have looked like before getting all messed up. I'll pause right here, which is pretty cool, and I wish people would put this much effort into such high budget movies now. It's like high budget doesn't matter anymore because yes, they do. It's their job. It better be good. You'd think so, but look at Stranger Things season 5. Bad. Look at Marvel's Multiverse of Madness. Bad, terrible. Quantumania, terrible. All these films are terrible. All these new films, they don't have this kind of effort anymore. That's a part of the reason that I want to talk about these films, which are incredible, is because compared to stuff that comes out now, it's like night and day. Where's the effort? You can't. All anyone does now is say, "Oh well, we'll just walk out in slippers to the XR stage and shoot a few lines." The films progressively cost more and get worse. They do. It's true. I'm going to bring it up again. I brought it up in the last stream. How the hell does the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy cost, adjusted to inflation, mind you, it costs about $500 million, but something like The Rise of Skywalker costs $600 million, or Avengers Doomsday is supposed to cost $1 billion. You're not going to make any money off of it. What are you talking about? It's not like any of the crew sees that money. Oh, they don't see that money. It's a tax write-off. I think part of it is a tax write-off because there's no. How are you spending $1 billion on one movie? I'm sorry. I guess the cast for Doomsday is going to be bloated beyond belief with A-list actors who are in other things now, so they're more expensive than they were. And none of them want to be in. I'm sure most of them don't want to be in it. Scammers, yeah, they are scammers. And if you guys. You guys watching know that I hate scammers Go tell scammers how much I hate them. They're the worst. Insufferable garbage. Uh, I know some people who'd be great in this business, the business of scamming. Oh, I know, yeah. I know a few people who would. They actually are excelling in the business of scamming. I would know. They're excelling. I mean, too bad the scam is trash, but yeah, they've gotten. Me too. Me too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys know. Uh, but yeah, it's like Doomsday Call. Okay. Oh my God, I can't even believe it. You can make like 2.5, because Doomsday is gonna cost probably about $1 billion, right? I'm gonna say when it comes out, they'll because you can't even check how much things cost anymore, which sucks. They keep it all hidden, and now with streaming, yeah, $1 billion. Did you know that? No, I focus on the movie. I will, but this is important. I'm gonna weave it back into the movie. Okay, you gotta be patient. You gotta be patient with me. Um, like, because when it comes out, they're probably gonna lie about how much it really costs because they don't include marketing in the budget, which is ridiculous. I'm sorry, marketing is a whole is like integral to your film most of the time, unless you're. I mean, it's not always the most important thing, but it's pretty important, darn important, and they don't include it. And usually, Marvel movies spend about anywhere from $10 to $100 million on marketing, but it's never accounted for in the budget. So this film is probably going to cost over $1 billion. He's a hardworking man, and talking about movies is an outlet for him, bruh. Um, so, uh, it's probably going to cost over $1 billion, and that's enough to make 2.5 or two Lord of the Rings franchises. Like, what are you guys doing? What are these people doing? Make something good. Just make something original. Take a chance. Why are you spending so much money that you can't even? You're boxed into following some algorithm. Don't call me by my government name. That isn't your. That isn't even your government name, is it? Oh God, his salary, Mr. Junior's salary, Mr. Downey. Um, oh God, it's probably gonna be like $100 million or something crazy like that. It's ridiculous. You also don't need A-list actors for every single film you do if you're Disney. What are you doing? And also, yeah, like you mentioned earlier, their crew is probably getting paid like a little over minimum wage. They probably have pretty good health benefits. I hope. I'm assuming they do if they're because of union stuff or whatever. But they're probably getting paid the very minimum amount. And I'm pretty sure that Disney and all these companies, at least Disney, they definitely export their editing process to like India or some country like that where they have like no labor laws. He takes a private jet from his. Yeah, he probably does. He's like, what's her name? Taylor Swift. Okay, okay. I'll get back to the movie finally, Mr. Park. Thank you for being patient with me, Mr. Park, Mr. Luke Park Cinema. Um. So yeah, Frodo's wearing the ring, and he's seeing all the ring wraiths or ring wraiths for who they are, like physically, and he's about to give up the ring, or the ring. I'd argue the ring is about to give itself up because that's what's really happening here. The ring is making Frodo do all this, and he gets stabbed. Frodo gets stabbed in the chest, right next to the heart, in the shoulder by the ring wraith, and then Aragorn comes out of nowhere and he's fighting them. And this is our first like Aragorn battle, and he's taking on 5 or 4. I think it's 5 ring wraiths. And so Frodo takes off the ring, and he's all messed up. And we get this pretty cool little action scene with Aragorn here, with the torch, and he lights them on fire. There is one thing though I don't like about this scene. I don't like it. It bothers me. So he lights them on fire. It's all pretty cool. It's practical. I think. I think they're wearing like those suits that you can. I don't know what they're called. Whatever those suits are, where you can light yourself on fire. How does Frodo not die? That's a good question. I think he gets stabbed right next to the heart. It's like how Reva. Don't compare. How dare you? You're trying to rage bait me. Well, he gets okay. To be fair, he doesn't get stabbed like through the back. He gets like gently stabbed. It's not like a crazy. It's not like he's getting impaled or anything like that. And he's getting stabbed mostly in the shoulder. And he gets treated too. He almost dies, remember? He does almost die. It's not like Star Wars where you can just walk it off. A poke, perhaps. Yeah, it honestly is kind of a poke. But the reason it's so deadly isn't. Remember, it's a Morgul blade. It's not a regular sword. It's like acidic and poisonous to him. Uh, oh shoot, we missed the part I wanted to talk about. This shot, I hate it. If there's one thing I don't like I hate, is this. How is it sticking into his head? How does he throw? Can you? Oh shoot! Can you see this? Why? How does? It's silly. I'm sorry. How does Aragorn throw a blunt torch into a man's face and it sticks in his head? That makes zero sense. That's one thing I don't like. I think it's silly. It's like a gag. It's like a Looney Tunes gag, and he's flailing his arms up as he runs off. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. That's one thing I don't like. That's kind of a nitpick, okay? A little bit of a nitpick. It doesn't really affect the story, but I just don't like the way it looks. I don't. It's not like a huge problem. I just don't like it. Excuse me. Um. Let us continue. Let us continue. So yeah, he's able to get rid of the ring wraiths. They're not dead, by the way, in case because if you're Mr. Park and you haven't seen these films, they're not dead. The only way to it's kind of ambiguous how you kill them. That's a little bit of an issue here with the films is you can never really know how what their power level is or their health level is. It's kind of confusing what kills them or what not, what doesn't. So yeah, we find out that Frodo's been stabbed by a Morgul blade, which is poisonous to him or to anyone, and it's gonna turn him into a ring wraith essentially if he doesn't get treated. So they have to rush him to Isengard, or not to Isengard, to Rivendell. But now we are on to Isengard, and this shot is beautiful. It's beautiful. So we see, and there's another problem with the time skippage. Like they are not doing this in one night. I don't think we're supposed to think that they have built this all in one night. All the orcs. There's no way. So a lot of time has gone by. And look at this. They have these caverns that they've dug into Isengard where the trees once were, and they're building like orc factories essentially. And I'm gonna pause right here because if you look, I'll take it down for a second. If you look real quick, all that is a miniature. It's all miniatures, and I think they've CGI'd some orcs in there. Again, a great use of CGI to make it it works so well together. It works so good. The CGI looks so good in these films most of the time. But it's a miniature, and it's just crazy how good it looks. It looks so good. It holds up so well, and it doesn't look like sloppy, slimy CGI stuff, you know? Because nowadays everything has that commercial. I can't speak. Everything has that commercial shine to it. You know what I mean? Everything looks like it's a State Farm commercial or some Ozempic commercial. It's all shiny and glossy and perfect, and it's not grounded in any kind of reality. It looks like it's perfect. Everything's pristine. Everything's sharp. There's no grime. There's no texture on anything. It's a huge another problem with films now that come out. There's no grain anymore. There's nothing. There's no texture. It's like what am I? I'm looking at the equivalent of Subway Surfers. It's just like dopamine hit slop. Here, it's like a real gritty world. So, yeah, we transition to this moth creature. Not moth creature, it's a moth. What am I talking about? This moth, and it's going over to Mr. Gandalf, who's sort of sitting here. And yeah, Gandalf uses this moth as a messenger to the eagles, who we'll see later on. And yes, I'm going to bring up I know there's an argument that the eagles should have just helped them destroy the ring. When we get to the eagle scene, I'll explain why that doesn't work, why that argument is bad. Because it is a bad argument, and a lot of people make it. Oh, why didn't they use the eagles to drop the ring into Mount Doom? I will explain it once we get to the actual eagle scene. So now Gandalf's talked to the little moth, and we get this great little montage here of all the orcs building their armor, building weapons. We see the inside of the caverns. We see how good the makeup looks. Oh, it looks so good. Look at it. It looks so good. And Saruman's surveying everything. Like, look at that. Come on. Like, you could pick all this up. It's real. It's not fake. It's awesome. But yeah, we see them building their armor, and Isengard is suiting up, and now we see that they're breeding orcs out of the ground, and I don't know how that works. I was told when I was really little, I always was confused about how that's even possible. But it's not in the book. Someone told me it was in the books why, and I don't think they really explain it. But we see this huge orc here, this massive orc, and we'll learn later when we get to Rivendell that Saruman is basically breeding orcs and goblins together to create like a super orc known as the Urkai or Urkai. And this is Lurch right here, and he is our kind of like our boss, bad guy, boss antagonist, like level 1 boss, level 2 boss. And he's huge. They're all built like football players. All the orcs look like linebackers. It's insane. They're huge. Or all the Urkai. Sorry. So yeah, we're introduced to him. Great scene. This was cut too out of the theatrical. So there's like a brief moment here where because Sam and Frodo and Merry Pippin and Aragorn go to where Bilbo was with the trolls in his story in The Hobbit, and there's like a small throwaway line sort of where uh, Bilbo or not Bilbo Sam points it out to Frodo. Look, it's like 5 seconds, and yes, it is important because it's showing that Sam is trying. Like, it's just more of Sam trying to like make Frodo feel better or feel like himself. It's a nice little, like, small little. Oh shoot, what happened? Sorry about that. Small little moment, but it was cut. So yeah, they're looking for Kingsfoil to help Frodo, and who shows up? But Arwen, who we actually got foreshadowing to her showing up, or to her character at least, which was cut again. Like I said, it was cut. So imagine you're watching the theatrical and then she just shows up. You're like, oh, I guess she's here now. Before you're like, oh, now if you watch the extended, you can be like, oh, this must be the woman that Aragorn was talking about. This must be the woman that he has a little bit of a crush on, or that he's in a relationship with. Arwen, my baby, bruh. We got an Arwen Glazer in chat, guys. Uh, but yeah, her introduction is so much stronger and more effective with the extended material because now we have context that there's something between her and Aragorn. I mean, you can pick that up a bit with when she arrives, but it plants the seed in your brain earlier, and then you start to think about it a bit more and why it's tragic because you don't really know if or why it's tragic here if you haven't seen the extended edition. But with the added context, you can be like, oh, there's something wrong though. There's something not fully right here. So yeah, she's gonna take Frodo to Rivendell and try to like outrace the, not outrace, outpace, I should say, outpace the Ringwraiths to get there because she'll be faster on a horse as opposed to walking, obviously. Um, and they're speaking Elvish, which Sam is enamored by because again he's a shoot. Sorry about that. He is obsessed with the elves. Not obsessed. He's interested in them. So it's cool to see him reacting to how they're talking. And again, in a lesser film, they would have probably forgotten that about Sam, and he would have just been like, But no, they actually have him react to them speaking in Elvish. So yeah, now he's Frodo is split away from our group. How sad. And we get this pretty intense chase scene with Arwen. I'm saying her name wrong, I think. Arwen, not Arwen. With Frodo. And again, this is all real. It's not CGI slop. They shot for real in a real location with real horses, with drone shots, with dolly shots, or not dolly shots. Yeah, not dolly shots. My bad. I don't know what did they use? I guess a car. They must have been shooting on a car for some of these shots. But they actually shot it and it's real. That's my point. It's not slop. It's not an XR stage. It's so refreshing to see real locations and real stuff happening. In like an action movie especially, or a fantasy film, a film like a blockbuster film. Like you don't see that anymore. Um Oh my gosh. I'm on the big screen. That's beautiful. I appreciate that. That means a lot. I'm on the big screen. Thank you, Miss Sophia and Luke Park. Uh, anywho, yeah, it's just this scene is incredible and it's really intense. I wish the music could play here, but we hear more of the Ring Wraith theme by Howard Shore, and it makes this even more intense. And she's outrunning them, and she's obviously a masterful horse rider, which is pretty cool. And we get these great shots again. And so finally we get to the river. And this is I don't really know what to say about this scene. I don't have a problem with it at all. But I I've heard critiques. I'm pretty sure Nostalgia Critic. I don't know if anyone remembers Nostalgia Critic now. They use a camera horse. I hope they horse cam up. There's no imagine. Oh my god, bro! They should have got a body cam footage of him riding. Uh, but hold on, let me pause for a second. So I've heard critiques or criticisms from like Nostalgia Critic and people of that caliber of critique, or like CinemaSins, people who just say stuff and hope it sticks, and they don't actually qualify their points that well. But the argument is that, like, why would they go into the water if they know she can do this, or why don't they know she can do this, or whatever, blah blah blah. And first of all, it's never explained if they do know about her power, and even if it is, they're like 30 feet away from the One Ring of Power, and they almost had it like last night. And it's like if you want to come at it from the perspective of them knowing that she has the power she does, it's a last ditched effort for them to get the One Ring from her, and there's not really a better way to do that in this situation. I mean, theoretically they could let her run and then follow her after, I guess, but even then you're risking her just turning directly around when they're in the river and using her spell thing to defeat them. I've heard people that don't like the scene for that reason. It's a little weird. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's not like overpowered exactly, and we don't even know like the extent of how it works totally. Like if she could do this for every bit of water, maybe that would be an issue, but we don't know that for certain. It's just a neat little scene, and it doesn't kill them. It just debilitates them. That was CGI. You can tell that was CGI there. What is her power? Can you explain it? Oh, shoot. I don't know when that came in. I don't know the name of the power or anything like that. I just know that it's an elvish power. I can't really tell you anything more than that. And if we're going based off the movies, they never explore it any more than that. But my point with it is that I've heard people say that it's a problem that she has that ability, but it doesn't really harm the movies or anything. I don't know why it's a problem for some people. I think it's just people think it's silly that the ring wraiths run into the water, but it's not that silly because what else are they gonna do? They're so close and they're working for Sauron, and Sauron needs the ring, and they're his servants. What are they gonna do? There's not a better strategy or option here. And again, you can also argue that because they are humans at the end of the day. I mean, they're obviously altered now, but you can assume they have human feelings or emotions rather, and they're acting on a little bit of what's the word? They're not thinking incredibly straight. They're like, okay, we gotta just do it. We gotta go for it. That's probably what they were thinking. Okay, let's just continue. So it looks like Frodo's about to die or get turned into a ring wraith here. Oh god, and we do get a silly shot. We're about to have one of the silliest shots in the whole franchise. It's not like anything technically wrong with it. I mean, actually, no, there is. It's lit kind of bad. They do Hugo Weaving an injustice on how they light him here. If anyone, you fans out there will know what shot we're about to see. It's beautiful. It's terrible and beautiful at the same time. So she's like doing elvish chanting or something to help him. She's a big forehead. No, not that shot. This shot. Look at him. I don't understand why they put this in. This doesn't look good at all. What? You really? How dare you? Come on. This shot is not great. I'm sorry. It's not. It's silly.
I think this Hugo Weaving is just an interesting looking person, and the way they lit him here and how he's like staring down the camera is so silly. Luke Park, bro, that's crazy. I don't know. Maybe am I being too harsh? I've always thought it was funny. It's not like I've recently think this is silly. It's not bad. Like it doesn't ruin the film. It's just a little silly. Look at him. It's just weird. It's a weird shot. I don't think they needed to include him. I think if they just did a voiceover, it would have been fine. Too bright for my taste, buddy. Yeah, it is. It is bright. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that one shot of Hugo Weaving. So Frodo is in Rivendell now, and we hear Gandalf's voice. Oh my gosh, Gandalf, he's here. How? How could he be here? Uh, and Frodo's all cleaned up, and he's alive and well, as we can see here. And we get a little glimpse of Rivendell, and it looks pretty beautiful. The set here is great. I don't think that's green screen back there. It might. I don't know how they did this. It looks really good. It might be green screen. It's really good green screen if it is. Uh, so Gandalf's, he's consoling, not console. Oh shoot, what just happened? He's consoling, I guess, Frodo, and then Frodo asks a pretty good question. Don't you dare say it's oh, it is like a TikTok reaction shot, Loki. Yeah, that was that's true with the filter, Loki. But yeah, so Frodo asks a pretty important and good question. Where were you, Gandalf? Like you didn't come on, man. You left us hanging, and I got stabbed while you were while you were off doing whatever. So Gandalf gives him a little bit of background on what happened, and we do get a flashback. And normally, like you guys probably know, I don't like flashbacks all that much usually. But again, Lord of the Rings, I mentioned this in the last stream. They're very effective and efficient with their flashbacks and conveying important information. So yeah, we see how he's being kind of tortured by Saruman, and he's telling Frodo this, mind you. And this is when we're introduced to the Eagles. And I'm going to have a field day explaining on how stupid the argument is that they could have just helped them destroy the ring. But Gandalf is telling Saruman that he's pretty much telling Saruman that you may think you've chosen the right side, but you're a threat to Sauron, and he doesn't share power, so you're doomed. You've doomed yourself, is what he's telling Saruman. And then he escapes with the Eagles off to Rivendell. And I'm going to pause here. I'm also not a flashback fan, but for how heavy the Lord of the Rings is, I feel like it's... Yeah, I agree. I don't mind the flashbacks in these films, and... Because like I said, they're efficient, and they're usually not showing us information we've already seen. That's a problem I had with Stranger Things Season 5, is they kept showing, like, the same exact shots that we just saw, like 10 minutes ago. Or last episode. It's like, what are we doing? There's no point, and it doesn't help. It doesn't add anything. In this film, we get flashbacks, and we do get a double feature of a flashback with Isildur, except the context is different and the perspective of the flashback is different. Before it was the narrator or the introduction of the film, and that was kind of a flashback, and then we get it through Gandalf's perspective when he's actually researching to find out if the One Ring is truly the One Ring, if Bilbo's ring is the One Ring. But the context of those shots is altered, and we even see a little bit of a different shot. We see that the ring changes in size, and we didn't see that before, and we see that the markings on the side of the ring fade. And it's kind of crazy. I never thought about it, but we never actually do see the markings on the ring fade in the introduction. I feel like most people forget that. Like, technically, there's no reason for us to really think that they are the same ring because of the markings, because we don't know that they disappear. Or wait, no, that's not true. We do see them. We don't see them disappear, but we see the ring doesn't have them later. I'm wrong. Disregard that. What was I saying? But yeah, they're very efficient with their flashbacks compared to, I don't know, something like Stranger Things or a film that just is afraid that the audience won't remember something. It's not usually about reminding you in Lord of the Rings. It's to convey new information. But I want to talk about the Eagles real quick, because I need to address this. There's a lot of people, a concerning amount of people who are either casual viewers of these films or don't like them, that that don't like the Eagles and think they should be removed because the argument for that there's an argument that the Eagles should have just been able to help them destroy the One Ring. Like they should just fly over Mount Doom and toss it in there. And I'm going to debunk that argument because using the film's logic, okay? Because I've heard arguments online before where people pull in book knowledge. I'm not going to do that because we're judging these films as films. We're not judging the films with context of the books, okay? They're separate entities for the sake of these arguments because we're talking about films and filmmaking. We're not talking about film plus a book to explain it. All right? So if you have your arguments for the book against the book's use of the Eagles, have at it, but we're talking about the films. So the excuse me. It doesn't make sense to use the Eagles to fly in the Mordor because it's super. First of all, it's super risky. So you're gonna fly the Eagles in, and they're not in this film, but we know that the Ringwraiths have the flying like Nazgul creatures that can go head to head with the Eagles because they fight in the very last film. So that's super risky. Plus, we don't know what other creatures that Mordor might have or Sauron might have. So if one eagle goes down and it has the ring, it's dropped in Mordor and they have the ring just like that instantly. It's super risky. So flying into Mordor is it's just so dangerous. And Mount Doom is really tall. I mean the Eagles can't like go. I'm assuming they have a height limit. We don't see what their height limit is, but the mountain is super tall. So even if they flew in to Mordor, the Sauron's gonna see them and send his Nazgul and the Ringwraiths to Mount Doom, and they're gonna be able to stop them there. And it's even more dangerous there because there's lava everywhere. So that's dangerous. It's just a stupid argument, and I don't like how people are like, "Oh, it's just so easy. They just could throw it in, bro. They can't just throw it in." Have you seen Mordor? Have you seen what they have? Not to mention they have archers. Not to mention they have catapults. Not to mention all these other factors that people just don't think about. It's way. So you're saying the eagle shouldn't fly to Mordor because it's dangerous and risky? I'm not more so not to them. It's risky because with the original plan, with the Fellowship's plan, they're supposed to be sneaking into Mordor, and that's what Sam and Frodo end up doing. That's their plan, and it's way more. Yes, it's harder technically than just flying straight in, but it's way more safe. And the risk of flying in and then the eagle getting destroyed and the ring just falling into Mordor, then they have the ring instantly. With journeying there, it takes a lot of time, which not only yes, it's a little more trying on our protagonist, but it's also trying on Sauron because as all this time passes, it gets hard, and he's doing all these other things. It's harder and harder to like maintain, what's the word? Progress on finding them. I mean, we see that later. The Ringwraiths get preoccupied with the war. Everyone's preoccupied with the big battle, and if you send in the Eagles, it's going to be like a 2-day journey, and then they can focus all their give the ring to the eagle, tell the eagle to fly directly into the lava. Sauron would never expect this. Okay, well, so you're talking about an eagle kamikazing into Mount Doom? It's still risky. That's the point. If they like Mount Doom isn't right there. It's deep into Mordor. You have to fly. First of all, you have to fly over the mountains of Mordor, which are guarded by orcs. Plus, you have the ring wraiths and their Nazgul. The point is, like, there's such a high risk of them killing the eagles, or it's way more risky than sneaking in on foot, especially with a hobbit who's small and hard to notice. It's risky. I'm not saying it can't work. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's risky. I'm not. The argument isn't that they could never have done it. Your reasoning was so bad that your stream turned. What? Is my audio off? Oh, it's not. What do you mean? It's not just walking versus flying. Okay, here I'll concede here. I do think that they could have flown them closer, but I don't think they could have flown them into Mount Doom. You know what I'm saying? It's the risk is outweighs the reward. I'm flying, buddy. Sure, if you want to take the risk of the whole world dying, sure. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that they chose the safest way to do it. I don't think many people can argue with that unless you have another argument to give. Because there's not like he can just take the Nimbus 2000. Oh my, get that crap out of here. Get that Harold Potter crap out of here. No, it's less risky. That's my point. Like the argument doesn't. No one who makes the argument for the Eagles ever brings up the risk factor. They just say it's easy, and they don't actually qualify their argument. And if you want, I'm not gonna get into the book stuff, but there is book information too. But again, I'm judging the movies as movies on their own merit, not with a book to help them out, as I would with any film with book knowledge elsewhere. Uh, but yeah, if you Eagles also only have a relationship with Gandalf, I think, if I am remembering correctly from The Hobbit, and they were very wary to get involved and stuff. That's true. I do think that information is more book stuff. I don't think they don't really mention it in the Lord of the Rings films. Like maybe they do in the Hobbit in the extended Hobbit movies. I don't remember. Eagle avoiding one flying thing versus little people fighting everyone while walking. No, it's not. Okay, wait. First of all, it's not Eagles versus one flying thing. They have nine, at least nine. We don't know if they have more. They probably have more if they've. I'm assuming you haven't seen these movies if you don't even know they're books. So they have like basically like dragons essentially without the fire. They're terrifying and they can go up against the eagles. And they have at least nine of them. At least you can make an argument that they have more because I'm assuming that they don't have just nine of these creatures. They probably have been breeding them like how Sauron breeds all of his creatures. And flying even multiple eagles in is risky because if you're flying overhead and the eagle gets, like I've said, if the eagle gets shot, if it gets killed by the Nazgul, then you're dropping the ring into Sauron's palm immediately, as opposed to sneaking in. Yes, with little people, true, but to be fair, these little people are they end up learning and getting more powerful themselves. Although they are small and they're not super powerful compared to, let's say, an orc, they are more agile and more adept to like hiding and things like of that nature. Plus, as the films go on, Sauron is preoccupied with our other because our group splits up eventually, and they're very preoccupied with Rohan and shoot Gondor. So Sauron's attention is being pulled away from. I mean, he's not forgotten about the One Ring, obviously, but he also has to focus on the wars he's fighting, which is also pretty important. So my point is that it's safer for to send in a small group of people and hobbits in this case to make their way in because amount of time that it takes them to get there, it like I said, it's trying on them as hobbits, but it also leaves so much like it makes the enemy grow tired of searching for them, if that makes sense. Grow tired of searching for them, and it's also like they don't even know where they are half the time because the journey's so long. They could be anywhere. They don't know where they're coming from. With the eagles, you can spot them from so far away, especially because Sauron has the all-seeing eye basically, and he can spot you immediately. That's a huge thing as well. But I can debunk this argument all day long, so I'm going to keep going, but I thought I would stop or pause to address it, at least at some point during the stream. So yeah, we see Gandalf escapes Orthanc and Isengard and Saruman, and he's made it to Rivendell. And it's kind of funny because Frodo like interjects, and it's almost like Gandalf's having like a PTSD flashback. But then it's all joyous and happy, and Sam runs in, and it's all happy, and then we're introduced to Lord Elrond, who is the I don't even know if he's a king or not, but he's the one who is in charge of Rivendell, and he saved Frodo's life with elven powers. It's not really explained what his powers are or how he saved him, but he does. And then we get this beautiful shots of Rivendell. We're finally out of. This is like the I don't know what you'd call it. Almost like the second act, beginning of the second act, but it's like a second act high point, I guess, or end of first act high point since these movies are so long. And we see all these great, beautiful shots of Rivendell. It's finally a break from the gritty, dark journeys that they've been going on. It's all happy and nice, and you can be like, oh, you can finally breathe now that our characters, bruh, yeah, but it's good. You can't. I dare you to say it's bad. You have no arguments to say it's bad, even though it's long. Anyways, Frodo sees Bilbo, because remember, Bilbo is here. He went to Rivendell, and we can see he's a bit older now. Part of this is because I believe it's been a pretty long time since Frodo left the Shire, but also now that Bilbo doesn't have the ring, his life isn't getting extended as it once was. So he's low-key the scariest scene of the film coming up. Oh my god, that scene is terrifying. I can't wait to get there. It's horrifying for so many reasons. Uh, so yeah, we see this little old Bilbo who's kind of screwed over because he's aging rapidly. He's 111. He's not supposed to be 111 years old. But he's having a great old time in Rivendell, and he's finished his book. And he's kind of reminiscing with Frodo. And Frodo's saying that he's not like him. And I don't even really know exactly what Frodo means by that when he says that. If he says it in a kind of a sad manner, I think because he got stabbed. I don't know. I think because he got so in. I don't really know why he says that. Maybe because he doesn't. He kind of emerged like. I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I never have known why he says it like that. But it is nice to see him reconnect with Bilbo. And this is. I think this is green screen. It looks great for green screen. I have the 4K Ultra versions, by the way. So it's a little. The color is a little different. I think it's better than the other extended editions. But anyways, we see excuse me. Sam is packing to leave and Frodo's like, "Well, you want to leave already?" And Sam kind of just is like, "Well, we've been here for a long time and we did our part. We got the ring here. And it's time to go home." Oh boy, do they not go home. Oh boy, oh boy. And poor innocent little Samwise. Boy, oh boy, do you not go home. You're about to never. No, you go home eventually. But we kind of get like a bookend almost here. Like Frodo and Sam kind of agree that, oh, we've done it. We've done the journey. We brought the ring here. It's time to go home. It's a nice little bookend, except for the fact that, as we see here, Gandalf and Elrond are looking at them like, oh boy, how are we going to how are we going to tell them? How are we going to tell them that we need to take this across the world? But it's cool to see that Frodo and Sam have had this journey, and we're about to see how small that journey is in the grand scheme of things. But it's cool to see them kind of have had that beginner level 1 almost journey, and what they've learned and how they've changed. And like that, this could almost end. Like this could be its own story. They take the ring to Rivendell. You could theoretically end it here, the whole story. Well, actually, wait, that's not true. You can't end the whole story, but you could end them like their story. They could go home. Imagine a version of these films where the hobbits go home and then it's just like the dwarves and elves and men that have to do it all. Like that, it's kind of crazy if you think about it. It's possible, but alas, it isn't. And we have a little scene with Gandalf and Elrond, and Elrond is a bit pessimistic about everything. He is really concerned about the ring, and he's kind of mad at Gandalf for bringing it there. And I don't really know why Gandalf brought it there, to be fair. Possible with AI movies. Bruh, get that. What are you talking about? What is with you and all these bad takes? AI Lord of the Rings movies? Hell no. Hell no. Sponsored by Sora. Anyways, yeah, so yeah, we learned that Saruman is making I've already mentioned this, but he's breeding orcs and goblins together, and this allows them to like operate in the daylight because normally orcs and goblins have a difficult time living during or coming out during the day, like if the sunlight affects them. So, but anyways, Elrond is very pessimistic, and he doesn't know why. He's kind of mad Gandalf brought the ring here, and he's saying it can't stay here. Bottom line, it needs to leave, and that the elves are leaving because, and I don't remember exactly why the elves leave. I think part of it has to do with Sauron's return, and it's also just their time to leave. Oh my god, and we get introduced to Boromir and all these people who are converging on Rivendell to discuss the fate of the ring. So we see Orlando Bloom as, oh my god, we see Gimli. Oh, Gimli. Gimli. I love Gimli. He's beautiful. But we're basically getting close to a big council meeting between all the different races about what they should do about the ring and the fate of Middle-earth. And Gandalf tells Elrond that without the elves, I guess we're going to have to put our... He just looks like Hagrid. I can't believe you just... How dare you say that? Hagrid has nothing on Gimli. He has nothing on Gimli. I promise you, Gimli, way better than Hagrid. Also, Hagrid isn't a ginger, by the way. Get your facts straight, Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Harold Potter lover. Hagrid isn't ginger. Gosh, you don't even know your own characters, buddy. Well, not a real fan, apparently. So, yeah, Gandalf says that it's time for Middle-earth to put their faith in men, and that's how they're going to have to defeat Sauron. And Elrond does not agree. And we get another flashback. And it's a great flashback. It's from Elrond's perspective, and it's of that little intro we saw. And he's talking about Isildur and how he basically let the world of men down because he turned to greed. He let greed consume him, and he took the ring. And he had the chance of destroying it. Excuse me. Let me just scroll to where my notes are. And yeah, we see this extra part of the flashback. Get out, Luke. Yeah, get that guy out of here. But we see this part of the flashback we didn't see. Again, they recontextualize and add to these flashbacks when they repeat them. And Isildur tells Elrond no, and that he's going to keep the ring. And they were this close to destroying it. They were so close. But he took it for himself. And I'm going to address some more arguments against this scene. A lot of people say, like, oh, like, even like hardcore fans are like, oh, it doesn't make sense that Elrond didn't just kill Isildur. I'm going to stick up for Elrond here. So, Elrond was essentially faced with either really trying harder to convince Isildur to throw the ring, or pushing him in and killing him, or killing the both of them and not suffering the consequences of murdering the king. However, there is an argument to be made that Elrond could have pushed him in and claimed he fell in. And most people probably would have bought it. There probably would have been some people among Gondor that would have been like, okay, there's no shot. He just slipped in, and you were the only witness. Elrond also probably could have fought him to take the ring from him and then throw it in himself, and then suffer the repercussions of attacking Isildur later. There's a few arguments here. I don't particularly lean either way. I can understand why Elrond didn't do that, because think about it. There's a lot of there are politics in this world. I mean, the movies don't touch on it a ton, but there's the animosity between different races, as we see between the dwarves and the elves. There's obviously some animosity between the men and elves and dwarves. There's a little bit of animosity everywhere. So he probably thought about it and was like, okay, well, look, if I kill him, then I risk a war between the elves and men, and that would be bad. However, we kill Sauron. There's a bunch of things to think about here. I guess you can argue he should have, for the greater good of everyone, have just killed him and pushed him in, but he didn't. And that's more of a moral quandary for Elrond, I think, which makes him a pretty interesting character. Because it's like, okay, he's about to kill... Because Isildur is an innocent man. He takes the ring. It doesn't make him It doesn't take away his. It doesn't make him like morally bad necessarily. I mean, he. I don't know actually. Maybe it does. It's tricky. If you guys have thoughts, let me know. I've never been able to really come to a total conclusion on whether I think he should have killed him or not. I feel like Elrond was trying to take a moral high ground by not killing him. But then again, a lot of people do get killed because Isildur takes that ring. I don't know if I can give a certain answer on it, but I like these questions. That's the thing. The film makes you think about these questions and how things could have turned out different ways. But at the end of the day, it's not necessarily terrible that he doesn't. It's not like he's stupid for not killing him. There's plenty of reasons to not kill Isildur. Like I brought up, war between the elves and the men, him getting like his own self-interest and self-preservation. Like if he did kill him and they found out, he would probably get executed, and that could be bad. A whole number of things. It's not necessarily, oh, Elrond's stupid. No, there's a lot of factors. Anyways, I wanted to bring that up, but we can get back into it. Oh my god, I'm barely halfway into the movie. Well, yeah, Elrond's just very bitter about men. But it's also, I will say this, it's pretty funny that he's been this bitter about it, even though 3,000 years have gone by. Like, I guess he just hasn't changed his mind in 3,000 years about the world of men. I mean, I guess you could argue that they've gotten worse. Like, they've gotten more greedy. I don't know. It is kind of funny that he hasn't changed his mind in 3,000 years, though. But Gandalf brings up, he's the optimist here, glass half full guy, and he brings up Aragorn, who we find out, like I mentioned earlier, is the rightful king of Gondor, and he is the one who could unite the world of men and defeat Sauron, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool for him. But we're now at, this is a cut scene actually. Part of the scene that was cut from the theatrical edition, unfortunately. Where sorry, I'm just looking at my notes real quick. Boromir is looking at all like the memorabilia and the sword of Isildur that was shattered by Sauron. And Aragorn and Boromir meet, and Boromir doesn't know who Aragorn is. Hence, not he doesn't know he's the true heir to Gondor. And Boromir is the son of the current leader of Gondor in the absence of a king, and he's very patriotic for Gondor, very pro Gondor guy, very patriotic. And Aragorn's clearly a little like, what's the word? Not put off. Suspicious, I guess, or weary of Boromir. And he makes Boromir feel a little awkward because Boromir's just coming at him like, "Oh, who are you?" Blah 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 blah. And Aragorn is kind of like, look right here. He stares at him like dead in the eyes, like he's done something wrong. And so Boromir just drops the sword and he leaves. In the theatrical edition, we don't have that beginning part where Boromir introduces himself or anything. So there's no setup to why Aragorn or lead into Aragorn being weird to Boromir. And I think that's lost, and it's important, and they should have kept it. They should have kept it, but they got rid of it, and it gives a little bit more insight to how their relationship started, because they have a pretty rocky relationship throughout the movie. And we have Aragorn sort of not reminisce, but feel guilt or stress about who he should be or who he should become or what he needs to do. And Arwen, sorry, not Arwen. I keep saying her name wrong. Arwen's trying to sort of help him deal with that, like a nice partner would, hopefully. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm just making sure that everything with the stream is chill. It is nice. Sorry. Yeah, they Arwen and him have a moment together, and they're on the bridge, and they're talking about what he should do, basically, and like what he needs to do, and the fate of Middle Earth and everything, and how they first met, and all this stuff. It's nice. I don't really have much to say about it. I just think it's fine. It's good. But I'll let this scene play out for those of you at home. I guess something to point out though about the relationship is that he's a man. He's if you haven't seen the extended editions, you wouldn't know this, but he is like a not immortal, but he can live. Like right now, he's like 60 or 70. I think he's 60 years old. No, wait, no, he's 80 years old. Because he lives longer because he's one of the last pure-blooded like Numenorians. I might be butchering the name or Dunedain, so he has like an extended life. But he still can die. He's not immortal, and Arwen is immortal. So their relationship is kind of already on like a ticking clock because she will outlive him every time unless someone kills her right as he dies. They do a suicide death together. And she tells him that she wants to choose a mortal life so that she can be with him and not she doesn't want to be an elf or like an elf in terms of immortality because she wants to spend the rest of her life with him. So it's kind of a nice like little romantic side plot here. And part of her stop coughing, you're gonna cyber infect me. Did I even cough? I cleared my throat. What are you talking about? Bruh. I cleared my throat. Come on. Uh But yeah, I don't have a ton to. Sorry, Sophia. I don't have a ton to say about their. I think it's good, but I don't have many notes about their relationship or that much insight into it. I do think it's there's you lose a lot of it in the theatrical though, and it gives more in the extended. There's more context to it that gives Aragorn an extra reason to fight even harder to save Middle Earth because he's saving it not only for the world, but also so he can have a life with Arwen. So now we're at the Council of Elrond scene. And this scene's pretty famous. I think most people have seen this. The news just popped up. But they have to yeah, it's basically like one person or one group from each race is here to discuss the fate of the ring. And Frodo is here as well. Which I'm kind of surprised Frodo's here. I guess because he's the ring bearer, but the other hobbits aren't here. So you kind of, I guess, it's because he's holding the ring, or he's the only one that has deemed to have access to it at this point because he's had it for so long. And so he presents everyone with the ring, and everyone's kind of shocked because I mean it's the ring of Sauron. No one's ever seen it, and they didn't even know it was like had been found, and it's super powerful. And everyone has their opinion about how it should be used. Excuse me. And Boromir this is where he gets a little antagonistic because he wants to use the ring to defeat Sauron. And most people, not most people, but I'd say the majority of the group knows that it's not possible and it needs to be destroyed. I mean, they explain it here, but he goes to grab it, and Gandalf. This was cut, by the way. Gandalf starts speaking. I believe he's speaking the poem that's written on the ring in Black Speech, which is again, it's Mordor. Oh, why is it glitching out? It's like Morgoth, the tongue of Morgoth in Sauron, and it turns everything dark and earthquakey. And that was cut out of the theatrical, which is a shame because it shows just how dark and terrifying the ring is because even speaking the tongue of Black Speech in its presence causes the world to darken. It's like terrifying. But it was cut. It was cut. So what a bummer. Why can't they make 1,000 fake rings and mix Wait. What? Why can't they make 1,000 fake rings and mix all of them? I've never heard. That's an interesting argument. You mean like to hide it from Sauron? That wouldn't work though. They can't. It's not that they need to hide it from him. To kill Sauron, you have to destroy the ring, because his. I mean, okay, we didn't go over it in this stream, but the last stream when I started out, you learn in the beginning of the film that he poured, when he was making all the rings, the one ring is to control the leaders of all the other races, like the men, the elves, and the dwarves. to control them through their rings with this ring, his ring. And Sauron, in creating the rings, put uh, a lot of his essence into it. So he needs it to take physical form. It's like his true form is when he wears the ring. So you need to destroy the ring in order to kill him for good. That's why when they cut off his finger and the ring fell off in the beginning, is why he disappeared. But he didn't die fully. So his spirit is tied to the ring essentially. So I mean, they can hide it from him, but he would never die. And the ultimate goal is to kill him once and for all, or else he can continue building armies and continue fighting and searching for the ring. I guess that's a good point, though. If that was what they were trying to do, they could theoretically do that. Um. Anyways, yeah. So Boromir continues to like say how they need to use the ring. Also, let me know if my sound is bad or like it's too low. Sometimes I start talking away from the microphone. This is a bad habit. But yeah, he's saying they need to use the ring, and he never explains how exactly. The power of the ring isn't explicitly clear, like how it is used or how it can be used. Uh, I mean, uh, Gandalf says that if he took the ring, it would make him super powerful and probably evil. So there's that, but they don't explain how powerful it really is technically. And so, anyways, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Aragorn stands up to Boromir and he says, "You can't use it. No one has the power to control it like Sauron, and it will corrupt you. So it needs to be destroyed." And Boromir takes offense to this because he's like, "Who are you? Are you random guy?" Because he doesn't know who he is. He's like, "You random guy. What are you doing? Why are you even here?" And Legolas spills the beans that he is the direct heir to Isildur, and this kind of strikes Boromir. He's like, "Oh wow, you're the rightful king," uh, and this does not make him happy at all because he doesn't like Aragorn at this point. He feels like threatened by him, and he feels that Aragorn is kind of a. I think I, it you kind of insinuate that he thinks that Aragorn is a bit of a traitor because he's like where has he been? He's like 80 years old. First of all, he's old. Like where have you been? You haven't gone to Gondor. So yeah, Boromir's like, oh, we don't need a king. We've been fine without you so far. Blah blah blah, which is kind of a fair thing to say. Because where have you been? You're the rightful king, and you're gone. You're nowhere to be seen. And yeah, so Elrond, they conclude that it needs to be destroyed. And poor innocent little Gimli, he does something here. He tries to destroy with his axe, and it totally destroys him, or not him, his axe. It shatters it, and this is kind of where we officially learn that to destroy it, it needs to be dropped into Mount Doom. Uh, which I think we did learn earlier with between Elrond and Gandalf. I'm pretty sure, but everyone learns it here. What's really interesting here is that when the ring gets hit and it defends itself by destroying Gimli's axe, Frodo feels it. So we're seeing, and Gandalf notices too much plot armor for the ring. Plot armor. I don't know. I wouldn't call it plot armor. I feel like you're rage baiting me, but I can't tell. That's just little enough of a rage bait that I can't tell if it is one or not. Sure, I guess it is plot armor. It needs to be, but it needs to be melted down in the fires of Mount Doom where it was created. That's not that. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. I think he's Master Rage Baiter. Yeah, yeah, bro is well, kind of. I think I'm used to his rage bait by now. This guy gotta go find another stream to rage baiter. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, but you notice, and Gandalf notices that, uh, what's his name? Frodo feels like pain when the ring gets hit. So it's already latched onto him at this point. The ring is starting to take over. Not Bilbo. I keep trying to say Bilbo. Frodo, and he's starting to get the addict effects that Bilbo had. And yeah, so Elrond's like, we have to destroy it. There's only one way. It needs to be brought to the fires of Mount Doom in Mordor, and one of you needs to do this. You guys hear that? Sorry, the fire truck went by. And everyone's just kind of silent. No one wants to do it, or no one has the balls to do it. And then Boromir decides to be all pessimistic and say, "Oh, you couldn't do this with 1,000 men. Mordor's so terrifying." Blah blah blah. And then this leads to a big fight. Everyone gets up and starts fighting each other over what they need to do and who should take it and who should be responsible for the ring. And it causes a big fight. And it's really cool because all this fighting. I mean, I think it's as a vision specifically for Frodo, but Frodo looks at the ring throughout all the fighting, and it's like ingreased. Is that the word? Basically, he sees flames around the band of the ring, and I'm pretty sure it's just him that sees it. It's not like the ring is doing it. Or the ring is making him see it, at least you can assume. And the ring is basically like being fueled by the hatred and the arguing, which is what it loves. It likes it's because it's a hateful, it's a sentient thing to a degree, and it thrives on hatred and lust and all the vices, basically. And Frodo is connected enough with the ring to sort of understand that, and he sees that, oh, he's the only one who can really handle it, because look what it's doing to all my friends, all these very people of high power. It's making them fight each other. It's making them do all these things. So this is where he decides he must be responsible. And I love this little moment because he's trying to speak up, and Gandalf hears him, and he's like both relieved, sad, happy, and sad because he knows what's gonna happen. Like he knows it's not good. He's like, I don't want to send Frodo out here, but also, damn, what a good guy he is for taking on the burden. It's sad. It's sad. That face that Ian McKellen makes, it's perfect. He's such a good actor. He conveys all those emotions in one like face, one expression. It's beautiful. He doesn't even need to say anything. So everyone kind of is shocked by this because he's a little hobbit, and this is where we get the formation of the group of our fellowship. Finally, it's happened. The Fellowship of the Ring. The name of the movie is happening. So we get Aragorn, we get Gandalf, we get Legolas, we get Gimli, and we get Boromir, all pledging themselves to help Frodo. So it's like one person of every race, and it's kind of funny because Gimli basically only does it at first because Legolas does it because he's anti-elf and he has to one up the elves, and they have I could go into all these tangents. They have such a good relationship. Gimli and Legolas have one of the best relationships in the whole franchise. But we see Sam comes because obviously you can't go anywhere without Sam. And then we see Merry and Pippin, who are also spying on the council, and then they're gonna go. It's a very heartwarming, nice little scene here. It's so nice seeing everyone come together. And it's such an interesting group of people. You got a bunch of hobbits, you got an elf, a dwarf, and two guys and a wizard. It's a pretty interesting crew. And yeah, they're named the Fellowship of the Ring. And so yeah, we're finally at I guess this is more of I said earlier it was the end of Act 1. I'd say this is the end of Act 1. And we're going into Act 2. Because these movies are so long. I don't even know. We're halfway through. I don't know what you would call this. It's like the next bit chapter, I guess. I guess you'd call it a chapter. Oh god, we're about to get to the scariest part of the movie, like Miss Sophia Parks mentioned earlier. But we get an extended scene first, and this is important. So we see Aragorn, and he's looking at a grave, and we learn it's his mom's grave, and that she evidently lived in Rivendell, or at least died here, or was buried here. You don't get that in the theatrical edition. And this gives a lot of context to his relationship with Elrond, because we learned that he was taken here, I think, as a kid, Aragorn. So Elrond is more of like a mentor figure, father-ish figure to him than you'd think he is in the theatrical cut, because none of this is in there. You never really know that he grew up in in Rivendell. And it also makes more sense why he would take them to Rivendell, because that's where he lives. That's his like home, is Rivendell. So it makes more sense why he took the hobbits there. So much information lost from just one scene that they cut. One scene delivers so much context and information, and it's crazy. They cut it. It's so efficient. It's so good. These scenes are so good. They tell you so much so quickly and so well. Anyways, oh god, we're at the scary part. We're at the scary part. Brace yourselves, everyone. The saddest and one of the saddest and scariest parts. So yeah, we're they're about to go on their journey finally, and Bilbo's giving Frodo Sting, his sword that glows blue when orcs or goblins are nearby, and he's giving him the mithril, which is like we find out later, it's almost near indestructible armor, or it is indestructible. I think it's not indestructible; it's close to indestructible. Uh, and you might consider it plot armor. It's not. I promise you. He still gets debilitated. Frodo still undergoes hardship. They make sure he's not indestructible. I promise. Oh god! But here's the scary part. So Bilbo sees the ring as he's gonna change into the mithril, and as it gets buttoned away, my god! He turns into like a terrifying little goblin. Oh my god, Bilbo! It's terrifying. I'm gonna try to pause it on the actual Switch. Hold on. And right there. Oh my god, look at him. He turns into like Gollum. If you can see that. I'll take off the shield for a second. Oh my, like look at him. Look at this guy. Looks like a crackhead. Uh I remember I was terrified when I first saw this. It's one of the scenes I did cuz Lord of the Rings has basically been a fact of my life at this point cuz I started watching it when I was so young. Scary. It is scary. Look at him. He looks like a crackhead or a meth head. But I've been watching Lord of the Rings for so long, I don't remember really my first time watching it at this point. It's just a fact of my life. But I do remember being terrified of this scene because of how it's just horrifying. It comes out of nowhere, and the sound he makes is terrifying too. He pretty much turns into Gollum for a split second. And if I let it play, he is horrified by what he just did, and he just almost attacked Frodo, and he starts crying. It's really sad. This scene makes me sad watching it. It's just like, and he starts saying he's so sorry that he brought this upon Frodo, and he just feels guilty about everything. It's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. And Ian Holm does such a good job, and he's so good at playing an endearing, sad man. It just makes you sad for him. And he doesn't really know. He doesn't understand really. He doesn't really know about anything. It's just sad. I don't like seeing old Bilbo cry. It's so sad. Look at him. But it shows just how dark and evil the ring is, though. That it still has a hold over Bilbo. It still is making him act out. It's even changing his form. He changed his form. His eyes changed. His physiology changed because of how absolutely addictive and evil the ring is. It shows how bad it is for you. And so it's pretty like it must be, first of all, it's horrifying to Bilbo because of what he did, and it's also horrifying to him and Frodo because they're seeing what Frodo will have to endure and what he could become or end up like. And we see that in Gollum as well. It's so good. These movies are so good. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, they're finally ready to go on their journey to Mount Doom and Mordor. So they have to go through thick and thin together to destroy this ring. Excuse me. Real quick, I have to use the bathroom. I know, right? It's crazy. It's 2 hours, almost 2 hour stream. So, or no, not 2 hour stream. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, 2 hours. Yeah. Okay. Bear with me. I'm going to pause real quick. I'll be back in a jiff. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh my goodness is right. Give me like a minute. I'll be right back. All right. I have returned. You need streamer diapers? Oh, hell no. Is that real? Oh my god. That is diabolical. If you got to wear a diaper to do YouTube or stream, you need to get some professional help, please. Golly, that's disgusting. Oh my god. If you really need to pee or poop that bad, just get a bottle or a Ziploc bag. A diaper is that's way worse. I'm sorry. Diaper's way worse. Get a Ziploc bag. Or pee in a bottle. I don't know. Ugh. All of it's bad all around, but poop, have some humility if you're in not obviously if you're like a bajillion years old and you legitimately can't help yourself, then can't help yourself. If you can't help yourself, you can put on a diaper. But Jesus Christ, come on, have some dignity. One moment. Nice cold water. That's a great reference in chat. Beautiful reference. Beautiful. Anyways, yeah, so they're about to go on their journey finally. Not finally. They've been doing not like it's this whole film is so good. I don't really not finally as in like oh we're finally through it. It's just finally like all of our characters are together. It's so nice to see them all together. Uh so yeah, they're off and this little moment here was actually cut too from the theatrical and it's Frodo leading them, and Frodo is like, "Which way do I go, Gandalf? Which way?" And Gandalf tells him, and it's kind of like a sweet little moment because it shows that while Frodo does have to take the lead here because he's the ring bearer, he's still learning, and he is still he's kind of a childlike. He's not a child, but he's childlike, and it's nice to see Gandalf. Like they have this mentor. It just continues to solidify their mentor student like relationship. Excuse me. Movie finally begins after 2 hours in. How dare you? Have you seen that? Have you been paying attention? Clearly not. This guy's a rage baiter. This guy's a rage baiter. Let's take a movie you like and cut just to right when it starts immediately. Yeah, I bet you wouldn't like that now, would you? Anyways, we get beautiful shots of New Zealand. I don't even know. Maybe this is silly. I don't know if this is. I'm assuming this is CGI, right? This structure here, it must be, right? Like, is that real? No, it can't be real. But it is pretty crazy that they got all these beautiful helicopter shots of New Zealand. That New Zealand was the perfect place to shoot for these films. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, stunning. And we get this hero shot. This shot is so good. This is so famous, this shot, but it's so good, rightfully so. Look at this. Hero shot. And the music is great. Howard Shore, again, with the music is so good. I wish I could play it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh. I'm just admiring this for a second. But yeah, so they're traveling and they're going yeah, they got to 40 days. They got to hold the west of the Misty Mountains for 40 days. This is a long journey. And then he's kind of explaining where they need to go. But we see Sam's making food for everyone, and Boromir is training Merry and Pippin with Aragorn watching from and giving them tips. And like when I was young, I never thought much of that little moment. I'm gonna pause for a second. I never thought much of that moment, but it really tells you a lot about Boromir and how much he cares for the hobbits. That he's taking it time to train them. No one else does that. No one else takes time to train them. He's like, "Oh, you guys don't know how to fight. I mean, you need to be able to defend yourself. I'm going to train you guys." He cares so much about the hobbits, and it's never like directly talked about by anyone. It's kind of in the underlying throughout the whole film, but he loves the hobbits and he wants them to be safe. And it's easy to forget about that with all his flaws and how he does want to take the ring kind of for himself. I mean, he says it's for the good of Gondor, but we know that the ring makes you greedy. So he's subconsciously subconsciously he wants it for himself, but I think he truly believes he wants it for Gondor. But it's just a nice little thing if you notice it, because a lot of people don't notice it or they don't think about it. And then Gimli is telling Gandalf that he knows he's not going to be able to have a say, but he thinks they should go through Moria, under the mountain, to get through to where they need to go, because he wants to stop by and say hi to his cousin. And Gandalf says, "I would not go through Moria unless I had no other choice." So I'm going to pause here again as well, because again, if you've seen the movie, you know obviously Moria is like everyone's dead and the Balrog is there and there are goblins. But Gimli doesn't know about this somehow. I don't know how that's possible, because when you get to Moria, everyone's been dead for a long time. Those are old skeletons, And uh what was I saying? Sorry, Gandalf knows, but Gimli doesn't, and it's weird that Gandalf doesn't. It's this scene in retrospect is weird because Gandalf never explains why they shouldn't go, and Gimli never asks. So if Gimli thinks that everything is chill in Moria, why doesn't he? Why isn't he like, what do you mean by that? Why wouldn't you go through there if you had no other choice? You'd think Gimli would question that, right? Am I crazy? Like, look at Gandalf's face. Something is clearly wrong with Moria. If I was Gimli, I'd be like, what are you talking about? Do you know something I don't know? But for some reason, Gandalf withholds this information from Gimli, and I guess it's to spare him the sadness of knowing that everyone he loves in Moria is dead. But it's still, again, it's weird that Gimli doesn't ask about it. It's just weird. It's not necessarily broken. It just makes me question what the writers were thinking about when they were writing the scene. Like, did they not think anyone was going to question Gandalf here? I mean, I know it's foreshadowing. That's the reason this scene exists. But it's just silly, a little silly. But yeah, we see not Bilbo. I keep wanting to say Bilbo every time I talk about someone. Uh, we see them taking out Boromir and have a nice little chill time. But excuse me. It's just some like little comedic levity. Finally, not finally, but it's nice to have a little levity in these films. And these films are great at having levity, especially with Gimli and Legolas and Merry and Pippin. But alas, the good times are over because it looks like they're being tracked by agents of Sauron or Saruman, so they all have to hide. It's a little bit of an intense scene here. And I think that they're crows. They kind of look like bats, but we learn that they're servants of Saruman. And they do end up. I mean, spoiler alert. They know where they are. They tell Saruman that later. They don't hide very well. It's clear Gandalf doesn't hide very well because look at where he gets up. He's just out in the open. It's kind of funny. But yeah, this means that they have to change their whole trajectory and they have to take a different route because this way is well watched because it's the easiest way to get there. So they have to go through the mountains. Oh my god, look how good the shot is. Come on, Luke Park Cinema. You don't like these shots? These are great shots. Oh wait, you don't like drone shots, right? Come on, you can't not. You really don't like these drone shots? I guarantee you can't say anything bad about these ones. If you do, you're wrong. These are good drone shots. They're not pointless. Um. Anywho, and fun fact about this scene: so they had to actually shoot way up in the mountains in New Zealand, and Sean Bean is terrified or was terrified of helicopters. He hated riding in it. I think he did it once or twice and he couldn't he had such a hard time with it that he uh was like, "You know what? Look, I'll do anything but fly in the helicopter. So I will actually take a walk." So he would leave at like 3 a.m. in the gear. He'd be dressed up in the gear and be scaling the mountain. And apparently when the cast and crew were taking helicopters up there to take the actors, they would see Sean Bean dressed as Boromir climbing the mountain to get to set, which is pretty crazy. It's also cool because he's legitimately adventuring. It's like Boromir is actually adventuring. It's awesome. Again, I think it's funny that he couldn't just take the helicopter, but maybe he had that big of a problem with it. I don't know. Okay, let's continue. God, we're still halfway through. Probably take me another 2 hours. So, Frodo tumbles down the hill and he drops the ring. And who picks it up but Boromir? Boromir picks up the ring. Actually, one second. I'm going to raise the copyright shield a little bit. Sorry. 1 second. Oop. I'm a little worried about it. Let's try that. That's probably safer. And Boromir's enamored by the ring, and it's like, oh god, what is he gonna do with it? Everyone kind of stops and is terrified because, like, oh my god, he has the ring, he has it, and he's saying so much death and so much bad stuff over such a small little thing. He's clearly enamored and obsessed with it. And he has to get snapped out of this trance, basically, that he's in by Aragorn. And everyone's just on edge. They're on edge. Did this stream get taken down for a second? Hold on. Can you guys let me know? Did the stream go down for a second? Anyone? Does anyone know? I feel like it just went down because it showed that no one was watching for a while. And then suddenly there were 3 people in. Is that true? I think the copyright thing might not have been working for a minute. I don't know. Let's just continue. Hopefully it won't be a problem. But yeah, Boromir, their helicopter. Sorry, their helicopter shots. My bad. They're not. Well, do you have a? They're almost the same thing. They're like close to the same. Right? Is that crazy to say? It's not as dynamic, or I guess, as a drone shot because it can't do all the fan-angled crazy stuff a drone can do. But it's the same as a basic drone shot. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? You can't hate on these shots. Is what my point was. Anyways, excuse me. Boromir almost could have taken the ring, and we see Aragorn had his hand on the sword. He was ready to murder Boromir, which is pretty crazy. It's a pretty tense moment here, and I don't think Boromir catches that he was going to kill him. But anyways, we're back to Isengard. Which is looking as beautiful as ever. And this shot, wait, Mr. Luke Park Cinema, I think you would actually appreciate this. This shot right here, since you're in chat, which I'm showing on screen, all this was practical minus a couple blue screen stuff. They're actually threading the camera. Is that the term? Threading the camera through this set, this miniature. And I think that Saruman might have been blue screened into the shot. I'm not sure, but it's pretty impressive that it wasn't all green screen. Great shot. And yeah, we learned that Saruman, I don't know why he doesn't put it in his deep pockets. Well, if you put it in your pocket, then you can't. I hate putting stuff in my pocket like that, like rings and stuff, because I wear rings usually. And if I do have to put it in my pocket, I'm always terrified that they're going to fall out. And I'm always touching my pants. So I feel like the necklace works fine, right? I mean, it's always around your chest, and you can instantly be like, okay, it's right here. Pockets, you have to dig in your pockets, and then what if you you fall and it slips out of your pocket and you don't feel it? Like, you can usually feel something around your neck all the time, you know? Pockets are scary. I'm a paranoid. No? What do you mean no? No to what? No to the shot being cool, or no to my anti-pocket position? Stream is here. Okay. I think it's super delayed. Maybe not. I don't know. It might be really delayed. I'm not sure what's going on. It seems like your guys' chats are super delayed. Something's happened. I'll try to fix it while we're doing this, because I don't like how delayed everything. Oh shoot! I have a phone and TV. It's delayed. Okay, yeah. I don't know what happened. I think something happened. I think a copyright thing happened, and because sometimes YouTube is so weird. They sometimes will shadow ban your stream so people can't see it when it's on your account. You think I'm slow? Okay, sure. But so they'll shadow ban your stream sometimes if there's certain copyright stuff, or they won't show it at all. It's weird. They have weird things. So I think maybe there was a shot that was too visible because I upped the opacity of the shield. Anyways, let's just continue. So yeah, Saruman knows now that where they're going. So now they're taking the mountain route, which is horrifying. Look at that. That's terrifying. And it's kind of nifty little detail that not Aragorn. Damn it, not Aragorn. Legolas can walk on the top of snow because elves are super light, like abnormally light, so he doesn't sink. But in this scene, Saruman, because Saruman's onto them. He's onto all their little tricks. Saruman knows all their little tricks and what they're trying to do. So he is using his powers to bring the mountain down upon them to cause an avalanche. And so Gandalf, he pretty much puts Gandalf in a corner, which we'll see soon. And he has one choice pretty much, which is to go into Moria. It's pretty much the only choice. Either continue through the mountains and risk getting murdered there, which is pretty likely considering where they are and how deadly the storm is. Also, this is an incredible shot. Christopher Lee speaking Tolkien's language of the elves and wizards into. Oh, it's awesome. It's so good. But yeah, they basically have no choice but to go through Moria. A little critique I do have of Gandalf here and his character, I guess, is that he doesn't ever explain, like he doesn't tell them about the Balrog, and he doesn't tell them about how Moria is. I kind of brought this up just now with Gimli, but why doesn't he tell anyone? It's so weird that he never. Sorry. He never like explains the state of Moria to anyone. He just kind of like withholds that information, but it's pretty important information to know about the Balrog and to know about the goblins and that everyone's dead, but he never tells anyone. I think part of it is that he knows that some people might be weary of that and maybe not even be willing to continue on the journey. So it's a little selfish of him to withhold that information. But he's also doing it for the greater good of the world. I don't know. I've always wondered why he doesn't tell anyone any of this. But yeah, Saruman tells us. Or he's speaking with Gandalf through, I don't even know how they're communicating, telepathically, I guess, somehow. Or he's thinking back to, I'm not sure what this is supposed to represent, if they're talking to each other or something else. But we learn about the Balrog, or about there's a creature, which, when we get to the Balrog looks so good. It still looks so good. It looks better than like any Marvel slop creation creature. It looks incredible. But yeah, Frodo decides that they must go into the mines, and that's the answer. But I want to pause because there's some stuff I missed, I think, real quick. There was a bit I think it was like a shot or a couple shots that were cut. I'm not gonna rewind because it's in there. I promise you, I'm not lying. Where Boromir's holding Merry and Pippin as they're going through the snow, and he's telling Gandalf like the little ones won't make it. Like they won't make it. We need to find another way. And that was cut out of the theatrical edition. Again, more context of how Boromir is a good guy and then how much he cares about the hobbits. It was cut. It's important. This is important character work. But I just wanted to point it out. So now they're going to Moria, and Moria looks pretty cool, but it also looks pretty damaged. I had to pop my ears real quick. This was also cut. Gandalf asking Frodo about his shoulder and about the ring and how it's taking a toll on him. It's like crazy how much stuff they cut for the sake of time. Because the theaters, and I guess it's, I don't even know. Apparently a lot of the extended is added. I don't know. It's weird. It's important stuff that it should have always been in the films. Sorry, it should have. Whether it was cut out, added in, doesn't matter. The information is important. It doesn't matter how or why it's in there. It's just, or not why. The production, the meta reasons for why it is or isn't in there is dumb. It matters for the sake of the story. Excuse me. Yeah, they're finally to Moria, which is Gandalf's biggest fear. And yeah, we learned that the doors are invisible to most people, and even the dwarves, because they're hidden so well. Because the dwarves are master craftsmen. And something interesting here is Gimli is we see lots of the other races, but Gimli is pretty much the only dwarf we see, minus his two other buddies that were with him in Rivendell. In the whole franchise, or not the trilogy. In the Hobbit movies, we obviously get more dwarf stuff, but they're not, like, he is kind of the only dwarf. There's plenty of other elves, men, hobbits, and orcs even and everything else. It's just interesting. So yeah, there's like a riddle on the door. The door looks pretty cool too. It's a pretty nice little set piece. And Gandalf thinks he knows everything. He acts like he knows everything. He's, oh, we just gotta speak friend in Elvish, or not friend, speak the password and enter. But it doesn't work. So Gandalf kind of looks, he's a little embarrassed and he kind of looks a little foolish here. Which is it's nice to have a moment with a character of this caliber and this wisdom and age look silly or look like he doesn't know what he's doing. Not because he's incompetent per se, but it just shows that not even he knows everything or can figure out everything immediately. It just shows that he's not pitch perfect all the time, which is kind of nice because we don't want Mary Sue's, you know. And up to this point, you could assume Gandalf is a little bit of a Mary Sue. Actually, no, that's not true. Let me take that back because he gets beat up by Saruman, and he's certainly not a Mary Sue in those scenes. But it's just nice to see characters come across obstacles and actually have to suffer consequences of not beating them or figuring them out immediately. Because so much media now, everyone figures out everything immediately, and there's no struggle and there's no character development. This movie and these movies get it right. Yeah, so they're kind of all waiting there, and they release Bill the pony, and Bill has like a totally like like backstory in the movie or in the books. Not backstory, but he has like there's a whole arc with Bill the pony. It's weird. They harp a lot on him. I can't even remember exactly what it is, but this throwaway pony line is a whole story in the book. It's super funny. And we get some foreshadowing that there's a creature in the water as well. But yeah, Frodo is able to figure out that it's a riddle. And speak friend and enter doesn't mean speak a password, but it means literally to speak friend in Elvish or in Dwarvish. I think it's Elvish. And the door opens. So we see Frodo is actually he's got a good head on his shoulders, and it just needed a fresh perspective. Gandalf doesn't necessarily know everything. Nice little moment there. I don't have much to say about that. Oh boy. Here we get the big reveal about Moria, though. They enter, and Gimli's hyping up Moria, roaring beers, malt beer, and red meat off the bone. That's the line. It sounds beautiful, and especially when he says it. However, we see that everyone's dead. There's skeletons. Everyone's dead. And this is like, I don't know why Gandalf wouldn't tell Gimli about this. He should know. So Gimli's freaking out. He starts screaming and crying. It's pretty sad. Like, he's looking at all his dead brethren that he's apparently thought were alive for a long time. And they learn it's goblins because I guess that the arrows signify that they're goblins, allegedly, according to Legolas. So then we're on to our quick little action scene, where this is a weird scene, actually, if you think about it. So Frodo gets grabbed by this tentacle, and there's like a sea monster. I remember there was. I mean, I don't watch Lord of the Rings all the time, like consistently. But when I was a kid, I watched these films. Like sometimes I watched them like every day. I was obsessed. It was that and Star Wars. I watched those all the time, like for so long, hundreds of times. But there's been a while went by where I didn't watch them as I grew up. Obviously, I didn't have that much time on my hands. But when I remember, like, I think it was like a year ago when I watched them for the first time in a long time, and I totally had forgotten about this random sea creature monster. It's so weird. It's never explained what it is. Oh, it's never explained what it is. What it's called, why it's here. It's so weird, but it's this big tentacle monster, and we have this scene with it. I don't really have much to say about it. It's just a little obstacle, and it almost gets Frodo. And it's kind of guarding the door to Moria, I guess. I thought I remember when I was little, I always thought maybe it was because it's like an evil creature that the ring was calling to it. I don't know if that's true or not. It's a little fan theory I had when I was younger. It might not be true. It's probably not true, but I thought it was cool. Would have been cool. And so yeah, they now they really have no choice but to go into Moria. At this point, they were gonna leave because of the dead dwarves that Gandalf knew about. By the way, it's so weird. I do consider that a kind of a flaw that he never told anyone about it, and now they're trapped in Moria and they have to take the Moria road. Because he's like, yeah, now we have but one choice. But Gandalf, that's kind of your fault. You didn't tell Frodo. You didn't go. Frodo decided where to go, but Frodo didn't have the context, and this is kind of your choice at the end of the day. I don't know. I think it's he. If we're getting into diving into the psychology of Gandalf, I think having Frodo choose without knowing is almost like passing off the guilt of having to go through Moria onto no one. Does that make sense? Because like he's technically passing it on to Frodo, but Frodo doesn't know about the dwarves or the Balrog, and Gandalf doesn't necessarily have to spill the beans that he knows about it. So he's kind of like tossing it off to no one so that no one gets blamed for what they're about to endure. Does that make sense? It's pretty genius if that's what he was going for. I hope that's what he's going for because otherwise it makes very little sense as to why he never tells anyone any information. But yeah, we get some pretty cool shots of them walking through Moria. Uh, Again, I'm pretty sure most of these are miniatures and they're blue screened in to the miniatures. Oh, and this scene was cut as well. We learned that their wealth of Moria was mostly in mithril, which is the tough, very precious metal that uh, Frodo's vest is made out of. The one that, or armor, I don't know what you call it, vest, I guess, that Bilbo gave him. And we learned that the vest that Bilbo has, or that he gave to Frodo, is worth more than the Shire, which is pretty unfathomable. What does that even mean? More than the Shire and the hobbits, or the land of the Shire, or everything in the Shire? Regardless, it's pretty crazy. Frodo could have retired. Oops. What the hell? Frodo could have retired, man. He didn't have to deal with this. If only he knew. If only he knew. He could have retired. He was 2 days from retirement. Uh, yeah, we get some more shots of them climbing, and it's this arduous journey through Moria, through all these dead, uh, dwarven corpses everywhere. The place is totally destroyed, and it's kind of eerily quiet, and there's nothing. It's terrifying, and the sound design here. Okay, let's talk about the sound design here. So they make sure to they make sure that the whole place is very echoey, down to like when they slip. It sounds super realistic. If you've ever been in like an echoey space or cave or like mountain area, it's super realistic, and they do such a good job. It's almost like they used in the sound effects sound as if they're not even Foley, that they were from set. If that does that make sense? They sound so natural that it was just like captured when they were filming. That's how real it sounds. It's incredible. Logan, if you're there, I hope you heard me talk about sound. I think you're probably at work though, so uh, maybe after work. I might be streaming even after your work. Anyways, Gandalf is at a crossroads literally, and he's not here. Yeah, I figured he's not here probably, but he my stream will probably be long enough that his shift will end, and I'll still be doing this. Anyways, yeah, they're at a crossroads, and Gandalf doesn't know where to go. He's forgotten, or he doesn't. Yeah, he's forgotten, I think is what he says. So they're all waiting again, kind of like when they were outside of the doorway to Moria. And this is our first, not first, our actually, yeah, it's our first encounter with Gollum. So Frodo sees Gollum running around, and Gandalf is apparently aware that it was Gollum this whole time, and that he's been tracking them for a long time. Uh, and Frodo's horrified by this because he just thinks Gollum is like this evil creature. But Gandalf takes time to kind of explain to Frodo Gollum and like how he's like fully consumed by it, and that he he doesn't say it exactly, but he alludes that he has a multiple personality disorder. Oh, and real quick, I'm kind of jumping around here, but they cut this too. So in the theatrical edition, in the Two Towers, when they meet Gollum for real, and Gollum's like in the film, Frodo calls Gollum by Smeagol, which is his original name, not Gollum, because Gollum isn't his real name, and Gollum Smeagol is like, how do you my name? I forgot about my name. And when you're watching it, you're like, how the hell does Frodo know what Gollum's name is? Who told him that? No one. We never heard the name Gollum or Smeagol. And in this scene, if it wasn't cut, it would have made sense because in this scene, in the extended edition of the Fellowship of the Ring, Gandalf tells Frodo what his real name is. And it's kind of nice to see that because it's like, oh, he was a person. He was a real guy with feelings and emotions. He's not just an evil creature. Um, I think there might be a throwaway line in Two Towers where Frodo says that Gandalf told him. I can't remember. Maybe. But I think it's better if we see Gandalf tell him and not have a throwaway exposition line. But that's just me. Uh, yeah, we kind of just learned that Gollum's crazy. And Frodo says, oh, well, why didn't Bilbo kill him? And it's just kind of nice that Gandalf's kind of giving Frodo a lesson in morality because he's saying like, oh well, some people that live deserve death, and some that die might have deserved life, but is it really up to you or anyone to make that decision? Uh, like you can't always know what the right choice is to make, you know. And Bilbo didn't know any of this would happen, so it's just interesting moral quandaries here with Gandalf. And it makes Frodo think about everything and kind of like reevaluate his decisions and what he needs to do. It just puts a lot of, because yeah, Gandalf even says that Bilbo's decision might have decided the fate of man. So this puts a lot of pressure on Frodo, obviously, because now he's in the same position with the ring. And Gandalf delivers some of the best advice ever and best wisdom ever. He says, let me rewind it real quick. Because Frodo's at this after hearing all this, he's like, oh, I don't know, like I wish none of this had happened to me, blah blah blah. And so Gandalf says that so does everyone who lives through such times like these, but it's not for them to decide. All we have to do is decide what to do with the time that is given for us, given to us. Sorry, I think that is some of the best wisdom and best advice to take like in real life from anything. It's such a great line because it's true. Like we don't decide what necessarily all the circumstances we're in. We just have like in real life. I'm not talking about the characters at this point. In meta, uh, it's just great advice. You're dealt cards, and I mean, yeah, you have agency. I'm not saying you don't have agency, and I don't think that's what Gandalf is saying. But at the end of the day, to make things simpler on yourself and your subconscious and how you operate in everyday life, just uh, you should treat things as taking it as it comes, and you're at the end of the day, you are figuring out what to do with the time that is given with you. That's kind of all you're doing. Like, it's a little bit of an oversimplification, but Gandalf in this scene is trying to ease Frodo in his mind and all the pressure he has by simplifying it, which is great. It's great. I love this scene. It's so powerful. And Gandalf is such a great mentor. And yeah, he's saying everything is meant to be, and that's an encouraging thought. And he smiles at Frodo. It's nice. It's such a beautiful scene. I love that scene. And then Gandalf remembers where to go. So we're off. Nice little slow moment to rest with our characters, and then we're off. It's so good. The pacing is so good. So good. Such good lines, such good acting. I'm glazing the film right now, but it's so good. Like, how could you not find this good? Even if you don't like the Lord of the Rings, you can't say it's bad. Okay, I'm willing to concede if someone doesn't like it, but saying it's bad is a whole nother story. Yeah, so then we're introduced. They go down one of the pathways, and we see the halls of Moria, like the grand halls of Moria that are lit up. Gandalf lights up with his staff. Excuse me. Oh God, I yawned. First yawn of the stream, guys. I'm gonna make sure that I don't die like last stream. But yeah, we see this grand shot, more grand shots, beautiful shots. I think this is CGI. I don't think this is a miniature. Maybe it is. Someone can tell me if I'm wrong in the comment. You seem bored? What do you mean I seem bored? Are you rage baiting? Okay, I know you're rage baiting me, but in case you're not rage baiting me, I just went through why this one of the last scene was like one of the best scenes in the franchise, bruh. How dare you? Am I sounding monotone? Is that it? I feel like I have a monotone voice sometimes. If I get really serious into something, sometimes I have a monotone voice. I apologize. I'll work on that. I'm not bored. Are you kidding? I'm talking about one of the best movies ever made. How could I be bored? Are you bored, Mr. Luke Park Cinema? Are you bored? Don't project your boredom onto me, man. How dare you? No, I'm slightly tired. I mean, I have been talking for almost 3 hours straight without stopping. I'm the sole supporter of the stream. Okay, for now, yes, you are. Right now, you are. You are my number one fan. Sophia's here too. Are you guys together? Are you in? Where are? Or you just both have it on? Or are you both watching it on the big screen with it on your phones? I do appreciate the support. It means a lot. Oh, you are? Okay. I appreciate it. I will be consistent with this every week. Actually real quick, since we're kind of at an intermission point, I'm going to be talking about Iron Lung next week cuz I'm going to see tomorrow I'm watching it with my cousin and uh I've heard great things and I'm very impressed with how well it's performed at least financially. It's so amazing that it's beating uh Send Help and Melania. I think that's incredible. It's crazy. It's beating Sam Raimi, or it's beaten Sam Raimi. What do you mean? Okay, it's beating Sam Raimi and it's beating the First Lady. So that's pretty impressive, and it's from a self-funded $3 million film. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. You need to watch it. I need to watch it. I can't wait. I meant to watch it. I wanted to watch it last weekend, but I got bogged down with a bunch of homework stuff, and it just didn't happen, but I'm gonna see it tomorrow. Tickets are bought. So next week, I'll say it at the end of the stream, but real quick, next week, only heard bad things. Rose lying, directing in tiny space. I don't know, man. Hey, I haven't seen it. Okay, so if it's bad, I'll say it's bad. But regardless, I'm gonna praise it right now for taking on Disney. It was doing so well they took it off the charts for like a day. I don't know if apparently it was a glitch. I don't know if that's true. I think that people slow burn, but some people didn't like it. See, I'll probably like it if it's slow burn. I'm a big fan of slow burn. I like that kind of thing. If it's good. If it's just boring exposition for an hour and then 30 or 40 minutes of action, I won't like it. But if it's actually truly building up, then yeah. Uh, but I just think it's impressive, and it's impressive first of all that it was $3 million and made about $21 million, whereas Send to Help cost $40 million and made 28 million. I think maybe 30 now, because last I checked yesterday it was 28 million, so it lost a bunch of money. And we don't even know about the marketing figures because they don't show that, like I mentioned earlier. Whereas I believe Iron Lung was pretty much only marketed through like Markiplier and his social media presence and word of mouth. Also, this is something interesting is that so Markiplier had what was it? Solid fan base. Yes, he was in a good position because of the fan base. I will say that. Obviously, not anyone can just do what he did and be successful, but He also was his film was screened in less theaters than Send Help, by the way, and it still beat Send Help, which is pretty crazy. And I think Melania played in less theaters than both of them. Um, and Melania lost a lot of money, but again, I mean, I probably won't look at Melania, but what was I gonna say? No, I think it's very impressive that a self-funded YouTuber is beating Disney out and like a bunch of other pretty big films and big names. It's pretty impressive. It's self-funded too. He didn't rely on big mega corporations or anything like that. It's just impressive. But yeah, I'll give my feedback on the story as well. But I think I'm gonna do a little bit of a more financial dive mixed with story. So I'll probably do like I'll probably do a story dive in the beginning, and then halfway through the stream or when I'm done, whenever I'm done with it, if I have time, I'll talk about the financials, or maybe I'll turn that into a video. I'm not sure. I like that he spent his own money to make something really cool his own way with no studio limits. Yes, I agree. Um. Oh shoot! Did I? Hold on. I almost thought I gave myself a bloody nose for a second. No, it is really cool. It's especially cool that, yeah, it's all self-funded and it's all. I mean, we'll see if it's good. Okay, you're not very optimistic, Mr. Luke Park Cinema, but yeah, I hope it's good. Yeah, I mean, 3 million is not really that much. I mean, you guys know, but for general moviegoers out there, if you watch this on the re-upload, 3 million is nothing. That is like chump change. It's crazy, but like Disney thinks it has to spend $500 million to make money. What are you talking about? You don't. It made seven. Iron Lung made 7 times its budget back. It made so much money that Markiplier is paying bonuses to all his crew, which we don't see that in studios or big budget films ever. I hope that catches on. That's beautiful. Imagine this. Let's just pause for a second. I'm going on a tangent away from Lord of the Rings, but it's necessary. Um, it's like a rug pull. What are you talking about? How is it a rug pull? What do you mean? It's not at all like a rug pull. You're not what? No, it's not. What does that even mean? You're just saying stuff, man. But let's pause for a second. Imagine, just imagine for a second if one time thing. Wait, so you're saying like it's not a replica, like a not a system that's I can't say the word for some reason. It's not sustainable. You mean like that? Like it won't happen again? Did you hear that the main lead of Iron Lung slept with the director's? Wait, what? The main lead of Iron Lung slept with the director's wife and still. Oh, is that a joke because he directed and acted in it? I don't. Wait, is that a joke? There's no shot that that's like. Because isn't he the director and the actor? Okay, yeah, it is a joke. I couldn't. I couldn't. Okay, that was crazy. You almost got me. That's so funny. No, I forgot that he directed and acted in it for a second. No, like he can do it once, but he can't do it twice because everyone will know it's not going to be good. I don't. I see what you mean. Like if like you mean like sequelitis, where like if you try to do it again, replicate it again, it's gonna be bad. I could see that happening. I'm not saying him particularly. I mean I think he set the stage for more independent films to make it because I mean again he has a lot of advantages that most self-funded creators don't have. He has a huge audience that he's built for over like 15 years. He has a lot of money. Obviously, he has a lot of social media reach and brand reach. I'm sure he's. I don't watch Markiplier really. I did a little bit back in the day, but I'm sure he has a ton of brand deals and things that he worked into the film. Maybe. Regardless, he's in a very good position compared to most independent filmmakers who don't have a social media presence and don't have the influencer power to like generate an audience like that. You know, because he is a brand. Markiplier is a brand, which is what you need if you're gonna do what he's doing successfully, which he has done successfully right now. Will it be sustainable for him? I don't know. I don't know if he wants to make more movies. Does he? I need to do more research after I watch the film. Because he could very well make, because it's based off a video game, and a lot of video game movie adaptations are bad. So if it's a good he does want to make more. Okay, well, then hopefully he doesn't just think that. I don't think he does, but it seems like a lot of people who are one hit wonders and then they try to replicate it aren't successful. He thinks he's. I don't think that's true. He does not think he's for Coppola now. No, he doesn't. Come on. Come on now. You're a hater. You're a hater. You're biased. Uh but let's say he tries it again and it doesn't work. He still has opened the door to more independent creators making independent films and getting them in theaters. That's for damn sure. I mean, he's also partnered with like Regal Cinemas to make that popcorn bucket. He's doing all this, and I know like obviously a lot of movies have their own popcorn bucket. I'm not saying that that's like genius. It's not like it's just like PewDiePie songs being on Billboard. Is that real? I don't know about that. Is that the same though as a movie? I'm just saying that he set the stage for people to be successful movie makers without a studio backing, which is huge. I feel like most people don't know that that's possible. It is totally possible, and he proved it. And he proved that you can actually be more successful than the studio. It's huge. It's a huge win for independent film, and not even independent film. It's a huge win against Hollywood for people who want like good movies, or at least real movies that aren't trying to like feed you slop or a formula movie. You know what I mean? If any filmmaker got 3 mil, it's always possible. I don't know if that's true necessarily. Cause what's his name? Chris Stuckman got 3. Well, no, Chris Stuckman was backed by by Neon, right? Chris Stuckman, he got 2.5. Shoot, how much? I think he got 2.5 million, and he made less than that on his film. What's it called? Oaks, Shelby Oaks. He made Shelby Oaks, and he got backing. Okay. This is crazy. It's not like he made movie with nothing. No, I know he didn't make a movie with nothing, but he self-funded it. That's the point. And I already mentioned he has a lot of advantages that most independent filmmakers make. But if filmmakers, and especially independent filmmakers, learned from Markiplier and cultivated, made themselves into a brand to sell people the product, which is the movie, then you would be getting more independent films in the theaters, and you'd not only be cultivating more of an independent film scene that is exposing itself to the broader demographic of moviegoers, but you're also kind of helping out the movie theater industry too, because it's a great for them because they get to show something that's might be a little different or experimental or unique, like the Markiplier movie, like Iron Lung, and you're gonna get more sales probably than like a crappy Marvel movie, which people go for like one day. They only get ticket sales on like a couple days now. And then the next week it's like an 80% drop in sales, which is I'm sure Iron Lung is going to keep getting more. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my theory. What was I saying? But yeah, with Shelby Oaks, that was an example of a YouTuber who tried to make a feature film and it flopped. It was also pretty bad from what I've heard. I haven't watched it, but I've heard it was pretty bad. I'm not a fan of Chris Stuckman either. I think he's a shill and a sellout. He is a sellout. He did a Wicked review, less known. Yes, but he's got millions of subscribers, and he also had the backing of Neon and Mike Flanagan, who did Haunting of Hill House, if you can believe it. That's insane. He had both a studio and a well-known writer-director backing him, and he still failed financially with his film, and story-wise, from what I've heard. Again, I haven't seen it, but I've heard terrible things about the movie. If PewDiePie made a movie in his prime, it'll be everything. Yeah, probably. He could still do that, but he's on to like computer stuff from what I understand. He's off doing like charity computer work for like solving like cancer protein thing. I don't know. I saw a video about it recently. Okay, let's. Oh, so you're saying like the fans? It's not good because of. It's good. It's because of fans. Okay, I see what you mean. Like the tickets. I'm not saying. Well, I'm not conflating like the financial success with the success of the film per se. I don't believe in that at all. Like The Thing by John Carpenter lost a ton of money at the box office, but it's a great film. But um I can see why sales might be inflated by fans as opposed to general audience goers. But again, I don't think that that's necessarily bad. It's kind of like a snowballing effect to get people to go see it. Like I don't think if Iron Lung came out and I didn't really care that I heard about it and I didn't really care personally. I didn't care that Markiplier was making a movie. I was like, okay, sure, like that's cool, whatever. I probably won't see it because, I mean, he's like I don't know. He's a YouTuber making a movie. Like what? I'm not gonna go see that. But then I heard how it was beating Hollywood and all that, and then I just kept hearing across like different social media news outlets that it was written well and all these things. Like okay, I guess I'll check it out. So I mean, I normally wouldn't have watched it, like if it was just based on him and his fans. I think it was the reception of me because it's fans who watch. It's not going to open doors for anyone but big YouTubers. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's. I think it does. It opens up. How do I put this? It's opening. Okay, he's opening up the doors to big YouTubers, but he's also opening up the doors for independent filmmakers to change their strategy for marketing. They have to become known as people. Like think about how many people watch like Spielberg movies because it's Spielberg or Tarantino movies because it's Tarantino. A lot of their success comes down to them as people because they are almost like their films are working off the brand of like they're Tarantino movies. They're not movies by Tarantino. Does that make sense? Like he is the brand. So Markiplier is the brand, and that yeah, I mean, obviously that's gonna make a lot of his fans go see it. But if independent filmmakers and filmmakers in general can cultivate a brand for themselves, not just their film, they're going to pull in more people because people like an underdog story or they like they like to know about the creator. Obviously, that's why do you think we have? I mean, look at how many streamers we have. I'm streaming right now. I wouldn't consider I'm doing. I'm not trying to say that I'm like. I'm just pointing out that there's like indie filmmaker won't have brand until they're successful. I guess, but you gotta like. There's other ways to brand yourself than just having a film get picked up, you know? It's like you can do what Markiplier does, not saying play games or whatever, like exactly what he does, but you kind of have to commercialize either commercialize the process or like you got to put yourself out there more is what I'm saying. I think that nowadays we're seeing a lot people like to see the creators on screen. We're seeing that with all the stream culture is huge now. It's everywhere. Uh and you're able to when you're able to talk to your audience and have a relationship with your audience, they're more likely to support you than like seeing oh, this random guy I've never seen or heard talk about anything is making a movie. Like Markiplier talks to his fans. There's so many videos of him even after the film talking about how thankful he is and how all these things. And it's great. It's great. I mean, I think he's being genuine, but it's also great marketing because then those clips of him being grateful and thankful are going to get spread like wildfire, which they are, and that's going to drive even more people into the to see his film because they're seeing how like happy he is and how many people supported him. So it's like, oh, I want to see this movie. It's like FOMO. He's creating, and I'm not saying like he's doing anything malicious by posting those videos. I think those are definitely like genuine, but at the end of the day, it is also marketing, and most independent filmmakers don't have that. No, they're not seen. They don't have a face really or a face to put to the name for. They don't have a fan base either. You need kind of to have a fan base, you know. And if you have a fan base, that means that you have uh, customers, so to speak, or theoretical customers. And I'm not trying to say that fans are just consumers or customers at all. I'm just saying if you're looking at it from like a marketing or business standpoint, your fan base is likely going to be your customer as well, and there are also modes to pull in more customers because they are going to be sharing your content. Indie filmmakers can't make a fan base like that because they can't. But okay, I agree. Yeah, you can't do. They're not going to just do YouTube for decades to get popular, but you can work on independent films and market them, like market the process, or like do something related to film. I mean, I guess kind of what I'm doing. I don't know. Like you gotta, and I'm putting it out there. I'm not saying it's a proven method because I'm just saying Markiplier is just showing that it might be possible. I think that we need uh, independent filmmakers need to just brand themselves better. I'm not saying necessarily YouTube fully. You can do Instagram, you can do anything, and it doesn't have to be like streaming every day forever. I'm just saying take some elements of what Markiplier has done to build a fan base, apply that to yourself as a filmmaker, and build like a following, like in that sense, like a personality, so that people like. You got to be charismatic. You got to show people that you're interesting, that they're worth, that you're worth them giving money to if you were to do a project. You know what I mean? That you're trustworthy, that you're genuine, that you're authentic. Because an indie filmmaker on like what if I see an indie filmmaker at a convention or like a film festival, I just think it's Elon having side quests. Oh, like what Markiplier's doing is a side quest? I mean, sure, but it doesn't disqualify that he could be onto something with his method. Even if it is like a one-hit wonder, it's still showing that it's possible. Again, this is just theory. I'm not saying it's true, like it's gonna work. I'm just saying that he's opened some doors, and it's pretty interesting how many people have latched onto his film, even as like it's new, like all across the nation. It seems like obviously has a big fan base, but the whole world seems to be talking about his movie. But it's possible if you got 3 million. Well, yeah, okay. Well, now we're going in circles. I've already explained that like he has certain advantages that other people don't. But you can take elements of his strategy and apply them to yourself. I'm not saying you specifically, but in general terms, a filmmaker could apply those things. It's not like he made with 20K. True, but look at Paranormal Activity. They made that for about 20K, and it made almost $1 billion, or it made $1 billion. And yeah, that did have a studio. I'll say that. It did have. I don't think it was heavily marketed, but it did have a studio and Jason Blum, who's a great producer behind it. But that was made with 20K, and it made $1 billion. And at that point, Blumhouse was still really small. Are you talking about Blumhouse right now? When you say indie people can't do what he did, or are you talking about Markiplier? I don't think they can do it now. I'm not saying they're in the position to do it what he did right now. I think that people can work. Okay, Iron Lung, yeah. I think that you can apply his strategy elements. I'm not saying just get a 3 million self-funded or get build it however many. I mean, tens of millions of. How many fans does he have? He must have a lot of fans. However, I'm not saying you have to build a. Blumhouse is a better example for indie. Okay, yeah, I do need to do a video on Blumhouse because I've done a lot of research on them, and they have like one of the highest. They have the highest return of investment, at least. Okay, financially speaking, they are technically the most successful production company out there. They have the highest return on investment for films across the board, outdoing Disney. Disney, on average, across the last 10 or so years has made 700% back, which sounds like a lot until you hear that Blumhouse has made 5,000% back on their films, blowing Disney straight out of the water. Plus, Disney is in the downward spiral right now with all their films flopping left and right, getting written off. Like the Wile E. Coyote movie, I think that was Disney. That movie got put in a vault. Tax write off, $30 million film written off for tax purposes, likely. Uh, Meanwhile, Blumhouse can take like $5 to $10 million and make, I don't know, like hundreds of millions of dollars off $10 million. Like what? And then they can, even if it flops, they make so many movies a year on such a low budget that one win can recoup all the losses of like two or three wins. Studios will try to make YouTuber movies now. Oh God, you might be right. I hope not. Oh my God, could you imagine? They're like just getting all these. I mean, they're kind of doing that with video games because they have like people voice act in them, like YouTubers and stuff. I hope they start. They don't try to like co-op. No, not co-op. What's the word? I hope they don't just start putting YouTubers in charge of things all of a sudden because they think that's the strat. But sorry for the long tangent. I should be getting back to Lord of the Rings, considering I've been going for almost 2.5 hours. But my last point on I should speed directing melodrama. Could you imagine? That would be insane. Queso, a Star Wars story. Uh, um. Okay, well, I won't keep going down this tangent because it's gonna take. I could talk about this for hours on end. Maybe I'll have to do a stream about it at some point. I do want to do a video about it because I have some data that I've been slowly building up about Blumhouse and Disney and Warner Brothers and how their ROI versus budget. So it's a bit more of a financial. It would be like kind of a financial video or stream, but I just think it's really interesting how like it's crazy how on it like face value if you just search up the budget and box office of a film it looks like a Disney film does really well but it really does terribly. Most of them do so bad. It's absurd. And I'm sure it's written off or whatever, but it's also like it's just crazy cuz I could go. I don't want to get into it right now. I could do a whole stream about it. But my point with Iron Lung, I don't even know how we started talking about Iron Lung. But my point with Iron Lung and Markiplier is that there are things to be learned from him. I'm not saying his like what he did is like totally 1,100%, even 50% replicable. But there are elements to what he did in his strategy that are um, Disney makes merch or makes money out of merch. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm not saying that they're a failing company. I do think their movies are failing lately. Uh, they make tons of money off their parks are the most profitable part of the Disney, which is I think that's crazy. I guess it makes sense because people spend like 20 grand on a hotel, and they get like that millions of people a year. I'm not saying Disney's failing. I think they're failing in the film department, but they're a cash cow. They're never gonna stop making money. Disney's never gonna like go out of style, but they are lacking in the film department. I mean, now they exist in a world where they can put everything to streaming and recoup that through stream views or whatever, however that works, and then they can even lie or withhold how much money they make by going direct to streaming, which I hate. I hate that they can do that because then you can't see. You can't see if it made money or if it's successful anymore because it's direct to streaming. Uh, Anyways, I need to stop going on this tangent. Let's get back to Lord of the Rings. I'll do we'll talk more about this next week with Iron Lung, hopefully. Anyways, yeah. So again, we're in Moria in the giant hall. I can't believe, forgot we were talking about Lord of the Rings for a second. And Gimli goes into like a tomb area, and he sees there we go, and he sees a tomb, and it's Balin, his cousin Balin. And so Gimli it's kind of a sad moment here, and Gimli's crying. He's wailing, I should say, because it's his cousin and he's dead and he didn't know somehow. Again, it's super weird that he doesn't know. It's super weird. uh, and so yeah, everyone's just kind of like, it's kind of a moment to pause and just be like, what the hell is happening? And so Gandalf finds a book that someone was reading. Sorry, not reading, writing a book that one of the dwarves was writing as they were dying, and it gives a lot of insight into what was happening. Uh, wait, sorry, what was it? Wait, what? Movie The Wailing is good. I've never heard of The Wailing. I'll check that out. Is it new? If it's super new, I might do a video on it or a stream about it if it's really new. Anyways, so yeah, Legolas is concerned about them staying in there, obviously. But yeah, so Gandalf goes into the book and he's reading about it's pretty much just a recounting of the events that happened in Moria. And it looks like that they were getting sieged by the goblins, and this was their last little holdout here. And we're building up. It's building up, and everyone's terrified because he's describing like how they died. We cannot get out. We cannot get out. We can't hold them for long. And a shadow moves in the dark. The shadow referring to the Balrog that we keep getting a lot of foreshadowing to. And poor Mr. Pippin is messing around with a dead body. And this is probably one of the most like not cringeworthy in a bad way, but cringeworthy in like, oh god, what have you done in the whole franchise? It's so loud. I wish I could play it, but I can't imagine how loud it was in the theater. Apparently it was super loud, I've heard. Like everyone was just silent. So the body falls down this well, and you can't hear it, but oh, it's old. You can't hear it, but it's echoing throughout the entirety of Moria, basically, because Moria is like literally dead silent, and it's so loud and echoing. And the sound design is great here. And we cut to throughout all the halls, and everyone's like, "Oh, god damn it!" And you can even hear like rumbling, like people are starting to move. So they're like, "Oh, we're screwed then." Everyone knows we're here. And Gandalf says, throw yourself in next time." And they have a great. This is the start of their rocky, but eventually very great relationship because stream is crazy. Is it really laggy? It's fixed now. Damn, I wonder why. What? Maybe it's the internet. I don't know. Damn it! I hope it doesn't continue to do that. As long as it's fixed now. So this is the start of a very rocky relationship, but like I said, it's a beautiful relationship. It turns out between Pippin and Gandalf, and I haven't really talked that much about Merry and Pippin, just because they're not like super important. They're important, but they're not like in the forefront of this film. They're more like they have to get their own moments in the next film, more than here. But they both undergo some serious character development and some serious trauma. But Pippin's like kind of like the goofy, foolish, comic relief hobbit, I guess, at the start. If he's framed that way in the beginning. And here he's obviously like a goofball, and and if it was like a regular day and Pippin did this, it would just be played off as funny because it's like, okay, you just messed everything up. But it's life or death here. And so his shenanigans as a hobbit in a life and death situation are getting them into trouble. And it's interesting. It's just cool to see how he operates in the Shire is just not compatible with the real world, so to speak, in their journey, and is getting them into trouble. And so Gandalf's pissed off, obviously, because he's like, "What are you doing? Are you not taking this seriously? Like you're being ridiculous." But Gandalf serves to be a mentor, as he does with he's pretty much a mentor to everyone. It's awesome. He's like just a dad to everyone, and he ends up mentoring Pippin and kind of showing him the ropes. And Pippin learns to he makes mistakes, that's for sure. He keeps making mistakes, different mistakes. He learns and makes mistakes and learns from them. It's awesome. I just wanted to bring that up. But we hear drums now since that happened. And we get this cool little transition shot to drums and screams of goblins. They're coming. All the goblins are coming. We see lights. And then we get a little payoff here, and Frodo sees that Sting is glowing blue, which means that goblins or orcs are nearby, and a fight is about to happen. And this fight is incredible. This scene is so good. Boromir almost gets murked right here. First of all, uh, I'm probably gonna pause a lot throughout this scene. Maybe I'll just let it play. But we learn that they have a cave troll as well. And I will say this: uh, the troll didn't age too well. It's probably one of the only creatures or effects that I'll say doesn't age very well. It's okay. It's not like abominable. It's not like Spy Kids level. Like Stranger Things looked like Spy Kids. It's not like that, but it definitely looks out of place compared to how good everything else is. So everyone's ready. What's his name? Gimli has regained it, like his composure, and he's ready to fight for Moria, and he even says that essentially. And this is our first like major fight, really. I think in the film. All great effects, all great prosthetics, great makeup here. Our hobbits are terrified. Everyone's ready, and there's no music here. It's just raw battle and fight. It's awesome, and it's choreographed so well. You can see, I mean, there's some shaky shots, but for the most part, you can actually see what's happening. It's not like a one of the bad alien movies where you can't tell anything happening. Brutal decapitation here, and then we see the cave troll. And like I said, he doesn't look awful. I'm not saying he looks awful, but he definitely doesn't look as good as some of like the rest of the movie. Great choreograph shots here. I don't know. I just think it looks so good. Everything looks so grounded. Again, it's not CGI slop. Like imagine the scene in like Marvelified or Disneyified. It would be everything would be smooth shots, smooth everything. All the blows, all the sword hits would be perfect and smooth. No stakes. You actually have the like weight to the hits. Oh, that's a moment that was cut right here. If you're watching the stream, I'll rewind it a little. There's a moment here where Boromir is about to get killed, and Aragorn throws his knife and saves Boromir, and they nod to each other like they acknowledge it. Cut from the theatrical. It adds so much character. It shows that like it's almost like not Aragorn forgiving Boromir, but it's showing that you were still on the same team and like I'm gonna have your back. It's just nice. It's nice seeing these little moments, and they tell you so much. It's like 2 seconds and there's no dialogue, and it tells you so much about both characters. And it was cut. Ah, it kills me. It's so unfortunate that it was cut. I cannot believe it. Like I said, it's like 2 seconds. It's cut. And okay, I gotta stop. I don't lose my mind. Let's just keep going. It's so good. I love it. That's why the extended editions are so good. And then we get the Frodo's kind of like he's a little timid. He's probably the most timid out of all the hobbits. But Merry and Pippin, like look at this. Gimli's fighting for his life, and he's about to get killed. And it's so good. It's so good. Everyone's fighting their hardest. Oh my god. And we see Legolas kind of exhibit some of his crazy powers. Legolas is very powerful. He's probably one of the most powerful characters here. He tries to shoot the troll. It doesn't work because the troll is kind of made out of like it's insinuated he has like rock hard skin, basically like armor. And then Sam's he's fighting with his sword in his pan because he's fat. No, he cooks, so he has a pan. And yeah, Frodo has to hide from the cave troll. I'm kind of I don't really have any. I don't want to narrate too much. I don't want to be boring and just narrate, but the troll here doesn't. If you pause it, he doesn't look very real. This looks like a JPEG almost moving around slightly. But we're about to get a pretty dramatic scene here, especially for first-time viewers who haven't seen the movie. The troll gets to Frodo, and Aragorn is struggling to get there to save him. And yeah, it's great. Like, Aragorn is truly struggling. Like, he's sweating. He can barely, he's having to lean against everything to stay up. And he's taking on the cave troll on his own to save Frodo. And everyone's joining in to save him. Even the hobbits are throwing rocks at him, anything they can. Everyone's working together. But alas, Aragorn is knocked out. And lo and behold, Frodo's cornered and he gets stabbed. Oh my gosh. And everyone notices and is freaked out. And it's pretty dramatic. And yeah, they have this like slow-mo shot of Frodo getting stabbed, which I'm not a huge fan of. I think it's like I don't like the slow-mo shot because it wasn't filmed to be slow-mo, you can tell. It's kind of choppy. I don't like that in movies. I hate that in movies, actually. It's kind of a pet peeve of mine. It doesn't affect the movie or the story like that, but when they slow-mo stuff that shouldn't be slow-moed and it's choppy, it just doesn't look professional to me. I know that's a nitpick on my end, but anyways, all of our characters fight harder now because of this, which is cool. It's nice that they don't lose morale. It's just a nice little detail. They don't lose morale. I mean, they are sad, but they use this as an excuse to fight harder, not to falter, which is beautiful, beautiful. And yeah, Frodo's dead. Apparently, he's not dead, but they think he's dead. Merry and Pippin jump on the cave troll and start stabbing it. Everyone's doing their all because they've killed pretty much all the orcs by this point that came in. And there's dramatic music playing here. It's strong. The music starts to overpower the foley and the actual sound effects on purpose, not like bad. And they finally beat the troll. Finally. And here the troll doesn't look that bad. Like the lighting on the troll doesn't look bad. It's just it doesn't like here it looks good. Laying down. Like when it's not moving, it looks really good. But when it's in action, it doesn't look good at all. And yeah, they think all is lost, or that Frodo's dead at least. And it turns out that he is not dead. In fact, that the mithril saved his life that Frodo gave him. And luckily he's alive, and everyone's shocked. And we kind of get a mithril reveal. I mean, obviously, I think it's kind of for the audience. I mean, it's more so for the characters, but it's also just for the audience to remember he has it, which I guess is fine because you might forget. I don't know. It's fine. I don't have anything particularly wrong with it. It's nice to see Gimli's reaction to it though, and then him and Frodo kind of share like a little moment. They barely have any scenes together, by the way. They only talk to each other like twice in the whole franchise. It's crazy. And now they're off, and this is the last stretch to get out of Moria, guys. We're almost done with the Moria stuff. Can you believe it? And we see all these orcs, and this is a crazy amount of orcs or goblins that you're about to see. I mean, these are definitely CGI, but it looks pretty good. I don't think it looks terrible for when it came out. Again, not all the CGI is perfect, like I've been saying, but usually the like, what's the word? The armies, like the vast armies, normally look pretty good. And it's weird because the Battle of the Five Armies in those Hobbit movies, they're somehow like, even though it was made by Peter Jackson, and then they had the same crew, and I'm assuming the same people who edited and did the special effects CGI work, it doesn't look as good. It just doesn't. It's too shiny and glossy and perfect. And they also shot. I don't know if you, for those of you still watching, if you're out there, I think you guys are out there still. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Hobbit movies were shot at like 60 frames per second instead of 24. I don't really know why. It was shot in 60 frames per second and meant for 4K, so everything looks too crisp and too, like, I don't even know how to describe it. They look weird. They just don't look right. And I think that added to it. So the high, crazy, sloppy special effects and CGI plus the high frame rate just made it look like a game, like a video game or something. I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it, but okay, let's get back to it. So now our characters are surrounded by all these amazing, like, look at that. It's horrifying. All these orcs, all these goblins, and you're like, okay, well, how the hell are they gonna get out of this? There's no shot until we hear a roar or growling and some light. I remember when I watched this at first with a friend who hadn't seen it. I was like, oh, I don't even remember how they get out of here. And then it hit me. I was like, oh, duh, I remember. And Gimli's laughing like a little bro. What are you laughing at? Bro should know that there's something wrong. If like what? It's not you. They're not afraid of you, Mr. Gimli. I'm sorry. So everyone turns and they see this big like fiery light. And this is where we're introduced at last in the flesh, or in the flame, I should say, to the Balrog, who we do find out since it's the extended edition. If it was the theatrical version, we wouldn't have known this, but we do find out that it is a servant of Morgoth and of Sauron. Uh, some backstory, if you don't know, is that Morgoth is uh, he was the ultimate big bad of the middle, like Lord of the Rings universe, like even worse than Sauron, like more powerful. That's a story for another time, to quote Maz Kanata. Uh, but the fact that he's a creature of that time and of that those people is terrifying, obviously. So they have to now. They really have to run. But oh no, there's a gap. What are they gonna do? Um, this little moment is great too because Gandalf is already kind of like starting to give up. He's like, "Lead them on, Aragorn. Like you have to lead them." He's telling him, and he even says to sheath your swords because they're no use anymore. Which is again, that's terrifying to hear from Gandalf of all people. Sheath your swords. They're no more Matt. They're no longer any use. Like oh, like what? What could we possibly be going against that I can't even shouldn't even have my sword out? What are you talking about, Gandalf? So now we have like a little. This is almost like a video game event, like moment in a way. I've always thought when I got older, I was like, oh, this is kind of like a video game, not in a bad way, but it's like a level. Like they have to jump across this gap and get all your characters across, and as you get them across, uh, you're getting shot at, and then the ground in which or the gap widens because the place is falling apart because of the Balrog. Excuse me. Excuse me. Second yawn of the stream. Oh, we missed that real quick. I'll rewind. Again, more Boromir character development. He grabs both Merry and Pippin and jumps across. He loves them. He's like their father. He's held them both in his arms and jumped across. He didn't need to do that, but he chose to because he cares about them. And then Gimli tries to do it himself because he's so prideful, and bro almost dies, and Legolas grabs him by the beard, which is pretty funny. And now the gap is pretty wide here, but it's just nice because again, this moment isn't like super. I mean, it is plot heavy because they could die here, but it's a small kind of moment in the grand scheme of the film. But you get so much character development from it. You get the Boromir moment with him and Merry and Pippin. You get Aragorn being like kind of the last one standing to be with Frodo to get him across. You get a little bit more of Gimli and Legolas. Legolas saving Gimli, even though they have animosity for each other. They're all in this together. It's nice. It's great. And it's so small. It's small little details like that cost nothing. They don't even take any dialogue, and they tell you so much. I like all these new films need to take like look at films like this and learn from them. Like truly, I wish I could write this well. Because it's not even dialogue, and it's easy to throw like just toss stuff into dialogue and like exposit it and just get it across, but it takes like skill to tell information this way. And now we're introduced to probably the best special effect and best CGI in the franchise, even the Balrog. He looks incredible. Look at this. I'll pause it and take off the shield. Oh my god. Look at that. Actually, I won't because I can't. You kind of just have to watch it in action. Like, look at how good he looks. And this came out in like 2002 or 3. It still looks this good. Are you kidding? Look at him. I think that is the worst shot of him when he's walking like that. That might be the worst shot, but it's still good. Are you kidding? How? How does it look so good after 25 years, after a quarter of a century? The Balrog out it outperforms CGI that comes out today. Incredible, incredible. And now we're here at the most, probably one of the most famous scenes in the whole trilogy. Gandalf, you shall not pass, and he faces on the Balrog on his own. Oh, it looks so good. Balrog looks so good, and he's sacrificing himself. I mean, our main characters don't know that, but he is. It's so good. I don't even have words, except that it's insane and beautiful. It's so good. It looks so good. And if you've never seen the movies or if you've never read the books, this is like a very, I mean, it's high stakes anyways, but especially if you don't know what's coming. Like, and Gandalf's facing him off on his own. And he, like, Ian McKellen is giving such a, like, great, strong performance. And, it's so good. Look at him. He's giving it his all. He cares so much. Oh. And yeah, it looks like he's defeated the Balrog pretty easily, you might say. It might seem too easy. You might think he defeated him too easy. But alas, he is grabbed by and Gandalf's about to fall. And Frodo's freaking out. Elijah Wood is giving it his all. Everyone's giving it their all. And it's so sad. He's so grasping. And then he's finally met. At last, he's like, I just gotta fall. And he lets go. It's so sad even watching him fall. Like, oh my god, Gandalf's dead. And Frodo has that great scream. And they make everything echo and slow everything down. And they have this great, like, choir music playing. And all this is slowed down. It's weird because this was shot to be slow-mo, I think. But the stuff with the cave troll when Frodo gets stabbed wasn't. I don't know. So they have to leave him. They're getting shot at. It's really sad, and everyone has a moment out here, outside. Once they finally leave Moria, everyone sits down, they cry, everyone's crying. It's like a hit, and you actually sit with them as it's so nice. It's great. Like Gimli's like they have to hold Gimli back because he's trying to go back to save him. And think about it, Gimli is probably he does feel guilty because it was his idea to go through Moria in the first place, and Gandalf's dead now. Well, they think he's dead. He's not dead. I mean, most people know he's not actually dead, but it's great. Everyone has their sad moment. But I want to pause for a second to address some other arguments I've heard about this scene. I've heard people say, oh, well, why didn't they help Gandalf? Why didn't they run and save him? He wasn't that far. First of all, Gandalf was pretty far away. Second of all, they're getting shot at by goblins, mind you. So what, are they going to risk having Aragorn or Boromir or anyone get killed plus Gandalf? No, that would be bad. Also, they don't know, like, if the Balrog is still capable of grabbing them, since it was capable of grabbing Gandalf just now. It also has wings, mind you, so they don't know about that either. There's plenty of reasons that they wouldn't have gone to save him, but I remember, again, Nostalgia Critic made that argument. He's made the argument that why didn't they just go save him? Bruh. Think for 2 seconds. Think about how much risky that is. And Aragorn is in charge now, and Aragorn is going to be pretty risk-averse and do what Gandalf says and lead them on, because Gandalf was telling him to do that earlier just to tell him, but it was also kind of foreshadowing that Aragorn would have to lead them on when Gandalf left. So that was great writing on that for that little scene. Some great foreshadowing. But yeah, I wanted to address those ridiculous criticisms. Ridiculous. And now we're kind of at a slower part of the films. It's not bad by any means, but we're back into a little bit of a slower territory before our next big act. This is kind of like this. I guess this is the second act low point. The movies are so, are so long that it's hard. Like they have so many lows and highs that there's not really a definitive one. I guess Gandalf dying is probably the lowest point though of the film. You'd argue. Well, except for one scene later, if you know what I'm talking about with Boromir. Hold on, I need to rest my throat because I have been talking for 4 hours. I'm surprised. Well, okay, including last stream, it's been 5.5 hours of Lord of the Rings talk. Uh, but yeah, now Aragorn is gonna have to lead them, and they're off the edge of Lothlorien, which is the woods of the elves, not the elves as in Elrond and Rivendell, but different elves. These are like, um, they're more related to like the type of elf that Legolas is, even though Legolas is from Mirkwood in the Hobbit movies, so he's not from Lothlorien, but they look very similar to Legolas. And so now we learn from Gimli that they're about a great sorcerer, elf witch, according to him, because he's a racist dwarf who doesn't like elves. But it's Galadriel, and Galadriel is a pretty important character. She's one of the I think I mentioned this hours ago in the stream, but she's one of the elves that Sauron gave one of the rings to, and she's very powerful elf. And I was seeing here, you can't hear it, but she's talking to Frodo through his mind, and she does that a lot. It's one of her main powers. And so Gimli's being all high and mighty and thinking he's so cool and that no one can catch him. And then, boom! They show up, the elves, and they have him at gunpoint, or arrow point, I should say. Literally arrow point. And we meet, saying only... I knew someone was going to say that. Saying only one part of the movie is slow. Come on, Grog. I didn't say that it's the only part of the movie that's slow. I said it's one of the slower parts, okay? Okay? I'm not saying it's not slow at all. It is a little slow, but it's a slow burn for a good reason. Slow doesn't automatically mean bad. Slow shouldn't be conflated with bad, okay? You need slow moments so that the faster paced high stakes moments are even better. But like this movie goes on like waves of slow and slow and fast pacing, I guess. I mean, obviously the Shire stuff yes, it's slow. I'll give you that. The Shire stuff is slow, but it's good. And then we get into some action with Bree and Gandalf dealing with Saruman. We get, excuse me, we get little doses of action and high-paced stuff, high-stakes stuff happening there. And then we get to Rivendell. Rivendell, bit of a slow moment. Then we get to back into the action with getting to Moria. Oh my god. We got two master rage baiters in chat. Rise of Skywalker is the perfect pace movie. Should copy that from now on. Oh my gosh. This guy. The Hulk is about to explode out of me. I hate that movie. I hate it. 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 How dare you? Mr. Ragebait. Okay. Anyways, yeah, this is a little bit of a slow part of the movie. It's interesting, though, okay? It's interesting and important, and we see very important stuff. So don't tell me it's bad. Especially you, Mr. Grog, who hasn't seen the movie. Watch the movie. Don't fall asleep this time, man. I promise it'll be worth it. So I think his name is it Haldir? Haldir is... And I think we learn his name later. I just know his name for some reason. I don't know why. This guy's name is Haldir, the elf that gets them. And we learn that he knows Aragorn. And this right here is extended edition stuff. And then we learn a little bit more of the history between the dwarves and elves, and that they both share pretty big animosity towards each other. And Gimli is rude to them. And then Aragorn gets pretty upset by this. Because, you probably shouldn't be rude to the people you're captive by. Grog, really? You're killing me, man. Should it be called The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Slog? You've been gone. You missed all the crazy stuff that just happened. How did you manage to show up only after we did all the Moria stuff? Oh my gosh. This guy. This guy, you just can't. You literally showed up like 5 minutes after all of the really crazy stuff. Oh, now you're making. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. The slander, the Lord of the Rings slander is ridiculous. You guys gotta. You guys weren't raised right, apparently. Someone raised you guys wrong. It wasn't that crazy. I'm not gonna get rage baited by you. I'm not gonna get rage baited by you. I know you're laughing behind your screen right now. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. I'm gonna ignore that comment. I'm gonna ignore that. Yeah, Haldir is on to Frodo and he knows that there's an evil with him, aka the ring. They're not gonna name it the ring, and he doesn't want them to go any further because of the one ring. I'm gonna look at my notes here. I don't have that much to say about the extended stuff here. I don't think it was. I think it's still good to have. Don't get me wrong, but I have more to say about when they meet with Galadriel. Yeah, so we get some. They're giving looks. The whole fellowship's giving looks to Frodo here, so they kind of look suspicious of him or like weary of Frodo, and then Aragorn has to like plead. Harold Potter does not clear. Harold Potter can take a hike, okay? Harold Potter has nothing on Lord of the Rings, I promise. Get Harold Potter out of here. That's right, his name is Harold. Get him out of here. Harold Potter's banned from the chat. Executive order. Banned. How dare you? How dare you bring up Harold Potter in this stream? Lord of the Rings clear. You think Harry Potter clears Lord of the Rings? How dare you? Wrong answer. I'll have to do a video about that someday. I can't throwing tomatoes at. Yes, yes, exactly. Get that guy out of here. Get that guy. He's a Mossad agent. Mossad plant. What? The actors from Harry grew up fine? What does that mean? Dobby would what? Dobby would bitch Gollum? Hell no. Here they aged like. Okay, wait. Pause. What is this argument? First of all, how do they age like milk? Have you seen Elijah Wood? He looks great for his age. Orlando Bloom looks great for his age. They all look pretty good for their age. Second of all, what does that have to do with the movie? What are you on about? I don't know what this kind of argument is. You guys are failing. These are terrible arguments. The actors were already grown up in Lord of the Rings. Yes, they're not kids. They're adults. They're in their 20s. I mean, I guess Elijah Wood was probably close to our age. He's like 20, probably like 25-ish in his 20s. They were adults. They weren't kids. What are you talking about? Also, what kind of argument is that? If like even if it's true, if they aged badly, that means the film Harry Potter's better. What are you talking about? What kind of argument is that? Dumbledore. Don't you dare get me started with Dumbledore, bruh. I don't mind Dumbledore, by the way. I just don't think he's better than Gandalf. What are you talking about? Dumbledore consistent. I mean, I like Dumbledore, and I like who I can't remember his name. The guy who plays him did a great job, but Dumbledore consistently lies to Harry Potter constantly and like uses him all the time. Gandalf doesn't do that with anyone. Also, you spelled Gandalf's name wrong. Hagrid better than Genghis? Genghis? His name's Gimli. What do you mean Genghis? What? I can't believe that you just called Gimli Genghis. That is... that's so funny. Genghis. Gandalf is so peak, he wouldn't even have to look at... Exactly. See, someone gets it. You could watch all the Harry Potter movies in the same... What does that even matter? What? What kind of arbitrary argument is that? Who cares? The length doesn't mean it's good. What is that kind of argument? There's no way that's a real argument, right? Are you joking? It has to be like a meme argument. What does that even mean? You could watch all the Harry Potter movies in the same time it would take to watch Lord. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, okay, what? So what? It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with anything. That's like a really random standard to judge something by. I'm trying to think of a good like comp to that. That's funny. I don't know, but that it doesn't make sense. Well, I can't. I'm not over Genghis. I can't believe. I cannot believe that you called Gimli Genghis. That is crazy. I've never heard anyone say anything like that. You have the. That is so funny. That's made my night. That is the best part of the stream. I'm gonna call him Genghis from now on. I'm gonna call Gimli Genghis from now on. That's so funny. Oh my god. Even names are okay. You're just not paying attention. They're not confusing. That just means you're. First of all, you haven't seen the movies, and what are you? You guys have really bad arguments, guys. If your arguments are you could watch it within the same length of a Harry Potter movie or whatever, and then that the names are confusing. These are some pretty weak arguments. Call me when you have some writing issues or consistency problems or character flaws or anything like that. Oh God, The Hobbit. I know you didn't just say The Hobbit's better. The Hobbit movies are not better than this. You're grasping for straws, buddy. Oh my gosh. Look, The Hobbit. I mean, I like parts. I mean, I will say I do like parts of The Hobbits. No. Oh, are you saying no to him? Yeah, the Hobbit does have a book. Wait, so you knew the Hobbit movie had a Hobbit? Wait. You knew the Hobbit movies had a book, but you didn't know Lord of the Rings had a book? What universe do you live in? How do you not? What? Wait. How did you read the Hobbit and not know that the Lord of the Rings movies were based off of the Lord of the Rings books, but you read the Hobbit book? How? How? How does that happen? How's that possible? How did someone withhold any information about Lord of the Rings from you and only let you know about The Hobbit? I don't understand. Your perspective is so interesting. Were you confused by the names in The Hobbit? Because I would argue that The Hobbit has much more confusing names than Lord of the Rings with all the dwarves. Hobbit book is a thing. Lord of the Rings isn't. Okay, now you're just trolling. Were you serious? There's no way you didn't know Lord of the. There's no way. It can't be possible. Luke, is he lying? I mean, Sophia, is he lying? Did he actually not know the Lord of the Rings were based off the books? Or is he trolling? There's no way. Okay, yeah, I figured. There's no way. Wait, The Hobbit. Okay, I'm not gonna entertain this anymore. This is insane. I can't believe you were faking it all the way back then. I can't tell with you. Golly, Master Rage Baiter. You and Grog are competing in Rage Bait this stream. Okay, let's get back to the movie, the good movie that's not bad. We are arguing about these movies when in reality they fall in. You just try. This guy is trying to. You and Luke are trying to one up each other with the rage bait. This is crazy. I've never seen such lengths be gone through to rage bait me. I thought Hobbit book was based on the movie. Now you're lying. You're just lying. You're lying. I can't believe this is happening. What kind of chumps are in this stream? Luke for real didn't know Lord of the. So he really didn't know? What? I don't even understand anymore. I'm going to have to call you at some point to figure this out. Okay, back to the Lord of the Rings. Oh, this was cut as well. So while all of our other characters are kind of side-eyeing Frodo and making him kind of feel bad, um, Boromir talks to Frodo and he assures him that Gandalf's death wasn't in vain and that he wouldn't want you to give up hope and that you shouldn't carry. Uh, I can't even wait. I can't believe you just wrote this. This is not real. You're lying, right? Lord of the Rings comes out. He gets inspired and writes The Hobbit. First, oh my God. Bro's been dead for like 50 years. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is not real. This has to be fake. You're memeing, right? Please tell me you're memeing. You can't be this disillusioned about Lord of the Rings or misinformed about it. I've never seen Lord books. What do you mean? I also Lord books. I love that. That's so funny. I've never seen Lord books. Oh my! I can't believe I've never heard these. Like, I've never heard of this. This is crazy. You've heard of The Hobbit and you knew it was based on a book, and you've seen the Hobbit movies, but you didn't know Lord of the Rings was based off a book. And you also apparently didn't know that J.R.R. Tolkien's been dead for like 50 years. And that he was inspired by the Hobbit movies to make Lord of the Rings. Wait. It even gets worse because the Hobbit came out after Lord of the Rings. So you saw The Hobbit and assumed that the Lord of the Rings, which are substantially older films than The Hobbit, came out after. I This is insane. This cannot be real. How? I'm at a loss for words. Like I saw Harry Potter and Hobbit books, but never Lord book. Yeah, but like the internet exists. How did you not know? Also, how did you think that The Lord of the Rings was inspired by the Hobbit movies? I just can't. The whole point. Wait, that's the whole point. Author. Oh, yeah. So, okay. You misspoke earlier. You meant that he saw Lord of the Rings and got inspired and wrote The Hobbit. Yeah, but I would give you the benefit of the doubt if J.R.R. Tolkien hasn't been dead for like 50 years or however long it's been. I'm just shocked. I'm in shock and awe that how you how you've like how you have such an this perspective is probably you're probably the only person in the entire world that has this perspective of Lord of the Rings. It's insane. That's all I'm saying. Bros, wait, I'm gonna look it up how long he's been dead. He died in 1973. He died a long time ago. He's been dead for so many years. He's been dead for almost 50 years. Yeah, he has been dead for over 50 years, right? Yeah. This is a revelation to me. Yeah, this is like insane to me. It's caused me to pause everything because I cannot believe that's I don't many people don't know the Lord books, I bet. I don't think so. I think you're one of the only people that don't know. Okay, I'll give you this. Maybe there's people that only know about the movies, but I don't think there's people who think that the Hobbit movies were inspired by the Lord of the Rings, like that the Hobbit movies were inspired by the Lord of the Rings movies. I think that's a crazy perspective to have had. I just don't even like I don't understand how that happens. I just especially don't understand. I'm not even like I'm not bashing you, by the way. I just think it's so funny that like you watched Lord of the Rings or you watched the Hobbit movies and then even though you watched them all, I guess like no other information came your way and then only because I never saw the book version of I guess I just don't I I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Okay, I need to get back to the movie. Let's get back to the movie. I just that's insane. I can't believe that. So yeah, Boromir. This was cut out. This little moment here. So Boromir was, uh, Sorry. I'm sorry. It's so funny. Um, that's like the classic series. Exactly. It's the okay. Real quick, one more point on this. Another reason I'm just shocked that you didn't know is because Lord of the Rings kind of set up the stage for fantasy, like as a genre, right? Almost it like set up everything. It's one of the founding fathers of that kind of genre. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to Lord of the movie because I'm still have a ways to go. I've got about an hour left. Yeah. So this scene was cut, and it's of Boromir consoling with Frodo and like trying to make him feel better. And he's the only character that does that, by the way. After Gandalf, who also tried to make Frodo feel better. Uh, Sam and Boromir are the only two characters since Gandalf to do that, which is pretty meaningful. But in the theatrical edition, you would have known about the Boromir stuff because they cut it. Another reason why the theatrical is worse. Uh, and yeah, so finally, Haldir agrees to bring them into the domain of Lothlorien and, excuse me, have them meet with what's her name, Galadriel. So yeah, we see the this was also cut out of the extended edition. The shot in this moment here of seeing like the Elven Kingdom in the trees, which is pretty beautiful. Such a bummer, such a shame. Uh, so yeah, we get some more beautiful shots. Like it's almost like redwood trees, but like uh albino ones. It's like albino Ewok village. I've never thought of it that way until right now. Uh, and yeah, we're finally gonna meet Galadriel, who I have yapped about a few times now. And it's pretty important stuff. Pretty important stuff. Like even this looks pretty good. Like you can kind of tell that they're not in a real. Like this is all real, but that one shot. Let me rewind a little bit. This shot here, or hold on, right here. You can probably guess that it's green screen underneath them or blue screen, but it still looks great. It looks better than XR stage. They're in a real place set, a real set, not all fake. And finally, we meet Galadriel, and she's played by Kate Blanchett, and she's pretty young here because it's kind of crazy how old everyone is now. Viggo Mortensen, I don't know if this is a crazy fact to me, but Viggo Mortensen, who plays Aragorn, is now older than Ian McKellen was when he played Gandalf in these films. Can you believe that? And Ian McKellen is still alive. Ian McKellen's like 90 something years old. I think it's crazy that Aragorn is now older than Gandalf was. It's insane. Um so okay, this is kind of some exposition. I will say that. I will give you that to the people who are going to try to fact check my consistency and critique. Celeborn here is kind of saying like he's just speaking what has happened, like that there were 9 of them and now Gandalf is gone. And Galadriel wants to speak with Gandalf, but he's gone. And it's kind of exposition, although I will say this: it's not traditional exposition because Celeborn is. We're learning that Celeborn and Galadriel have like some kind of telepathic understanding of events that have already come to pass, which is pretty cool and interesting. So the exposition serves more than just getting up us up to what's the word? Refreshing us. It serves more than just refreshing us up to what we've watched in the last couple of hours. We're also learning something about these new characters. So even though yes, it is a kind of exposition of stuff we've seen, we're learning stuff from it. So it's done in a pretty smart way. And yeah, Galadriel's speaking to everyone through her mind, and they're all kind of freaking out a little bit because it's a little weird. She's low-key invading their minds. And yeah, this little shot here was cut where Legolas says that it was a Balrog that killed, or so they think, killed Gandalf. And Celeborn and Galadriel are pretty shaken by this. And yeah, Gimli feels pretty sad because Legolas is like, yeah, we went needlessly into Moria. And in the theatrical edition, we never even have a scene with or a shot or anything moment with Gimli feeling remorse or feeling guilty. And yeah, it's Galadriel who actually like makes him feel better, which is pretty ironic considering Gimli doesn't like the elves. Uh, but yeah, she makes sure that he knows that it's not his fault and that the whole world is in peril. So something like this was bound to happen, is what I gathered is what she meant by that. She's kind of like a version of Gandalf, I'd say, like I guess she's a female kind of version of Gandalf who's a little more stoic, but she's still just as wise and kind of mentoring as him. So she kind of takes up the gap or the vacuum that Gandalf left for a little while here. Um, and yeah, she's in Boromir's head, and he even ends up crying because of something she says to her for whoa because of something that she says to him, and we learn about that later. And it's just kind of interesting because she's director of the series stopped making movies because his DP died. Is that true? That can't be true. They're making a new one. They're making a Hunt for Gollum. Wait, is that true? Oh my god, you're right. I did not know that. Peter Jackson's longtime director of photography and close collaborator Andrew Leslie died on April 27th, 2015 at 59 following a heart attack. Um, his death contributed to his 12-year hiatus from directing narrative feature films. That's super sad. I had no idea. Damn. Yeah, I guess he referred to him as his brother even. That's crazy. I had no idea. Well, uh I do know he's come out of his. It is the same director. Yeah, he's the only one who's. Yes. Well, okay. I think. Oh, for the new one. So, it's directed by Andy Serkis, who played Gollum. So he's directing and acting. I'm a little nervous about that, but Andy Serkis is great. He's a great actor, and he's directed other things I think and produced other things. And I believe Peter Jackson is stepping in with production or producing, and I'm assuming he'll probably give him guidance with directing since Peter Jackson uh, has besides besides Rings of Power, Peter Jackson is the only person to direct Lord of the Rings, like films. Rings of Power is terrible. I don't even want to consider that part of Lord of the Rings. It's so bad. But yeah, I believe Andy. Let me make sure that I'm right. Who is directing The Hunt for Gollum? Yeah, Andy Serkis. Yeah, it's produced by Peter Jackson. Peter Jackson, Fran Walsh, which is she's a writer and producer, and I believe she is Peter Jackson's wife. And then Philippa Boyens. I don't know who that is. It's the same production company too. I hope it's good. I can't take any more of these crappy like remakes. Or not remakes. This isn't a remake, but I can't take it anymore. I really hope it's good. I can't take any more bad sequels to things anymore. It's so not Lord of the Rings, please. Anyways, yeah, I didn't know that about his DP. Watch it use XR state. Oh God, please no. I don't think they are. There is hope with that. I'm pretty sure they're already filming and they're shooting in New Zealand on location. So I don't think the XR stage will play a huge part if it plays any at all. I mean, if they do use it, I hope they use it how it's supposed to be used, like for really little stuff, like tiny like window shots or whatever. I don't know. Hopefully it's good. Anyways, yeah, this scene is basically just a Galadriel kind of bringing everyone to emotional equilibrium. I guess would be the best way to describe this. She's making everyone kind of feel chill. She kind of scares Frodo at the end here, making him feel a little bit of pressure. But yeah, everyone's they're spending the night in Lothlorien. It's I always think and describe Lothlorien as like or Lothlorien. I don't know how to say it right. As like a stoic, more austere version of Rivendell. Serkis also directed Venom. Oh my God, he directed what? Wait, Andy Serkis directed Venom. Let There Be Carnage. I am shocked. I had no idea. Oh no, that might be really bad. Okay, well, oh my God, I didn't know that. I had no idea. Okay, well, that's not great, but at least okay, I will say this. I'm at least optimistic that Peter Jackson is involved. Yeah, directing and acting is pretty I'm not a huge fan of that. I mean, some of you guys in chat know of some recent directing and and written projects of of single people who that are bad that we've witnessed. But yeah, I don't like that. I can't believe he directed a Venom movie. Those movies are really bad. Oh, yeah, he basically made it a comedy and went that route with it, which kind of sucks because the first Venom movie was great. I see. Okay, I didn't see Carnage, but I did hear it was really bad. He can't help himself. I guess that's true. um, I didn't see the second one, but I heard terrible things. I wasn't a huge fan of the first Venom movie, but I didn't think it was like god awful. There was a lot of elements to it that I liked. Damn, though, I didn't know the third. Wait, there's a third one. I didn't even know there was a third Venom movie. Hold on. Third Venom. What? Last Dance. I'd never even heard of that. I don't even think I saw a trailer for that. That's crazy. Damn, I'm out of the loop. Maybe didn't even know there was a third Venom movie. I'm shocked. Damn. Well, I hope that he doesn't mess this one up. See, what I don't understand. It's so stupid. Waste of a great actor to play Venom. Oh yeah, I thought Tom Hardy was great. I love Tom Hardy. I think he's a great actor. Uh, and I did like. I think the best part of the first Venom movie is his like relationship with the creature and like trying to figure it out. I don't really like the plot I don't even remember the plot that well. I remember not liking the plot that much and not really liking the villain, but I did really like Tom Hardy. I think he was certainly probably the strongest part. Uh, but no, what I don't understand is why not just have Peter Jackson direct The Hunt for Gollum and have Andy Serkis play Gollum? I mean, is it just like is it only because it's Gollum and he played Gollum? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I don't understand why we need to have like actors directing the creature. Do you know his name? Venom? I don't remember. Wait. Or wait, what are you referring to? You're referring to I'm not okay. To preface, I'm not like I don't really know much about like the Venom universe. I'm sorry. I watched Venom a long time ago, and I don't remember everyone's names. Do you mean the creature? The creature's name is yeah. I know his name is Venom, but like, oh right, you're okay. Sorry. Yeah, his name is Venom. Right? It's not just like his care. Sorry, I got confused. Yeah, you're right. It is his actual name, right? It's not just like they give him the name, right? It's been a long time. I didn't forget it was Venom though, you know. Sorry, I'm messing up all over the place. I need to reacquaint myself with the movie. It's been a while. That's all I'm saying. Uh, shoot, what was I talking about? But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why Andy Serkis needs to direct The Hunt for Gollum. Other than that, oh, he played Gollum, so why not have him direct the movie about his character Gollum? Is that the only thing? because it sounds like he might not have the best track record for directing. I didn't know he directed Venom movies, but damn. Well, that worries me a lot. Damn it. That sucks. God damn it. Okay, well, I'll go back to the movie. I'm gonna try to pretend like X that out of my brain for the remainder of this. Uh, and yeah, another thing is so they're hearing this like choir play, and apparently it's about Gandalf. And in the theatrical edition, they never have a moment here with acknowledging the choir. You would just if you watch just the theatrical edition, you would assume the choir and all the music is uh non-diegetic soundtrack, but it is not. In fact, it is a diegetic, like it's real, it's happening in the universe, it's singing from the elves about Gandalf. That's pretty cool. Cut again. Cut. Got rid of it. Like, come on, what are we doing? That's why the extended editions are better. I can't believe it. um and yeah, everyone just it's just kind of a continuing of everyone's like grieving over Gandalf, which is nice. And now they're kind of past like crying and everything. Now they're on to let's just remember him and keep going and do everything in honor of him and his name. Sort of like that's the gist of what they're doing, I would say at this point. And now we have a pretty interesting moment. Oh shoot. But yeah, and Andrew was good as Gollum and in Black Panther, and it. Oh yeah, he wasn't. Yes, in Planet of the Apes, but directing doesn't seem to be his strong suit. Uh, he only directed Venom, Let There Be Carnage, not the others. Yeah, I mean, he was. I liked him in Black Panther. I wasn't a huge fan of the Black Panther movie. It was okay. I didn't like the second Black Panther movie, but yeah, I liked him in it. I also liked he's great at like it's weird that he's kind of been typecast into like motion capture or voiceover roles. I mean, he has a great voice. He even like he did the audiobooks for Lord of the Rings actually, and he does Treebeard or he voices Treebeard, I think, and he sounds exactly like him. It's crazy. He's such a great actor, great voice actor as well. Uh but yeah, I don't know why they need to make him direct, or maybe he's like insistent upon it. It's maybe if that's why they're doing it. I don't know. He was also in Avengers. He was in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Really? I don't remember that at all. Was he the same guy that he was in Black? He must have been, right? Was he the same guy he was in Black Panther, but in Age of Ultron? I haven't seen that movie in so long either. I enjoyed Age of Ultron. He was the Iron Man. Oh my god, you're right. You're totally right. I totally forgot. You're right. That's when Ultron. Yes. Oh my god. You just unlocked a part of my memory. Yes, that's when Ultron and Wanda and I don't remember the brother's name. Isn't his name Maximus or something? Yes, he cuts his hand off. Yes, I totally remember. Okay, you're right. I forgot. Wow. I'm having so many revelations in this stream. I'm learning a lot. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, he was buddies with with Tony. Well, sort of buddies with him. Yeah, I don't know why he needs to direct this movie. It's kind of frustrating. I'm sure it has something to do with him like insisting upon it maybe. I don't know. It's the only thing I could think of. I feel like but again, I'd have hope that Peter Jackson will step in when he needs to make sure things run smoothly. I hope. We should collab on a stream at some point. I could talk about movies all day. I would love. I'm open to that. I'd be very open to it. I could talk about. I mean, I've been here for almost 4 hours, and I did an 8-hour Stranger Things stream, so I could certainly talk about movies all day long. That's for damn sure. I would be very interested. Um, is the new movie based on a book? I don't know. It's not. It's based on a portion of the Lord of the Rings book, so I guess yes, but it's not based on a book named The Hunt for Gollum. It's based on there's a it's crazy in the Lord of the Rings Fellowship book. There's like a whole, I think it's a few hundred pages of like how Gandalf found Gollum, and Gandalf and Aragorn hunted down Gollum and like got him, and then Gollum, I think he escaped. I don't remember. Again, I read the books in fourth grade. I don't remember everything. Sounds good. We can set up sometime. I'm excited as I wanted to do a film podcast forever. Lol. I'm also excited. I would love to. I could talk about movies for so long, especially if we agree on some of the like writing stuff, because not many people agree seem to agree with me when it comes to certain writing critiques. Even if you don't, I don't mind. I'm not gonna be mad. Some people just get so mad and defensive about things. It's crazy. Uh, but yeah, the new movie is based on part of the Lord of the Rings books that was never included in the Lord of the Rings, which worries me also, because now that you bring that up, because I kind of forgot that it was based off Lord of the Rings, like the book technically. So if like this movie is successful, they might try to keep doing that. If it's bad, that would be really bad. Because if this movie's bad and it still makes money, then uh, it's better if we disagree honestly. That's true. No, I don't. Yeah, I agree. I don't mean like we need to agree on everything. I just mean as long as we can understand where each other are coming from with our critiques. You know what I mean? Because I've had debates with so many people who just like miss my point or just are not willing to hear me out, I guess, or get mad and like storm off. It's crazy. It's crazy. People are crazy. But I'd be down for sure. But sorry, just to finish my point. Let's say the Hunt for Gollum is successful, right? And it's a bad movie because some people can't help themselves, you know. Yeah, they can't help. Yeah, they can't help themselves. I know a few people who just cannot help themselves, you know. If only they could, then the world would be a better place, you know. But let's say the Hunt for Gollum is bad, and it comes out, but it makes a lot of money because of the fan base and the nostalgia. That could open a lot of doors for Warner Brothers to be like, oh, uh, pulling more stuff from the books that we never use in the movies might be a way to milk more money. So let's just keep ripping stuff out of the book that wasn't in the movies and make movies off of it. That could be really bad. Like, oh my god, what if they did like a Tom Bombadil movie or like short season about Tom Bombadil? I feel like that'll be beating a dead wreck. Yes, well, yeah, but they don't care. The studios don't care about that. That's why part of me like, I like Jon Favreau as a guy. He seems chill, but I also am mad at him for doing the Lion King remake because it opened the door for Disney to just milk remakes forever, and they're all like just ghosts of better films. And so if this happens, and if the same kind of thing happens with Hunt for Gollum, then we're in store for probably a bunch of random like like a Star Wars story type films about Lord of the Rings, if you know what I mean. And that could be really bad if because they're not going to care. They're going to be like, "Oh, as long as we slap Lord of the Rings name on it and throw it out, people will eat it up," which is what they thought. Amazon thought they could do that with the Rings of Power. They I don't want to go into the Rings of Power, but I'm just worried now hearing that. I didn't know he directed such bad stuff because I love him as an actor. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, back to the Fellowship of the Ring. Oh my God, we officially have an hour left. That's nice. So we have this nice moment between Aragorn and Boromir, and at this point they're kind of like made up, like made friends a little bit. At least they're on like the same team now, not as much animosity between them. And Boromir's explaining the voice he heard, which was Galadriel, and not Galadriel. Boromir is the only character that actually talks about that, because all the characters have a moment where I don't think I can bring myself to watch Rings of Power. Do not watch it. Okay, here's what I recommend. If you, because I know you're a huge Lord of the Rings fan like me, probably even bigger than Lord of the Rings fan than me. Maybe we're like competing for Lord of the Rings fan. But if you're interested in it, watch. I'm gonna shill my favorite podcast, movie podcast. Every Frame of Pause. I'm sure you've heard me talk about it. I'm sure. Every Frame of Pause, aka EFAP. Um, they have done like 4 8 hour streams, like kind of like what I'm doing about Rings of Power, and they dive into everything. So if you don't want to give Amazon the money, or you don't want to like, you know, if you want to boycott them, but still like get the info, watch them because they dive into everything. They're great. It's also really funny. It's Every Frame of Pause, but if you type in EFAP and then Rings of Power, it'll come up. It's like they're great. They're great. You can just throw it on in the background or whatever. But I will never watch it. I will never watch it. I watched like 2 episodes with my cousin, with Jack, and it was terrible. Jon Favreau directed Elf. Uh, directed starring Iron Man, one and Iron 2. Other Marvel movies for Disney. Disney made live action Cinderella way before. I thought that he was like the pioneer of that. Is that not true? Don't get me wrong. I think Jon Favreau's made some great stuff. I'm not bashing him like fully. I just don't. I'm not a fan of what he's done lately with Star Wars or any of that. Let me make sure. You might be. Maybe you're right. Probably right. But I just want to make sure. Did live action because I don't want to get things wrong. 2015 action. Oh, it was. Where did I? I'm pretty sure. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, wait. Hold on. Live action Cinderella came out way before. Yeah, I don't know how I got that so wrong. My apologies. I don't want to be lying or giving out misinformation. My bad. Thank you for pointing that out. Why was it? I'm trying to think of why I thought that. Hold on. I need to do some quick research real quick, and then we can dive back into Lord of the Rings. Um, 1 second. Bear with me, guys. I apologize. Hmm. I don't know why I thought that. Interesting. My mistake. I apologize. I'm pretty sure I thought that. Um, Actually, maybe I should not have told you that. I saved it for a podcast. No, we can still talk about it. I don't know. I don't. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is just a small bit. This stream is so long. It's just like a chunk. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But real quick, I think the reason I thought that is because I remembered I I might have even been watching EFAP and they mentioned it, and they're usually very well researched. So I kind of took what they said and agree. Like I thought it was true because they're very well researched the majority of the time. That must have been wrong about that. I think it's also because, uh, at least personally, I've always associated the Lion King remake with like the era of when like they started remaking everything. Because that movie was super financially successful. It made like over $1 billion. Cinderella was pretty successful too, but it made half of that. That might be why. My mistake. My bad. Uh, but I still don't. Regardless, the concept of remaking those movies like as live action, I wish it never happened because now that's all we get nowadays is remakes and like things like that. And they're even I don't know if you guys know this, but they're even thinking about remaking Moana, or they are remaking Moana. Moana isn't that old. Moana didn't come out that long ago. Like I can at least understand the appeal of remaking, um, like older animated, like when they were hand drawn. You know what I mean. But like Moana is not that old. Why are you remaking a live action version of that? Now they're just gonna keep recycling everything. It's just, can we have something new? Trailer for live action Moana is literally the same exact as the. Is it really? Moana live action comes out. It comes out this year. I'm gonna have to do a video on that. Damn, I didn't know it was coming out this year. That would be a great video. Or great, we could even do that. A podcast about that. If they were in the live action Tangled, I will riot. They're doing a live action Tangled. Actually, wait, I did know about that because Sadie Sink might be playing her. Can they stop? Maybe I'm just a bitter old man now. I just cannot stand it. Come up with something new. Why do we have to get exact carbon copies of something in real live action? I'm sorry, I kind of prefer the animated stuff. And I'm not like a huge. I like the original hand drawn animated. They already released. What? I'm so out of the loop. Hold on. How am I this out of the loop? Tegan Croft. I've never heard of Tegan Croft. She was in True. I've never heard of any of these. Wait, she was in the what? She played her in the animated Tangled. Interesting. Wait, no, wait, no, she didn't. Why does it say she's? Oh, never mind. That's just Google making a mistake. My bad. I can't keep up. I'm gonna. That's crazy. I just think they gotta stop. I'm glad the cast is at last somewhat unknown. Yeah, that's true. I'll hold my thoughts for a podcast. Lol. I'll help you with the overlays, and it'll be perfect, beautiful. That sounds great. I will respond to your messages when the stream is over. I will make sure. If it's super late for me and I go to bed, don't be mad, but I will respond either after this or tomorrow. Oh my god, it's 11:30 for you guys? Or no, it's 9:30. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong clock. Um uh no, I mean, but back to the other message. I'm glad the cast is somewhat unknown. Yeah, that helps. I mean, I don't like how it seems like Disney and all these big budget films are relying on like A-listers to get people in the theaters, which is starting to not work anymore. I think they've realized that. Because I think so. I've watched a few. There's a few great videos about this, but the celebrity stardom and like the gap between regular people and celebrities keeps getting narrower and narrower. Where we have so much access to celebrities now through social media and the internet and all these podcasts they go on and everything, that they're not as like it's not as crazy anymore as it used to be back like before the internet, or something like that. So like the draw of them, I mean, it's still pretty huge. Look at like Taylor Swift and Sabrina Carpenter. They're still like, they've maintained a level of stardom, like they're so high up there. But I feel like for the most part, like a lot of we all coming out to the theaters for Doomsday. Oh my, no, hell no. I mean, I probably will have to for this. Now, I'm not gonna. Okay, I love to watch it so I can talk about it like this. But if if I wasn't gonna consistently do this, I would not be watching it. I'm sorry, but I will for the sake of talking about it. Only Dune. Oh, like the next Dune? When does that come out? This year. I didn't know that. Awesome. No, I'm not excited for Doomsday. Doomsday's going to be terrible. It's going to be real bad. That's going to be a real stinker. Doomsday is going to be a big old stinker. It comes out the same day? Oh my god. Damn it. So I have to go to. Oh my god, that's going to be crazy. Hopefully Dune is good. Imagine if they're both bad. I'd be so sad. I need one to be good. One of them needs to be good. I mean, it's going to be Dune, if anything. Dune will be better, I hope. Golly. They come out the same day? Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. Doomsday is screwed. People are already tired of Marvel. Like what? People are definitely gonna go see Dune over Marvel. Maybe, nah. Actually, I shouldn't say that because they have such a stacked cast, and it's like, how long has it been since a Marvel movie? It's been a long time, right? Since Endgame, right? Has there been a Marvel movie since Endgame, like or Avengers movie? It was Endgame. Damn, so 7 years ago. Okay, yeah. Then I don't know. Doomsday might get a lot because of that. I didn't think about that. Saying Dune is going to do. No, okay, yes, you're right. I didn't. Here's the thing. I've forgotten that there are still people who like are like super Marvel fans. I feel like most people aren't anymore. But since the event, I also forgot it's an Avengers movie and not a Marvel movie, so that kind of changes things. People are get way more excited about Avengers. Um, I think it'll perform pretty strongly at first, but considering that Doomsday is supposed to have a $1 billion budget, I don't think they're gonna make that money back. I have zero confidence for it. If they didn't even finish the script before starting production, and there hasn't been a good release in the past few years, also doing this very good track record. See, okay, here's the thing. I agree with both of you guys. So for different reasons. So I think that I do think Avengers will outperform um, Dune in ticket sales. Thunderbolts literally came out less than a year ago, but that's not an Avengers movie. Was that that wasn't considered an Avengers movie? I'm talking about like an Avengers huge ensemble movie, and that was like that had a pretty big cast, but that wasn't an Avengers movie. Also, I don't think Thunderbolts didn't Thunderbolts do badly financially? Yeah, it lost a ton of money. It fell short of its break even, so it didn't even do very well. I didn't watch that. Again, I haven't been keeping up with Marvel. Now I will. Yeah, Thunderbolts wasn't that good story and financially. Okay, well, to get back to the other point. So, I here's what I think will happen. My prediction. I know I'm off topic again with Lord of the Rings, but this is I just want to talk about it since we're all here and we're all talking about it. So, if I think that when Avengers Doomsday comes out, it'll probably beat Dune in like box office sales. Sure, what? Sure to Thunderbolts losing money or to something else. So I think that it'll come out and it'll make way more than Dune with ticket sales and through the box office, but I don't think it'll be able to even break even, or it won't be able to break even because if the budget is $1 billion, and that's like a conservative estimate because they never release the true financials. And let's say, okay, let's be generous to Disney here, okay? Because I know that they get because they shoot a lot in London, and London can give them huge tax breaks, and I know that they shoot in Georgia too because of Trilith, and they get huge tax breaks there. So let's say they shoot it's for a billion with air quotes, and it's really 700 million. Okay, that's taking $300 million off for tax write-offs or tax rebates or whatever. Right? They're gonna still spend like 100 or 200 million dollars marketing it because they usually spend around that much to market any Marvel movie. So that brings it back up to like 8 or 900 million. Right? It's making 2 billion easy. Okay, here's the thing. I agree. I agree with you. I agree. I think it'll make a lot of money, but it will still barely, considering how much it costs to make, it'll still not really make a huge profit. But yes, I think it'll outperform ticket sales more than Dune because Dune is popular, but Dune is still kind of it's more niche and more catered to a specific fan base than Avengers and Marvel, which kind of caters to everyone. But because the budget is so huge, they're really screwing themselves over from making a great profit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do think it'll make yes, the box office is going to definitely outshine Dune, of course. But will it make more money than Dune technically, or will it make its money back? I have a feeling it'll struggle, especially considering how we've been getting more and more Marvel movies and Marvel projects that are whoa that are flopping or not getting renewed. Like what's that show that came out recently? Wonder Man, that filmed in like 2023 and it came out and it had like one season and it's not getting remade, or Echo, or this isn't Marvel but The Acolyte. Luke says if only Robert Downey Jr. didn't take private jet. Is that based on something true? Is that real? Did he do something silly like that, like Taylor Swift taking a 1 minute plane ride? But yeah, I just I don't see how it's possible for Doomsday to make a profit, like a good profit. Let's say, like with costing $1 billion, not including marketing. I just don't see it. I don't see how it's possible. And it's not like if we rewound the clocks back to 2018 and they released Doomsday and it cost $1 billion, I think they would have made 4 or 3 billion back. Because back in 2019, in that like 2018 times right before COVID, they could make anything and make a profit. People were eating Marvel up so hard, and it's because they had everything set up and everyone was invested in it. Ever since Endgame, and I didn't even think Endgame was good, but ever since Endgame, and who was behind? Shoot, what's his name? Is it Kevin Feige who was responsible for setting up the structure of like Avengers and Marvel? Ever since that, he kind of took a step back, or that they basically didn't have a plan for after. Whereas everything leading up to Avengers Endgame, at least to my knowledge, was pretty set up, like how the films were going to come out. Maybe not every line, every script was meant to go all together, but the movies were supposed to come out and the stories were generally supposed to kind of weave together. Whereas anything after Endgame seems to be them just throwing ideas onto a screen with no script and just shooting it. Multiverse of Madness had no script. What are you like? What? What are we doing? And then they have all these shows that come out, and half of them don't get renewed, and they're also supposed to tie into the movies. And then the shows are so bad or so unknown that no one knows the characters that are coming in the movies. Like with Captain Marvel, we had, is it Miss Marvel, the girl who was in the Miss Marvel show? She was in that, and I'm sure a ton of people didn't watch that. And then that movie flopped. That movie did super bad. That was like the start of the losing streak. It's insane. Um, I, uh, I don't know how the shows weren't the downfall of all of it. Did you send that too early? Wait, the shows were the downfall. Yeah, they were. I do think I think that they bloated themselves up with too much content. It's so much content that not everyone could watch it, and especially like they should have just stuck to the movies. They did that with Star Wars too. They're spreading themselves so thin, and they're giving all these projects to people that aren't invested in the actual source material, that don't even read the comics or anything. They're like, what are we doing? You're throwing away source material. They're like with Star Wars, they didn't even use any source material from like Legends or Expanded Universe, however you want to call it. They didn't use that. They didn't even take ideas from George Lucas's scripts that he gave them. And this is a problem across Disney, and it shows itself. I mean, Kevin Feige admitted to all of that, which is insane. I didn't even know he admitted to that. That's insane that he admitted it. I mean, it's obvious. I didn't even know that he admitted it, and I was able to gather it. Anyone can tell. It doesn't take a genius to see how they had no plan. But and that's why that's why earlier when we talked about Iron Lung, I championed Markiplier and like indie filmmakers, because at the end of the day, the studios can't, like, they're failing. I'm sorry. Like, the only reason that they're still afloat, like, I mean, Disney has their parks, they have all that, right? Let's take away that for a second. Let's take away the parks and like that prime. Star Wars just needs to be put to bed for good. They haven't made anything good in like 20 years. Okay, wait, did you see Andor? Andor was good. But I agree with you. Besides Andor, I think everything they've made has been crap. Rogue One was okay at most. Everything else was bad. I agree. They do need to put it to bed. They need to stop. They can't though. They can't help themselves. They can't help themselves. Um, Andor was really good, and that was a fluke. And we'll never get something like Andor again, unfortunately, because it just sucks. It sucks. It's such a shame what they've done with all of these great IPs. They just can't keep themselves together. They can't. And the craziest part of it all is, yeah, some of the special effects are really bad, or the acting can be bad, but the scripts are the worst part. And like I've said this in other streams, the scripts are free technically. Like they cost a little, like, yeah, they cost like talent and like talented writers, but they're free. You just need a Google Doc at the end of the day. You don't even need Final Draft or like whatever uh, scripting software you use or you need. You can literally do it on your notes app. It takes nothing. There's no material or like production that goes into writing a script. It is technically free minus the payment for the writers. And that's where all the problems stem from. They haven't figured it out. It's been like 10 years of crap and they can't seem to figure that out. It's crazy. It's insane. It's like, write a good story, write something that captivates your audience, and then give it to them. Why do we have to? Although Palpatine returning was the greatest movie decision of the 20. Okay. Yeah, that was great. Somehow Palpatine returned. Oh my God, Palpatine will return in Avengers Doomsday. Oh, could you imagine? I feel at this point they would cross over those two franchises. I think they would. I think we're heading towards that. I think in 20 years we're going to get a franchise meld. They're going to run out of ideas and they're going to start doing that. I have a feeling. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that we're heading towards that. Not super soon by any means. I do think in 10 or 20 years though, we're going to start seeing IPs starting to mix. We're already seeing it in video games. I mean, Helldivers 2 is putting like Halo and Star Wars like canon into that movie. No, it would not. Don't even play with that. But yeah, we're already seeing it with video games. Video like Helldivers, like I said, it's just Helldivers 2 is putting in like Halo and Star Wars into their like canon stuff too. It's not like skins, like they're putting like story stuff to my knowledge. I'll have to ask. My cousin knows more about it than I do. He's more of a in the game sphere than I am, so I'll have to ask him. But when they start with games, and if that becomes profitable, then soon enough someone's going to. Oh yeah, and Fortnite. I'm stupid. I didn't even think about that. Okay, wait, real quick. I think it's insane. I think it's absolutely like ridiculous that to learn that Palpatine was gonna to know Palpatine's message in Rise of Skywalker, you had to watch the Fortnite event. Did you guys know that or remember that? Is that not crazy? Why do I have to watch or play a Fortnite event to know what Palpatine's message was? Are you serious? It's not in the movie, but it's in Fortnite? Are you kidding? Oh my God. But yeah, Fortnite's a great example. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. But yeah, it's so profitable. People eat that up. So eventually that idea is going to catch up to Disney and they're going to be like, "Oh, you didn't know that?" Yeah, they did. If you look up Palpatine's message Fortnite. They do a whole Fortnite event with Palpatine coming back. It's ridiculous, and it's insane. Like, what are we doing? Tarantino just did that with a story from Kill Bill in Fortnite. Are you serious? What is he doing? I heard something about him with Fortnite. Bruh. See, it's already started. It's already started. It's only a matter of time until they start mixing up our franchises. Let's put Halo and Star Wars in a movie together. Let's have Marvel cross into the Star Wars universe. They already have the means to do it. They have the multiverse. It's already set up. All they have to do is say that Thor or I don't know, whoever threw themselves into the Star Wars galaxy and it alters the timeline. And then soon enough, you're going to have a hero Avengers shot with Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, CGI Luke Skywalker, CGI Han Solo with Scarlett Johansson and the Hulk. Just watch. Just you wait. I think it'll happen in 20 years when we're all like in our middle ages. Why, why are you acting like you? I would. I don't care. I'll watch them. I'm not gonna not watch them. Are you kidding me? I have to see how bad it is. I'm not saying I'm like a purist that I would never watch them. Are you kidding? I will sure of hell as hell be watching them. I don't care. It's a product at the end of the day. Unfortunately, that's as much. That's what. And look, I don't like to talk about film. To demean films to just being products, but that's what they're treating them as. They're not giving them any more time of day than just a product on an assembly line. So I will eat it up like a product on an assembly line, especially if they do end up doing something like that. Could you imagine? What it's gonna have Subway Surfers in the background and like satisfying videos playing while we see Luke Skywalker fight Ultron on top of like Asgard or some crap. Could you imagine? And everyone's fat in the movie theater. No, we won't have theaters by then. Everyone will be plugged in through the Oculus. Oh my god! Look at like the. Imagine that this crazy world. Everyone's fat in their Oculus watching Luke Skywalker battle Dobby the house elf with the help of Thor. What a world we could live in. What a world. With Subway Surfers, mind you. We have to make sure that the Subway Surfers is in there. Darth Vader versus Mr. Yes! Can we please? I wouldn't be opposed to that. Imagine that's just Wally. It is Wally. Can we have Wally in there? Let's have Wally in there. Mr. Boss, please. Oh my god, could you imagine Darth Vader? Oh my god, I love that show. Smiling Friends is so good. It's incredible. Okay, I gotta stop. I'm on a long tangent here. This is insane. You guys are getting me off topic. Mr. Boss versus Darth Vader, bruh. Could you imagine? Let's just do it in Fortnite. Just put. Oh my God, Smiling Friends is going to be in Fortnite. It's gonna happen, right? Has it happened? I feel like that would have happened by now. Um. Oh my God. Okay, back to the back to the movie. I haven't even gotten through this scene. Oh my God. So. Oh shoot. So yeah, Boromir has has a moment with Aragorn here, and he's kind of lost hope. He's telling Aragorn he has no hope, which is pretty different from the Boromir we saw in the beginning of the film, or near in Rivendell, where he was pretty gun ho, pro Gondor, pro saving the world. Now he has no hope, and he's talking about his father, and he's talking about how his rule is failing. And just for context, if you haven't seen the films, Boromir's dad his name is Denethor, and he is like the steward of Gondor, which is like the second in command while the king is gone. And so Boromir and his like, I guess his bloodline are like pseudo kings of Gondor. If you think about it. Whoa, excuse me. They're almost like pseudo kings of Gondor, because the last king of Gondor was it Isildur 3,000 years ago? I don't even remember. I think it is. Yeah. Or they haven't had a king in a very long time. I don't know if Isildur was necessarily the last king of Gondor. I don't remember. However, Boromir and his bloodline and his father are sort of like running the show while everyone waits for the king to return to the throne, basically. The true king. But Denethor is like failing, and we'll see more of that in the second movie, in the third movie. But no, this is just a lovely scene because we have like Boromir reminiscing about Gondor. He kind of regains a little bit of his patriotic hope here, and he's just like telling Aragorn, and they have like, it's just a nice moment. There's no animosity for the first time. Boromir's opening up to Aragorn, and he's just listening. He's not interrupting. He's not giving him any bad looks. He's just listening and hearing him and letting him kind of vent or just spill what's on his mind. And then Boromir, like, he says that their paths will lead them to Gondor, which is super significant because he's kind of insinuating that Aragorn will come back and be king, which is a hard U-turn from what he was feeling in Rivendell. And it's great. I love this because the writing is so good. He's not just saying, "I want you to be king," or "My mind has changed, Aragorn. You should be king." He's he's saying, "Someday we're both going to go back home." And it's like, "Oh, so you mean that the King of Gondor will return, and you're fine with that?" It's nice. It's subtle, and it's way stronger than him just blatantly telling him that he wants Aragorn back as king. It's great. Great writing. And yeah, he even says the lords of Gondor have returned, and he kind of is talking of both of them as brothers. It's great. And now we are on to Galadriel, and I have to take another bathroom break. This is crazy. Two bathroom breaks in 5 hours. Too high. Those numbers are high. High. Last time 8 hour stream, I had one bathroom break. Okay, I'll be right back, everyone. Just hang tight for like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Um. Yes. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I have to stay hydrated, guys. I can't go peeless forever. Um. Okay. Anyways, back to it. Back to the film. So now, everyone's kind of gone to sleep here, and uh, um, Galadriel's walking about through everyone while they're sleeping, and Frodo is the only one that wakes up, and he sees her and decides to follow her, and it's pretty obvious that she's done this on purpose because she wants to discuss something or show him something. We get more great music. It's such a shame that I can't play the music here, but I will be taken down, so there's that. Luke says I took way too long. Bruh. First of all, I needed to take a second to breathe. Second of all, I had to pee and it took a while because I've been drinking lots of water. And third of all, I was texting your wife to give her some information about the podcast, the other one that I mentioned earlier. So why don't you calm down, Mr. Park? Why don't you chill? Golly. You have 8. I've been here for 5 hours. Give me a break. Give me a break, please. Please. Okay, I know. Let's get back to it. Um so yeah, Galadriel she's gonna show Frodo some pretty awful images in a second. I mean, again, if you've seen, I'm assuming most people have seen the movies, so I don't need to explain. Well, unless you're a certain LP Cine, you haven't seen it. You don't even know that the writer was dead who wrote the books, or that there were books. Anyway, sorry. Let's move past that. Um, so yeah, Galadriel decides to show him the mirror, which is like it's kind of like a well, it's seeing water, but it's like a mirror into the present, the past, and the future. Uh, yeah, that's that's what she's creating right now. We don't really learn what kind of magic that is, or if it's like elven power, or if it's the water, or what. It's kind of left. That's one thing I will say. The magic system in Lord of the Rings is very vague, which I actually like. I don't need it personally. I don't need the magic system to be perfectly lined out, like outlined. Mainly because it opens the door to people critiquing little things and trying to like match everything up to be perfect. When power systems like this are vague, it leaves leeway one way or another to how stuff can work so that the writing remains consistent. I hope that made sense. I kind of said it in a very long-winded way. But when you give like hard I don't know how to explain it. Like hard rules for stuff, you can trip up yourself later. I agree. Lord of the Rings is not Skyrim. Exactly. Because the power system it's a light magic system. And just to clarify my point, because I just want to get it across properly. There's nothing wrong. Well, another series I know. No. Okay. we can get into that later. Touche, Mr. Park. I don't have time to go into the Harold Potter universe and the magic system of that, but I'm gonna point out um, why the a lighter magic system, lighter as in like less um complex or explained magic system can actually be way more beneficial than a completely thought out one. Just hear me out. So, and Harry Potter's a good example, actually, to compare this to, although I haven't seen those movies in a long time. So Harry Potter does have a pretty complex magic system, uh, and which is fine. I'd have to rewatch the movies to see if it's consistent, but I can't speak on that right now. Lord of the Rings has a pretty, vague one. And you might say, well, Zach, isn't it like bad if it's vague because then you don't understand how things work or if things work this way or that way? And I would say yes and no. So, like for let's take Gandalf for example. Gandalf doesn't. We don't know the extent of his powers really. We know that he can cast some kind of spells to make like his pipe weed turn into like boats. We know that he has a staff that has some kind of light abilities, and we see that later on in the films as well. Um, we know that he can use some kind of telepathic powers with his staff or with himself to like when he's throwing him and Saruman are fighting. Uh, but we never see him like shoot lightning out of his hands like Palpatine or like have a wand that shoots fireballs or anything like that. It's very vague, and it works because it's kind of like a it's interesting. It's like a barrier to inconsistencies and arguments against the magic system. Because with Harry Potter, there are like so many like set rules and ways you can do stuff that you kind of box yourself in as a writer. You have to adhere to these really specific rules, and one mistake can mess up so many other things. It's like a domino effect at that point. It's kind of Stranger Things has done that a little as well as I go into in that stream. But with all these movies or shows or worlds that have super complex like magic systems or power systems, uh, you can box yourself in, and then if you make one or two mistakes, then you can screw up everything, and that just leads to another whole boatload of problems. With Lord of the Rings, it's written in a way, and it's written in the films to enough vagueness that they're not in a corner, and like if they were to find themselves in a corner, they could pretty easily write themselves out of it. But it's also not so vague that you can't tell anything at all. They're just more thought out, I guess. I guess I can't again I can't really remember the movie the Hobbit or not Hobbit the Harry Potter movies super well, and I never read that. I read half the books, and then wait, sidebar. This is weird. So I tried reading the books in middle school, and then a teacher stopped me from reading them. I got to the fourth book, and after that, she was like, "You're too young," and so I just never I just never read the rest of the books. Uh, it was weird. She was like this. She kind of like discouraged me from reading them. I don't know why. And I didn't even go to one of those schools that banned the books or anything like that either. It was a regular school. I don't know what happened. She said it was too like romantic. I don't know. Anyways, and I also can't super speak for the Lord of the Rings books either because I haven't read those since I was a fourth grader. But I think the magic is more thought out in the books compared to the movies for Lord of the Rings, but I'm sure Hobbit or no, it's not Hobbit. The Harry Potter movies probably have a more complex magic system, because Tolkien was pretty like to my memory he was more vague, like I've kept saying. But there are benefits to both. Okay, I just think that you can easily become inconsistently. So basically, you and I are the same. How are we the same? That's what my parents did to me. Stopped me before the fourth book. Yeah, I don't know what. Like what? I've seen the movies. I don't. Does anything crazy happen in the books that I'm unaware of for a fifth grader to read? It's so weird. What do you mean? Basically, we are the same. By the way, you mean in me not understanding the books or not? Wait, I don't even know what you mean. Like we agree. Uh, I don't know what that means or what you mean by that. Anyways, my point is that the vague magic system works really well in Lord of the Rings, and it's just it closes doors to writing problems, so, to my knowledge, because we both haven't read the. No, okay, I've read the Lord of the Rings, okay, and I've read the Hobbit. I just read them a long time ago, and I also don't you dare say that we're the same. You thought J.R.R. You didn't even know J.R.R. Tolkien was dead. You thought he was inspired by. You thought he was inspired by the Lord of the Rings to write the Hobbit. What are you talking about? Or I don't know what you thought, but that's not the same thing. And I also did read some of the Harry Potter books. Okay, I read like half of them. It's not my fault. I was told to stop, and I was literally discouraged to. I probably will not read them. Sorry. At this point in my life, I'm fine without reading them. Okay, back to the movie. But yeah, so he starts to see he's shown like the looks we saw uh, that he was given earlier by his friends. We see the Shire. This seems to be pretty present or past maybe. And then we see the future, which is the Shire getting absolutely burned and destroyed by the orcs. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Damn it. Sneeze. Oh, damn it. I couldn't get it out. Yeah, we see the hobbits enslaved. We see Samwise enslaved too. And the Shire is all turned into like pretty much Mordor. Bag End is gone. Everyone's dying, and Sauron has taken over the world. It's a pretty awful vision for Frodo to see, to be shown. And it's so bad that even like the water is smoking, which is a cool little effect. I like that they added that. And it's a lot of pressure because Galadriel tells Frodo that this is what's going to happen if he messes up. Like, oh my god. It's a lot more harsh than what Gandalf told him or showed him or told him, not showed him. Pretty harsh. Pretty rough stuff to lay on Frodo there, Galadriel. But she yeah, she gives some foreshadowing to Boromir taking the ring as well. He says he will try to take the ring, you know of whom I speak, and that one by one it will destroy them all. So she's planting the seed in his mind that the Fellowship will inevitably fall apart because of the ring. It's only a matter of time, which is kind of true. It's kind of true. I'm not going to say it's fully true because Aragorn, I don't think, would have turned. Hold on. I need to blow my nose real quick. My bad. I'm not sick. I'm just a little congested. I've been fine for 5 hours. I just need to blow my nose real quick. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I when I couldn't sneeze, it like blocked me up somehow. I don't know what happened. Uh, shoot, 1 second. My mistake. My bad, guys. Uh, uh. Okay. Okay, back to it. Excuse, bruh. What do you want me to sound like? I'm underwater for the rest of the stream? Gosh, come on, man. But yeah, so Galadriel's kind of throwing some harsh realities on the Frodo and kind of making him paranoid, I'd argue, because and Galadriel is interesting because I think on a first watch through you would kind of assume that she's a villain or antagonistic. She's not. I mean, she's not, but she does a lot of things that seem antagonistic. Like here, she kind of puts Frodo in a place where in a position where he's about to offer her the ring, and she does this crazy. This is never explained. I will say that what this scene is sort of like. Galadriel explains that it was a test for herself to not take the ring, to not like fall into darkness, and that gives her um the blessing basically to retire into the west, or I think it's the west, and leave Middle Earth with the rest of the elves. And if she didn't do this test, she wouldn't have been worthy of leaving, is what I gather. It's never really explicitly explained. I know that part was in the books, but they don't really. Yeah, they don't. I don't remember it in the books. Again, I don't remember the books super well. To my knowledge, she's like testing herself. I don't know if it's a test she has to do herself or it's decreed by some higher power, because I know Lord of the Rings they do have gods, or like godlike beings. It's confusing. I mean, if you watch the movie and you get to this part, it's not gonna like ruin the film for you. Because when I was growing up watching these, and I just was like, okay, she was just tempted by the dark side, kind of like in Star Wars, is what I gathered. So even if you don't understand the full context of what is happening here, it still works in the movie, I would say. Although it does make you question like what the hell like what visually just happened. What did I just witness? It's pretty terrifying. It's pretty creepy and intimidating. Like they change. I don't know what they. It almost looks. Let me rewind for a second. Because like when she's in this state, that almost doesn't even look like her. It almost looks like a different actress. Because when I was really young, I thought maybe they substituted her for a different actress. They did something to her eyes. I don't know. Doesn't even look like her. Um, and Frodo's like, "What the hell?" He's pretty much in the same position the audience is. Like, "What did I just watch you do, bruh?" So I guess that's reassuring that he doesn't even know what just happened and never gets told. Um, and yeah, Frodo is like, well, because Galadriel's kind of insinuating that he has to do this journey on his own. Like, oh well, the Fellowship's gonna fall apart anyway, so you better get used to doing this on your own. And he doesn't feel confident in himself to do that. I mean, I wouldn't. Are you kidding? I don't even know the directions. I mean, I guess at this point he might know because it's been so long, and Gandalf probably told him. And this was extended too. She shows him the ring, which is from Sauron. Uh, and she basically says that she'd like him as a bearer, and that uh, she kind of has to bear the ring alone as well. It's like something she has to deal with herself, and it's something that he also has to do himself. And that if he doesn't find a way to do it, no one else will. Pretty, pretty, a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. And yeah, so Frodo at this point has accepted that he needs to do it on his own, and that he needs to just buck up and garner the courage. And at least right here, Galadriel imparts him with some encouraging words that anyone so small can change the future. That's nice. And now we're back to Isengard. It feels like it's been so long since we've been at Isengard. Maybe it's because I paused for so long a few times. But we see Lurtz here. And we kind of learn. This is kind of cool, actually. We learned some history of the orcs. We learned that they were once elves, and that they were twisted and tortured and mutilated. And it's also just, it's funny that Saruman is telling him this. Why would you tell him this? I feel like he doesn't need to know. He's like, Dad, why are you telling me these awful things? Why are you saying it's so bad? You're making me feel like crap. And yeah, he's saying that he's like a perfected version of an orc or goblin. And then we get a nice little montage, quick little montage shoot up scene of these guys are horrifying. Look at them. They're football players. They're like aggressive, giant football player-sized beasts. It's crazy. And they bear the white hand of Saruman, which is pretty cool. Again, great makeup, all practical, great costuming. It's great. They have these awesome scimitars. They are suited up and ready to go. And yeah, Saruman is full evil. He's telling them they don't know pain or fear, and that they're gonna taste man flesh. That's pretty dark stuff. And okay. I'm gonna credit EFAP. Okay, I mentioned EFAP earlier. They brought attention to this line, and I never thought about it as weird until now. But Saruman tells the Uruk-hai to bring them the hobbits alive and unspoiled. And Lurch gives this look like, what? What do you mean unspoiled? What do you think we're gonna do to them? What does that mean? What does that mean? Unspoiled? It's freaky stuff, man. Saruman's talking about some weird stuff. What does he think the orcs are gonna do? What does he think they're gonna do to the hobbits, man? I don't think they're gonna do anything freaky to them. Anyways, let's just I just thought it was a weird line. I don't know what else he means by that. I guess like unarmed or unharmed, but why wouldn't he just say unharmed if he already said alive? Anyways. Anyways, back to it. We're back to Lothlorien, and now we know that there's a threat on the way, on the move. The orcs are coming. This was cut too, and I mentioned this in my last stream. This is one of those scenes that shows how much, or it demonstrates like, okay, not demonstrates. What's the word? It gives context to like things and objects and their mechanics that our characters get, like the loveless. Is it loveless bread? Loveless bread, lomnus bread, lomnus bread, right? Legolas describes how it fills up your stomach like for 4 weeks or something crazy to fill a grown man, like one bite. And this is important bread. It's in the next 2 films, and it's even like an important part of one specific scene in Return of the King for hardcore fans that know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyways, it's like it's important because okay, that makes sense why they can get along with like no food because they have supernatural bread. We see that Merry and Pippin get daggers, which in the theatrical edition, Jaden, hello Jaden. They're all freaks. They are. Hello, Mr. Jaden. Hello, Mr. Survivor. Congratulations, man. That was crazy. I couldn't believe that. Mr. Famous Jaden. Next reality show creator, star, producer, Jaden Lanfranc. I never got that smile when I joined. Bruh. Yes, you did. We're having a watch party for this live stream on TV right now. Really? Oh my gosh. I'm honored. I appreciate that. I hope that I can keep you entertained. That's beautiful. That's crazy. So many cameos have appeared so far throughout the whole night. People from Affairs to Remember, people from my high school, so many great people. Me, Jesse. Oh my God! Hello, Carl. Hello, Galen. Hello, Jesse. Hello, Cassie. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic evening, and I hope you find the stream entertaining. We're talking about to cue you guys in. I've been talking about the Fellowship of the Ring for the past almost 6 hours straight, which totals to almost 8 hours because I did an hour and a half stream last week. We're almost done. I only have less than an hour left, so hopefully it'll take only like an hour or 2 more. Anyways, we are at an extended edition scene that was left out of the theatrical edition, and if you don't know, I am a huge fan of the extended editions. They're the only proper way to watch these films. But my point with this scene, just to get back on track, is that the extended scene here, it shows the daggers that Merry and Pippin get that we don't see in the theatrical edition. So when they have these daggers in the theatrical edition, it's like, oh, where the hell did they get these from? Would have been nice to know why or how they got those. And we get some foreshadowing into them finding their courage, and for Samwise Gamgee, he gets a rope, which they cut both the rope scenes from this and from the Two Towers out for no reason again, other than that the theaters, again, not brave enough to play 4-hour-long movies, whatever. We get a nice little heartfelt moment with Gimli, who is kind of... he's changed a lot over this one part of the journey because he's a little racist towards the elves. And so the elves are to the dwarves as well, but he kind of takes a liking to Galadriel, especially after he consoles him and makes him feel less guilty about Gandalf's death at Moria, and he's also just enamored by her beauty. And so we kind of get like a little funny scene where he takes like three strands of her hair. It's really weird. It's kind of strange, and it never comes up again. Probably wait. Why? Wait. Probably for film reels and showtimes they had to cut out so early. Yeah, they did. Next week can you review Heated So you're the second or third person to tell me to review Heated Rivalry. I will do Heated Rivalry at some point. Next week I'm talking about Iron Lung though, because I really want to talk about that movie. I'm seeing it tomorrow night with my cousin and a few other people. So there's gonna be a review of Iron Lung next week, or breakdown. Um, give the people. Okay, how about this? I will do Heated Rivalry. Um, either not next week, but the following week, and then or the week after that. Okay, it'll happen within the month. Okay, Heated Rivalry. I'll try. I'm gonna have to figure. How long is it? Is it long? Is it like a season? I'll have to take a lot of time. It'll take me a lot of time because Stranger Things, I had like 50,000 words of notes on Stranger Things. So hashtag negotiations. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll make it. I will try to make it happen. But yeah, Stranger Things, I had like 50,000 words of notes for like a few of the episodes. I had to start toning it down because it was taking so long because I hated it so much. Anyways, I'll see what I can do about Heated Rivalry. But stay tuned for Iron Lung. I'm going to be talking about the story, but I'm also going to be talking about some box office results as well, or comparisons, because it's pretty impressive that it's beating Send Help and Melania. Oh my gosh, it's beating the First Lady. I have no idea how long the show is, but I appreciate the commitment from you, Zachary. I appreciate that you're staying tuned and watching. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, we had some pretty interesting conversations earlier about a few not very Lord of the Rings topic oriented. If you scrub through, you'll find it. It's pretty random. Anywho, excuse me. Galadriel shares a moment with Aragorn, and we don't get any real scenes between the two of them in the theatrical cut, except for when they first arrive to Lothlorien. But it's kind of cool here to have a one-on-one between them. They're both very important characters, and it's about Aragorn and his relationship with Arwen, and he kind of demonstrates his fear for her and that he wants her to go back to, or not back, but leave to Valinor, leave Middle-earth with her people, which she doesn't want to do because she loves him. So it's cool that we have a scene where he's getting this off his chest and confiding sort of in someone. We don't get that in the theatrical edition. Again, we lose so much great information. It's criminal. It's diabolical. It's so frustrating. And then the audacity of people to be like, oh, it's not paced very well. It's too long. Well, if you don't like Lord of the Rings, or if you like Lord of the Rings, why are you complaining about more Lord of the Rings? You're silly. Ridiculous. You're wrong. Wrong answers. Golly. Sorry, I'm spiking the mic a little bit. My bad. And Galadriel gives Frodo the Light of Elendil, which comes in handy in the third film. We kind of forget about it for the second movie. It's not used at all, but it comes real handy in the third movie, and we'll talk about it in 40 hours, in weeks from now when I get to that film finally. And now we're off, and now we're out of the extended edition cut. That scene is probably one of the longer scenes that was cut out. Again, pretty important, but I guess it was cut out for no reason besides the movie theaters being all scared about playing a long movie and losing their other slots, even though these films were super financially successful. Yeah, Gimli tells us about the locks of hair because he's a little bit of a freak. Oh wait, sorry, Genghis, because Mr. LP Cine thought his name was Genghis. That's right, Genghis, the dwarf, not Gimli, Genghis. I still can't, that's insane, bruh. How do you think his name is Genghis? The names aren't confusing. Gimli and Genghis are not similar besides the G, by the way. That's crazy. Genghis. Like Genghis Khan? Are you serious? Sorry, I have to make fun of you. That's insane. What are we doing? In the meantime, we get some more absolutely beautiful shots of New Zealand. Again, shooting on location. No XR stage. No XR. No crappy, lazy use of that. Oh, but look at this. We see that we get a little bit of a montage here, spliced between the orcs chasing them and them on the river. We see lurts there. They are ready to rock and roll. And I want you to keep in mind, these orcs are probably like, oh god, I don't like this terrible slow mo shot. Just reshoot it with like in the right frames per second. I don't like that. I hate that. It's very similar to each other. No, they're not. Genghis and Gimli are not the same or similar at all. Quit trying to rage bait me. I'm not. They're not the same. They're not even close. But sorry, just to rehash real quick, I just cannot stand slow mo shots like this. Wait, because they shot it slow mo there, and then why are we shooting it at like 10 frames a second here? Just get the same shot, but film it properly so it's not choppy. It just doesn't look professional. Don't like it. I don't like it. That's a little bit of a nitpick, but I don't like it at all. Because we've seen them shoot in slow mo and it looked good. So just whatever. Maybe they didn't have time. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Look, that's slow mo. Why couldn't they just reshot it real quick? Real quick. Just a little shot real quick, please. Okay, it's okay. Fix it. Yeah, it is. Fix it in post 2000s. It doesn't look good, though. Not a fan. But I love these movies. I'll give it. This was cut too. We see Boromir seeing Gollum arriving. He's still there's. Excuse me. Gollum's still following them, and this was also cut. I think it's cool to see because in the theatrical cut, the only people that know or talk about or see Gollum are Gandalf, Frodo, and Sam. That's it, okay? It's it. Pretty much everyone else is like oblivious to Gollum or doesn't even know that he exists. So it's kind of cool to see if you go from theatrical edition to extended. It's cool to see Aragorn and Boromir like acknowledge Gollum and talk about him a little bit. It's cool. It's a little bit. It's just a little fun to go from lame theatrical to extended. We get another moment here with Frodo talking about his promise to Gandalf, which is great. Throwback. And it also shows just how much Sam cares about Frodo. Really driving that point home. And we also see that Frodo truly believes he's kind of lost at this point, that no one can help him. The ring has taken pretty good hold of him at this point. Cut again. We'd lose that in the normal edition. And now we're back to some animosity here between Boromir and Aragorn, because Boromir still believes that they can use the ring to defeat Sauron, even though it's been explained to him countless times at this point that they have to destroy the ring to defeat him. But Boromir also brings up a good point that Aragorn can't seem to see that there's hope and courage in Gondor. So you can kind of see both sides. You can see Aragorn being upset with Boromir over his lust for the ring, but you can also see Boromir's perspective that he's trying to do this for the betterment of Gondor and for Middle-earth. Even though we as an audience knows that his views or his perspective is flawed, this scene kind of makes you think about, oh well, he has a point. He's wrong, but he has a point. Cut again. We don't see that in the extended edition again. What are we doing? Stop removing this content. Why do you do this? Such a bummer. And then we get some cool shots here of Agonath and the statues, which is CGI, but it looks great. I don't have a problem with the CGI at all. It looks great. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, look at that. That holds up today, I'd say, right? Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it looks pretty darn good. Look at that. That's incredible. It's like the scale of it is so well shown, and like when you see the boat going by the toe, or the little toe, and it's massive. It's incredible. The scale of this world is incredible, and they did such a great job of filming it. And now we're at the last part of the film. We're actually really close to being done with this movie. I can't believe it. We're already almost here. They get to the end of the where the waterfall drops off, and this is their last place to stop before heading across the river to Emin, which, as Gimli describes, is an impossible labyrinth of razor sharp rocks. Oh, but here, real quick, there's a little moment here where they're getting off the boat. Everyone's kind of quiet. Everyone's a little bit on edge. Uh, and Frodo feels weird, and he notices that Boromir is like struggling, like he is wrestling with something. He's like stressed or anxious, and it's clear that the ring is like latching onto him. Like that's what's happening here. It's making him feel things, making him feel pretty bad. Yeah, and then Gimli describes their next steps of their journey, which is fine. Nice little exposition. He's complaining about it. And Legolas knows something's up. He knows that Uruk-hai. Well, he doesn't know it's the Uruk-hai, but he knows something's wrong. That something's coming for them. So everything's getting set up. Out this final. Oh, I just lost a decibel in my ear. That's annoying. Ugh. I don't know why that happened. Ugh. Sorry. And yeah, the Aragorn is insistent that they wait here just overnight so that they can leave in the morning when the orcs aren't patrolling. And Merry notices that, oh my gosh, where's Frodo? Frodo's missing. Everyone freaks out, and then Aragorn notices that Boromir's gone too. So this is obviously leading to something pretty bad, pretty suspect. What is Boromir doing? Where's Frodo? Not good at all. Damn, it's been almost 6 hours. That's crazy. So yeah, we see Frodo, and he's looking around not the shore. I don't know where they are. The ruins, the giant statues, and Boromir's there. He's collecting wood innocently, so innocently collecting wood. There's nothing the matter. And it's our last. It's kind of crazy. This is our last scene between Boromir and Frodo, and it's just so. It's so tragic because Boromir is like. It's like he's simultaneously trying to put Frodo at ease, but he's also like trying to manipulate him in a way or make him feel bad about keeping the ring to destroy it rather than use it for good. So it's kind of like Boromir is wrestling with his own self-interest versus what he thinks is good. And yeah, he's starting to get pretty aggressive, and Frodo's not backing down. He's standing up to him, and he's getting mad. He's making Boromir real mad, and it's just sad because this scene here, Boromir, he can't take it anymore, and he tries to take the ring from Frodo. He fights Frodo basically, and Frodo runs off, and that's the last scene between the two. Frodo never gets closure with Boromir. And Boromir doesn't ever get closure with Frodo. He never gets to apologize. He never gets to show that he wasn't actually a bad man. I mean, Frodo knows he wasn't, and it was just he fell prey to the ring. But it's really sad when you get to the end of this series and you see that they never got to have their moment. And Boromir died not knowing if he was forgiven by Frodo or not even knowing if Frodo made it. He died not knowing the fate of Middle-earth. It's so sad. It's so tragic. I know I'm spoiling it a little bit but most people know the fate of Boromir. I'm sorry. It's so tragic. He is one of the most tragic characters in the whole trilogy. So tragic. He tries his best to protect the hobbits while wrestling with his lust for the ring, and he's also trying to do what's best for his country and his self-interest and his interest for his kin and his country get mixed up with the ring, and the ring takes advantage of that, and it just spirals out of control. And he luckily gets to die a hero trying to protect the hobbits of all people. He tries to protect the hobbits who he tried to train, who he's stuck his neck out for this whole time. It's very sad. It's tragic, and I think he is him and Frodo are probably the most tragic characters of the trilogy, and they both kind of their characters fell victim, not characters, how do I describe this, the ring, like they fell victim to the ring. I mean, Boromir dies for other reasons than the ring explicitly, but it's over the ring, I guess. And Frodo leaves because of the ring. It's just crazy how the ring has caused so much trauma and pain for literally everyone in Middle Earth, and every single one of our characters is because of this ring. It's crazy. It's crazy. And if you substitute the ring for like money or power, which is what it represents power, greed, all that. And so it's pretty realistic it's a metaphor for real life. It's just great. It's genius. J.R.R. Tolkien was such a good writer. Yeah, Frodo uses the ring to escape Boromir, and then he takes it all. He sees Sauron again and all that, and the forces of Mordor, and then he thinks Aragorn's after the ring as well. But Aragorn was just trying to save Frodo. And Frodo even tests Aragorn here, because initially, when I first watched this when I was younger, I thought maybe Frodo was being serious about giving it to Aragorn, and that he was like, I don't want to. Maybe I don't want to do it. Maybe you should do it. You're stronger than me. But in reality, I'm pretty sure he's testing Aragorn here, kind of how Galadriel tested herself. He is offering up the ring to see if Aragorn has been taken by it, or if he has good intentions, or what. And Aragorn, luckily, I'll let it play, but Aragorn looks at the ring, he looks at Frodo, and he declines it. And he kind of proves to Frodo that he is good. And I think it's cool. I think it's cool that you can kind of look at it from both angles. Although I do think it was a test. I don't think it was him actually offering the ring. But I didn't catch that when I was younger, when I was like, 7 or 8. And yeah, at this point, Aragorn kind of realizes he's on his own. He needs to leave the Fellowship. And now, this is where the final fight of the movie happens. Aragorn sees Frodo's sword and it's glowing blue, which means orcs are nearby. And we see the Uruk-hai. We see Lurtz there at the front. Well, we're about to see it. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Frodo is running off. Look at this. Oh, it's so awesome. Look at them. Slow-mo, nice little slow-mo shot. Lurtz there looking terrifying. Oh my god, their fight is crazy. This is so good. So well choreographed. The fighting is so good in this film. All the films is great. I love the fight at Elm Hen. It's great. This is a great fight. There's so much emotion behind everything happening here. I don't even know how much I'll have to be able to say about this other than it's just so good. Like, look at this. Find the hat. Yeah, Lurch sounds terrifying. He's echoing through the woods. It's just great all the way around. And yeah, so Legolas and Gimli come in. They're starting to kill all the Uruk-hai. Some great fun. It's all just great fighting sequences, fun shots. Like, look at that. This is crazy. And they had all these it's not CGI. I'm pretty sure this whole fight is all real people. There aren't any CGI substitutes for any orcs or anything like that. And so now we even have Merry and Pippin who are hiding, and they have the realization that Frodo is leaving. And so it's kind of, we're getting everyone having the realization that Frodo is going to do this on his own. And it's great because I love this scene. They face the fact that he's leaving, and they decide to take it upon themselves to distract the orcs so that he can escape. They're kind of sacrificing themselves to save Frodo and in Middle Earth, because Frodo has the fate of Middle Earth around his neck. Basically, it's so good. It's so good to see them become brave, or start to this is the beginning of them becoming brave and taking agency and helping. They haven't really been able to help too much, but this is their chance to actually help Frodo explicitly. And I know it's working, Ron. It's so good. More great fighting. Oh my god, and we're really, really, really close to the scene with Boromir, by the way. Didn't know he had a name. Who? The orc? Sorry, I didn't see your message till right now. Are you talking about the orc who didn't have it? You didn't know he had a name? Oh my god, it's happening. So Merry and Pippin have drawn away the orcs, and they're about to get attacked and killed, and then Boromir comes in for a win, a touchdown, and he starts killing them, knife throwing. He is gonna fight his all to save the hobbits. It's so good. He fights so hard. It's so good. Yeah. Okay. Well, Lurtz doesn't have a name in the movie, but I don't even know why I know his name. His name's Lurtz though. I don't know why I know his name. I think it's in the one of the games because there's an old Lord of the Rings game and he has a name in that. And yeah, Boromir's blowing the horn of Gondor, which is to not only to distract. He's trying to lead the orcs to him to take them on, but it's also to kind of show and like intimidate the orcs because they don't know if there's an actual army. It's like an army, a war horn, so it could mean massive forces of Gondor nearby. It's great. It's so good. Oh my god, it's so good. Like look at it. It's real too. No CGI. It's all real. And it feels real. You feel the weight of each hit. You feel everything. Oh, it's so good. And now the Merry and Pippin are actually fighting. They're using their training they're fighting with Boromir with the training he gave them. It's so good. It's so good. And a lot of that is cut out. They cut out a lot of those shots of them fighting from the theatrical. Oh shoot. And now we're here. We're at the probably one of the saddest scenes in the whole series. They're all fighting super hard, and Boromir's kind of brought this upon himself by blowing the horn. And the music's so good here. It's like really quiet. Oh, the sound design is so good. And look at he gets shot and he drops down. But he's still fighting. He's the GOAT. He's so good. Look at him. For the hobbits, he's gonna keep going. It's so good. And I wish I could play the sound. It's just choir pretty much. And the arrow effect, like him getting shot. Great sound design. They tuned down all the sound of like the orcs running and everything else except for him getting shot and him like groaning as he fights. It's great. And it's slow-mo just a little bit to give it a little a little extra drama. And the hobbits are frozen. I mean, look, they've been traveling with this guy who's been their mentor, their trainer, their like friend. And he's fighting for them with 2 arrows in his chest. Are you kidding? And I'm pretty sure he gets shot again. I think he takes 3 arrows. Yeah. And after 3 arrows, he finally is downed. It's so good. And Merry and Pippin are mad, obviously. It's so good. And they get taken. It's so sad. It's even more tragic because I forgot. He doesn't even get to know if they're okay. He dies not knowing if Frodo's okay. He dies not knowing if he dies thinking he failed to save Merry and Pippin. He dies without knowing if Gondor is saved. It's so sad. He dies like it's so depressing. And look at him. And then Lurtz is the only one left. They all leave him because he's dead meat, and they let him have the final blow. And he doesn't beg for mercy or anything. He's ready to take it like a man. Look at him. But no. Who comes out but Aragorn for the save? And he fights Lurtz. This is probably one of the most brutal fight scenes in the whole series also, by the way. Like, look at this. Also, fun fact in a second. Hold on. It's so good. The music's really good here, too. So he stabs him, right? He stabs him. This is a crazy fun fact here. So when Lurtz here, he pulls the knife out and he throws it at Aragorn, right? Hold on a second. He's right here. That shot, I'll rewind it. When he deflects the knife, that was a legit deflection. Apparently, the actor who played Lurtz, like, he accidentally threw it or something went wrong when he threw it and it went straight at Aragorn and it was a real knife and Viggo Mortensen actually deflected it and they kept it in the film. It's insane. Like, what? And this is brutal. He pulls the sword into him. Like, what the hell? What kind of demon are you? And then, boom! And that's the end of the Battle of Amenhan. So good. It's incredible. Boromir is so good. And we get this. It's so sad. This scene between them is so sad. The first thing Boromir says is they took the little ones. That's all he cares about. It's all he cares about is if the hobbits are safe. It's so sad. It's nothing else. He just cares about them and Frodo. And he even admits to failing. He tells Aragorn that he tried to take the ring. He could have not told him, but he just decided be to take the shame and tell him. And Aragorn's like, "No, dude, look, you did everything you could." It's so well written. And they have this is like a brotherly moment between each other. Two characters that have had animosity on and off. They've Boromir's confided in him, and he doesn't believe. He thinks that Sauron will win, that Gondor will lie in ruin. I mean, he's been shot 3 times by these crazy powerful orcs, and he failed. To him, he failed. He's totally broken physically and mentally. And Aragorn takes this chance to kind of takes up Boromir's previous position as a kind of a patriot and a spokesman for Gondor, and tells Boromir that he will not let the White City fall, that he will make sure that their people are saved. Which I like to think that when part of what made Aragorn decide to take up being a king again was this moment. It was for Boromir to make sure that he didn't die in vain. It's so good. And then Boromir says that he would have followed him, his brother, his captain, his king. It's so good. And then he dies. It's so sad. It's so tragic. He's one of the most tragic characters. It's so tragic. He doesn't get to have closure on anything. He thinks he failed. He thinks that Gondor's going to die. He doesn't know if Aragorn... He doesn't know anything. It's so sad. And it's so well written. And I feel like so many people, including myself, when I was younger, thought Boromir... yeah, it's sad, but Boromir was so... He was a jerk and he was bad. But no, he was just doing everything he could right, especially if you watch the extended editions. And we're going to get more with him in the next film, because a lot of those scenes were cut out of the theatrical as well. There's plenty of scenes between him, Faramir, his brother, and his dad, Denethor, that add even more context to why this scene is so good and why Boromir is such a great character. Oh, it's so good. I could talk about this for so long. Boromir is incredible. He's like Shakespearean tragedy right here. And I think Sean Bean does a great job playing him. It's just sad because, Frodo learns about his fate later, but he doesn't know. And it's just, again, I just find it so depressing that they never get to get closure with each other. And he doesn't get to forgive Boromir. And Boromir doesn't get to know if Frodo ever forgave him. And so, yeah, Frodo's finally at this point where he's like, I guess I'm doing this on my own. And he has a kind of flashback, more of like a flash memory without really any visuals, to Gandalf. He's feeling scared and self-doubt, and then he remembers what Gandalf said. That it's all he has to do is decide what to do with the time that is given to him. And it's great. It's a perfect time for him to think to Gandalf. Gandalf, who he thinks is dead, who is gone. The one mentor he's had this whole time. And he remembers what he says, and he gains his courage, and he knows that what he has to do with the time that is given to him. It's so good. It's brilliant. It's so good. And they're such good actors. Look at this. It's so good. It's so easy to, when you grow up with these films, it's kind of easy to take it for granted because it's like the base level of good storytelling. But when you compare it to stuff that comes out now or anything bad, it's like, oh my god, there's so much work and time and love put into these films. It's beautiful. I love this too. And Sam, he's insistent. He's not going to let Frodo go alone. He's not going to. And Frodo's like, nah, man, you got to go back. I need to do this by myself. Sam can't even swim, and he's going after Frodo here. That's how much of a good friend he is. Look at him. And yeah, he starts to drown a bit, which is kind of sad. It's so good. This shot, this is kind of strange. I thought it was weird how long they spent on him drowning. It's nothing really wrong with it, but it's so long that you'd think he would have sunk so far that Frodo wouldn't have been able to grab him. You know what I mean? I always thought that. I was like, damn, Frodo has a long arm. He's been sinking for a while. I guess Frodo has a real stretchable arm, but maybe he's been keeping himself up enough. I'm not sure. And yeah, with Sam is like crying. You can't really see it because he's covered in water, obviously, but he's crying, and he brings up Gandalf again. Another flashback to Gandalf. That he made a promise. He doesn't even say Gandalf's name, but he says he made a promise not to leave him, and that he wouldn't. And it's great because it's showing that Sam trying to swim is what Luke looks like in the pool, bruh. I forgot he can't swim, right? It's so funny. And then he's just like dying, bruh. Bro needs to learn how to swim, man. Come on, you gotta learn how to swim, Mr. Park. But it's also nice here because you can kind of like I never even thought about this, but him bringing up his promise to Gandalf also insinuates that he was having a moment like Frodo was having just now with remembering Gandalf. And it just shows the staying power of Gandalf's words and how impactful he was on all of these characters, even though he's not even here, and his words that he gave them is making them act and like making them change their minds and make decisions. It proves just how powerful a character Gandalf is and was to them. It's so good. Oh my god, we're almost done actually. I think we have like 10 minutes left of the movie. Can you believe that? And I made it. I didn't get sick. 6 hours, wow. So this is probably going to be around the same length as the Stranger Things stream, or the first one. Oh yeah, they do a little boat funeral for Boromir, which is pretty nice. They take the arrows out of him, very respectful, and he gets sent over the falls. But he is found later, we'll find out, by Faramir, or by Gondor. That was cut out of the theatrical too, for those of you who have not seen the extended edition, but we'll get into that in the next film. And yeah, so Legolas still hasn't gotten the memo that they're not going with Frodo and that Frodo's going alone with Sam. But he realizes this now. And him and Gimli are kind of like discouraged, and they feel like they've failed too. Kind of like how Boromir felt. That everything's over. Like, what are they going to do now? They've come all this way. And it's all been, yeah, Gimli even says it's all been in vain. But then Aragorn, he takes reins of the situation, and he embraces them kind of in like a little group hug kind of thing. Gimli's in, and Legolas is in, and they're gonna go save Merry and Pippin, despite the fact that they don't know if the ring's gonna make it to Mount Doom. They're just gonna do what they think is right, which is great, a great message. They don't know, they don't have to do this, but they're gonna risk their lives and they're gonna run and save Merry and Pippin just because they're their friends. They don't know them that well. And Gimli's all in. Everyone's all in. It's so hopeful. And it's like I want to see more. I want to see them together, which we will next time. It's so good. They set up everything so well. And we see Mordor. They finally see it with their own eyes. The walls of Mordor, the mountains. I think it's weird. One thing I will point out. Oh my god, yeah. This is crazy. Frodo says they might not see them again. But Sam's hopeful. But real quick, I think it's strange that Sam always calls Aragorn Strider even after learning his real name. He never calls him Aragorn, to my knowledge. And yeah, they're best friends. And Frodo is glad that he went. Can you imagine if Frodo went on his own? God, with Gollum? Oh, God. Imagine how that would have played out. Bad. And we finally come to a close of Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, so the rest is basically credits. Oh my god, we made it. Yawning count. Okay, I've been talking for 6 hours. I'm not yawning at the movie, buddy. Okay? We made it. We made it to the end. I can't believe it. Okay. Oh, I love that movie. I love that movie so much. I could keep talking about it, but um I guess that's the end. I hope you guys enjoyed. Ending was kind of meh. Are you serious? Thank you. How can you say the ending was meh? You're a rage baiter. There's no way you actually think that. You're lying. How dare you? You really don't think the Boromir stuff was good? Are you serious? Even after all I said? Even after what you saw? I don't even need to say anything to say for that to be good. Are you kidding? Thank you for the congratulations. Uh Here's the plan. For you guys and just for anyone who does watch the re-upload, because people do. I'm pretty impressed. He didn't deliver the ring, bruh. Oh my god, he's gonna do it, man. Um, but for there are people who watch the re-uploads. I've seen it. It's pretty impressive, and I'm grateful to those of you out there who do watch the re-uploads. But just the game plan for the rest. I guess the rest of here. Okay, the general plan for the rest of February at least. The whole point, bruh. Okay, the whole point of the trilogy, buddy. The trilogy. Um, Next week is gonna be the Iron Lung stream, where we're gonna be talking about Iron Lung, obviously, and Markiplier, and I'm gonna do my best to. I'm gonna watch the movie tomorrow, and I don't know. I might see it twice. I'll try to see it again, maybe. And it's kind of expensive to go see movies nowadays, so I might not do that. Um, but I will watch it tomorrow, and I'm going to try to compile some research for the budgetary stuff, and just have some general notes to talk about the story. And I want to just I'm probably gonna talk about the story for the first half of the stream, or I'm gonna talk about the whole movie. You know, got AMC list. Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. There's like no AMC's here. Isn't that crazy? There's Megaplex. That's what they have out here in good old Utah, Salt Lake. I don't think there's any AMC's. I looked and I didn't see any. I'll become a Megaplex member, guys. Okay. Uh, yeah, I know. I don't think there's any AMC's. I'll check again, but I'm pretty. It's all like Megaplex. I've never even heard of Megaplex until I came here. I haven't been to the movie theater here yet. Um, anywho, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna take notes, or I don't know. I'll try to take a couple notes. I don't know how. No, it's Megaplex. I don't. Maybe there is a Cineplex, but it's called Megaplex. I don't know. I don't know why there's no AMC. There's no I think there might be a couple Regals. Maybe I didn't see any AMC when I looked up movie theaters. Maybe there's one or two. I maybe missed them. Okay, but real quick. So I'm gonna watch the Iron Lung. I'm going to talk about that next week. Try to talk about the story, and if I have time, talk about some more financial, business-oriented stuff, because I think that's pretty interesting, and compare and contrast between Iron Lung's performance at the box office with Send Help and with Melania and the other films that have come out. It's pretty impressive. And I'm also going to be... I might do a video on that separately, too, on top of the stream, so that it's a little more condensed, but I think it's worth talking about live. Then the following week, because I have gotten Mr. Jaden Landfrank suggested Heated Rivalry, and I've gotten other suggestions for Heated Rivalry from other people, so I might try to check that out. I guess it's still being talked about, so I might do that after Iron Lung. I was hoping, my goal was to do Lord of the Rings other content, Lord of the Rings other content, so just, and then like every other week do Lord of the Rings to kind of even it out. But if Heated Rivalry is really that requested, I might do Iron Lung and then try to do Heated Rivalry. We'll see. Actually, you know what? I'll figure it out. I don't need to talk about it all here. But I guess that's it for today's stream. Oh my god, it's 11 p.m. for you guys. I can't believe that. I can't believe you guys are still here all this time. That's pretty incredible. I appreciate it. I actually really appreciate it so much. It means a lot. It really does mean a lot to me. For anyone who's part of the live stream, anyone who watches the uploads, I truly do appreciate it a lot. It means a lot. And again, if you guys have any requests for anything I should review or watch or anything, let me know. If there's something that you think I could do better, let me know. We went to the grocery store and ran errands and ate dinner, and it's really really that's so funny. I knew you guys ate dinner. I didn't know you did all that though. I mean, I've been streaming so long that I worked a catering gig yesterday and it was shorter than the stream. If oh my god, the event was shorter. I have a life. I take 1 day a week, okay? And I take 1 day in the afternoon a week to talk about it. I do a lot of other stuff. I have class, I have work, I have other things I'm doing, okay? I do this once a week. It's not like I'm streaming every single day. Okay? So chill, 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 chill. But I guess that's it. So I will see you guys in the next stream. Again, let me know if you have any suggestions for content or media or anything I should watch or review. Even if it's like newsworthy stuff, like if it's stuff about cinema or about something that I should watch or movies, let me know and I can do like a little video or something about it. An Ekasala Unfiltered mini, you might say. But yes, have a good night, everyone. Have a good night, Mrs. Park and Mr. Park, and I will see you guys next time. I've been your host, Megalopolis. That's a good one, actually. I could talk about the financial crisis with that film and what it's done to poor Mr. Coppola, selling off his houses and his watches to stay afloat. Get some sleep. Hey, I mean, it's only 9 for me. But yeah, I've been doing this since 3 o'clock my time. Okay. I'll talk to everyone later. You guys have a great night. I've been your host, Zach Ekasala with Ekasala Unfiltered, and until next time, have a fantastic night.